You're on live. How you doing? Who is it? Nance?
Right on.
Yeah.
Hey, Nance, good to have you calling in. We were all wanting you to call in.
What the hell?
Well, there she is, guys. There's Nance.
What?
The phone, Mr. X, is Nance.
Nice. All right. Sounds great. Good. I don't think I've ever spoke to her.
Ron Tello.
Ron Tello, how you doing, sir? He froze. Hi, Arkansas. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for letting me up here.
Uh,
I don't have the pretty Nancy voice though. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you do. You got that Southern Belle accent. I like that too.
How you doing?
Yes, good evening. It's been an exciting evening on you.
Welcome to the circus.
You know what? Hey, you know what? It's showtime.
Oops, sorry.
Hey, Blue Diamond, can you hear me?
Sorry. I was over here messing with my phone.
Okay, can you hear me, Blue Diamond?
Yes.
Okay. King Samoan, how are you, King Samoan? Equalizer.
Yellow.
Hey, Blue Diamond's with us tonight.
Hey, Blue Diamond.
And today, I thought today was her birthday. So I made a mistake. It's next Sunday, so we're gonna have a pre-birthday bash for her tonight, and then next Sunday we're gonna have the full deal Holyfield birthday party for her next Sunday on her real date.
Wow.
And like I said, I apologize for that, Miss Blue Diamond, for making the wrong move. And so we're here. We're glad you're here. So how you been doing?
Johnny, thank you for reminding me of today, even though it's a different Sunday, but thank you so much. Not doing too well. I can breathe a little better right now because I just did a nap treatment. But I've been on the ventilator almost all day because I get these popping attacks, asthma attacks at the same time, and I can't breathe. My oxygen drops. And so I have to stay on the ventilator. But I'm here. I'm glad.
You are here. King Samoan, this is Blue Diamond. King Samoan, how are you doing, King?
I'm doing good. Sorry, Johnny. I was on the phone with the person looking after my property. I'm kind of irritated about it.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully we can get that irritated into a good mood. And
Well,
and Blue Diamond's with us.
I'm still in my house and touch stuff. That's all I'll say.
Okay. Well, Blue Diamond's here with us tonight, and this is going to be a pre-birthday bash for her. Her birthday is actually next Sunday. So I made a mistake.
I saw that, but that's all right. You get a whole birthday week, right?
Yeah, we can celebrate her birthday for a whole week. There you go. So
I'm just glad you're up here, Blue Diamond.
Yeah, I'm glad, but she can't be up here this long. She can't be up here this long.
Right.
And,
Yeah, because of her breathing, right?
Her breathing situation, yes.
Right.
And so I'm going to start off singing "Happy Birthday" to you, Miss Diamond, from Johnny, in the chat. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Blue Diamond. Happy birthday to you, and many more. And now it's King Samoan's turn. He's going to sing "Happy Birthday" to you too. Go ahead, King.
Happy birthday to you. There you go.
Equalizer, how about yourself?
I'm not much of a singer, but I will say happy birthday.
Let's hear
It's
it.
good to see you.
Come on, you got to
And,
sing it. You got
I'm not
to at
gonna
least
sing
sing the first part of it.
I'm going to do an impression for you later, but I'm not singing it.
I'm not singing it.
Kind of
there you
the musical abilities of a stroke victim.
Well, I wanted to tell Blue Diamond my name there, Manuia Lu Asofinao, is happy birthday. So there you go.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, Blue Diamond, do you have a Cash App, Blue Diamond?
Yes, but I'm okay. You don't need it.
Okay, well,
There you go.
well, I wanted to give you a little bit of birthday gift to you. You know,
I'm good. Thank
okay,
you.
okay, Mr. Blue Diamond, you got it.
Well,
you got it.
You know, and Johnny, if you wanted to say her full thing, happy birthday, it would be Manuia Lu Asofinao Lanu Moanga Taimani. So that's happy birthday, Blue Diamond.
Okay, Chanel saying Johnny will all post and sing it together. Okay, well, let's sing it one more time all together for Blue Diamond.
Okay, you start.
Happy birthday to you.
you.
Happy birthday to
to
you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday, dear Blue Diamond.
Happy birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
And many
There you go.
more to come. We all look like little monkeys. Yeah. There you go, Miss Blue Diamond. Happy birthday to you. And hopefully next Sunday we can get you a little, we can all have little cupcakes and we can blow out the candles at the same time with you. I think that's what I'm going to do, get little cupcakes and we can all do that.
I'm going to make you a cake and I'll put it on here for you and then I'll eat it.
There you go. Is there anything
Give me your
else
address. I'll send strippers.
Is there anything else you want to say to the masses, Blue Diamond?
I do. Thank you, Johnny. First of all, I want to tell you that thank you so much for thinking that you made a mistake today, but honestly, you didn't. My birthday is next Sunday, but I have just been feeling really bad today, and I was very sad not a couple of minutes ago because I don't feel good. And when you called, my hair was all messed up, and you know, because I've been trying to sleep in between my popping episodes and stuff. And look, I got my hair together. I put a necklace on.
You look very, and you look very beautiful, Miss Diamond, Blue Diamond. You look very beautiful.
And see, you changed my evening. Thank you so much for the pre-birthday bash and for each and every one of you guys, because I get through the hardest times with you guys, and you guys don't even realize how much you guys are a blessing to me to be able to have each and every one of you in my life, even if it's on YouTube. But I love each and every one of you. So thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. X is here. Mr. X, how you doing today, sir?
Good. I came in here just to say happy birthday to Blue Diamond. Como estás? Just want to say hello real quick. I know I've been out of touch for the last few days, but wanted to say hi.
Well, hi to you too, Mr. X. We're glad to have you. Good to have you here real quick. You know what I mean? We've
Yeah,
been
that
we've
buffet
been-
look good today.
we all
That
been
buffet
worried
looked
about you. We
delicious.
all been worried about you. Me, the whole crew has been worried about you.
Oh, no, I'm fine. It's just, you know, when you're
Well, we
traveling
know-
around, you get a little bit of vertigo. You know, what can you do?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this is Miss Blue Diamond's next Sunday is her birthday. Next Sunday it is. I made a mistake and I thought it was this Sunday, so we were going to do a birthday bash for her. But this is a pre-birthday bash for her.
Okay.
Next Sunday's her birthday, so next Sunday we're going to do a full-on birthday for her next Sunday.
Good. That's good to hear. I'm excited to hear about it. I want to see the birthday party. Things should be back to normal Sunday. A lot of traveling, but yeah. I agree with Blue Diamond. It's nice to hear from people and touch base with everybody, you know, positive things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. X,
Yeah.
did you happen to see Tennessee Gambler on yesterday?
I did see what he finally looked like. Basically, if I were to paint a picture of what he looked like, that would basically be it. But I didn't watch everything he said. I kind of I'm seeing some of the shows and kind of skimming through it. Say
Sure.
what's up to everybody in the chat, first of all. But, and Rainbow Melon, of course, misses Mr. X. But, I did see it. I was surprised that he came on. And, I'm hearing about a bunch of different things that are happening over the last few days, but kind of hearing them, after they happen.
Sure.
So, I've talked to Ruben Sanchez a little bit through emails, kind of touching base with him. And, of course, been in touch with Jim. But,
Sorry about that. That was my other computer that went off for a minute. I have a timer on it and it goes off. Sorry about that, Mr. X.
No, that's it. So, I'm looking forward to Tuesday because, I can't say too much. I'm not trying to be coy or anything, but you're going to see something on Tuesday, and maybe the show doesn't happen Tuesday. Maybe it could be Wednesday. That has never happened before.
Wow. That's quite the teaser.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be epic, huh? Mr. X is going to be epic.
And I am no longer in Myrtle Beach. I haven't been in Myrtle Beach for the last 48 hours. I was only there for about a day. So came in and out of there. But I'm actually in the Carolinas right now. So North Carolina, that is.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
You're just doing some traveling, huh, Mr. X?
Yeah, I'm coming over and meeting some people that I've wanted to. There's some birthdays of people, that are close to me. So I told them that I'd come out and do this and say hello to a few people.
That's cool.
Nice.
Good.
But it's
Happy
one of those things for
birthday.
me when I travel, I got to kind of suck it up and do it slowly. But
What's that, Blue Diamond?
What? The tour of the buffet. That looked amazing.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, yeah, that seafood buffet, that did look good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that buffet looked good, Mr. X. I was asleep when you came on this morning. I'm so sorry about that. And that buffet looked pretty good.
yeah, that was just a little, video I made. I was there one night. There's a place over there called Broadway at the Beach. It's right about 5 miles from the Myrtle Beach Airport. They got a theater over there, but it's not the Broadway, the boardwalk on the beach, which is kind of that old school looking place. It's something else. But that buffet was right across the street from it.
That's cool, man. And
Football today. Who won?
who won the game,
Mr.
Mr.
X?
X?
Right now, the Cowboys are losing by 4.
Who won the Bills game? Didn't they play this morning?
Yeah, Bills lost to Cincinnati.
shit. No, I didn't watch it. I stopped watching after Miami went out, and I'm still pissed off. But I figured the Niners are going to beat the. Isn't that who they're playing? The Niners, right?
Niners are playing the Cowboys. It's about 11 minutes in the fourth. What I saw with that Cincinnati game, I got about through the first half of it. I was so bored, I fell asleep. And I told Leanne, too, that I didn't think that the Bengals could beat Buffalo. I was wrong. I admit that I'm wrong. That's why they play the games. I didn't think Cincinnati was that good. But, Buffalo was losing to Cincinnati when that kid got hurt on that game that was canceled. So, that's why they play.
Well, and I haven't watched much of Cincinnati, but when I watched the Niners play, because I got a lot of family members who are Niners fans, and I'm not a Niners fan, but you can't deny what's his name, Purdy, man. Fuck that. The fucker's actually good.
Right now, the Niners are driving. They're about midfield here. So if they get another touchdown, they'll be up by 11, assuming they get the field goal. But, the game's been pretty crazy this past weekend. You never know who's going to win, and that's when it makes it the most interesting. Obviously not for bettors, but if I'm not mistaken, every game's also gone under the total, which is interesting because I think every game last week went over the total. So,
What's the total for this Niners game?
46.
Oh, shit.
So, that's not going to make that unless something
Right.
crazy happens.
So, Mr. X, whoever wins out of the 49er, I got a call coming in. Hold on.
All right. I thought for
Hello,
sure
you're
that
on
would
live.
go over.
Hey, it's me, everybody. How are you?
Hey, Jim, how are you, man? We were all worried about you.
Oh, well, listen, you don't have to be. being that my birthday is today, I appreciate all the wishes. I know everybody in the chat room has been so cool, but I'm sorry I'm a little late to my birthday show. But listen, if you guys, so many people have texted me and called me. If you want to send me a birthday present on the Cash App, let me give that again. It's James Terry PI. That's Cash App, James Terry PI. I turned 46 today, guys, so thank you for all the birthday wishes.
Happy birthday.
Yes. I don't hear it ringing. I'm just going to, everything I get, I'm just going to donate to the United Negro College Fund anyways. But listen, what's going on with the game? What's the score? 19, or is it 9-16?
Mr. X knows the score.
It's 16-12 right now. There's about 9 minutes left, and San Francisco's got the ball. They're driving 3rd down and 2 at midfield.
Who's winning?
San Francisco.
Yeah, San Francisco.
And Blue Diamond's up on the paddle tonight, Jim.
Oh, Blue Diamond's up. That's fantastic. How's she doing?
She's doing good. She has a little bit she's been on the breather machine all day long, but she has a little cough. And Miss Diamond, you want to tell Jim Terry how you feeling? You want to tell him?
Yeah.
Can you hear her, Jen?
Can you hear me?
No, what's wrong with her?
Oh,
Can you hear? Oh, no, she there. There she goes.
sorry.
Oh, she can.
Respiratory infection, and I'm on antibiotics, but I'm really having a really hard time. I'm fixing to
She's having
do
a hard time breathing.
Oh, well, then she should probably get off the phone and start texting me my Cash App, which is James Terry PI.
Part of
He's
it.
already here. He already left.
Yeah.
He left. But Mr. X, so I'm good to have you on the panel tonight. I'm good to have you drop in. And yesterday we had over 140 people over here yesterday, Mr. X.
That's excellent. I mean, the numbers are growing. I mean, you guys have passed me in subscribers, and I don't even think you're buying them like other channels are. This is legitimate and organic. You guys are growing by leaps and bounds. So, I mean, it's phenomenal to hear this, number one. And number two, also, I want to thank Arkansas for sending me a little something a couple days ago, because I haven't been online to be able to, thank her. So thank you.
Rainbow Melon says she sent you something too.
Rainbow Melon did?
Yeah, it says I sent him a Cash App today.
Huh.
Bless her heart.
Bless her little heart. Yeah.
Sorry,
No,
I missed the show.
No,
this
I've
morning.
never gotten anything from her today.
Oh, okay. It was probably.
You know what? I'll tell you
No,
this
she
too.
said Jim. She said Jim. She said
Oh,
Jim.
to Jim. Okay.
To Jim. Okay. Thank you, Rainbow Melon. Sorry.
No, that's okay. And the other thing with I checked in on those T-shirts things. I've had a few people reach out to me. I mean, I even ordered a T-shirt on the 10th, and I still haven't gotten it yet. So I contacted them today, and I'm like, "What's going on here?" I mean, some of these people ordered T-shirts, I think as early as like the 6th or 7th, whenever we did it. And I'm like, when are they going to start coming? So hopefully I'll hear something back on Monday.
Hey, right here, Fast Eddie said, at King Samoan paid me $20 to subscribe to at Johnny Yarbrough's channel. Yeah, right, Fast Eddie. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, every subscriber I got
He's
is
just being
all,
a smart ass, Johnny.
yeah, all my subscribers has been legit. I've been working hard for them. And
Johnny puts out a lot of shorts. People don't realize Johnny's shorts get thousands of views, like thousands and thousands of views on his kitty shorts.
Mr. X, I have over 640 videos out there.
Damn, that's a lot. I mean, they're adding up.
Yeah.
And I know a couple people have said I don't sound or feel good or whatever. I'm fine. It's just I'm trying not to be too loud because I'm over somebody's house and there's elderly people here, and it's not like I want to do the whole shenanigans. So I'm kind of talking a little bit quieter than I usually do. But no, I'm fine. It's just I'm never excited to looking forward to traveling. That's part of it. But I'm fine.
Are you hiding in the bathroom, Mr. X?
No, I'm actually I'm actually in a sunroom, and it's raining in this area really bad. So
you sound fine.
Oh, Mr. X, somebody under here last night was in my channel called, it was underneath No Name. Okay. That was the name of the No Name. Like, how it says for an example, Betty Hayward, but the other one had her. They were using their name as no name. And last night, after the show went off, this girl called me. She said that she was from South Africa, and but her typos were going up and down. Like first she couldn't really talk good English, then she started talking really good English in the chat room, and then she said somebody blocked her. But today I went to its YouTube studio, and there was nobody underneath that name of no name being blocked. But she called me from South Africa, and I have the number right here, and it seemed really, really weird. And she said that she got how she got to my channel was through what was it, Summer Wells, and then Jim Terry, and Jim Terry, and then she got me from Jim Terry's show. And I don't know what to think about that. You know what I mean? So,
well, I could tell you this. I know for a fact there's a lot of weirdos out there right now. A lot of people saying things. I see Sugar Plum in the chat here. Somebody sent me an email about her and this and that. Here, let me just say this real quick, and I'm not trying to be a jerk. Don't send me a book email complaining about people. Somebody sent me an email. I skimmed through the email. And it's annoying. Like, I'm not saying somebody like, Ruben Sanchez or something like that when he sends me an email, but somebody I've never spoke to sent me this long email saying that this Jim Terry subscriber person was harassing this or that. And I know for a fact that there's a lot of people under fake names that are doing that, trying to pretend like they're Jim Terry subscribers, or they're even trying to pretend like they're Salty Pancakes, because I heard him talk about that on his show the other day. And I would just be careful. Don't email me complaining about something unless you got proof of it, or I'm going to talk about it on the show.
Right.
It's just, or here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shut down that email, because it's like, here I am visiting friends, people I have never met in my life, and this person's going to send me a marathon email about Sugar Plum and somebody else that I'm not going to mention a bunch of names out here, but it's just ridiculous. So a lot of that's going on, and I told Ruben Sanchez that too. It's just like, sometimes it's just too much. It gets ridiculous. So I see Miss T's in here. Some of these YouTube, you could tell they have a brand new YouTube channel that was created like a couple days ago. Then they start emailing people.
That was what's so funny too, because I went and looked for her, and now and King Samoan and Ruben said that she deleted her channel and everything. She made the channel up, and then now it's gone. Now that her channel's nowhere to be found. I can't find her in the chat or anything from yesterday.
Now, if there's something legit that's happening, like, hey, this really happened, and here's the proof of it, and I screen grabbed it, and this came over here, and I know it's this person, by all means. But, it's just the he said, she said stuff. Even when Stiffy came on and somebody said that she was threatening people in the chat, then I went back and found that. We addressed it right on the show. So, I mean, what can I do? You know what I mean? Like, that's great that you're telling me, but what am I, the YouTube police? There's nothing I can do.
No, Mr. X, I was just sharing with you what happened yesterday. Is because
I'm talking about this email that I got. Now, I'm talking about it longer than I never even read the entire email. I just kind of skimmed through it and looked at some different names in it. And I'm like, ugh. And we get these like once every 2 or 3 days. Like, they come in, say, this person said this, or this happened to me with Salty, or I'm like, oh, okay, well, call in the show, Tell us there.
And Mr. X, I got some more good news too. In January, the month of January, the Queen Mary is shut down for all the where they give everybody a tour because they're packed right now. So I'm going to try to go for February to do the day tour, and I'm going to go in there and do 1 hour of paranormal activity for the
nighttime
crash
tour.
one.
Yeah.
Good. I want to see that. See that? I think that people like that kind of stuff when you're out and about. Speaking of being out and about, did you see the intros I sent you? I emailed them to you.
Who, me?
Yeah, I sent them to you.
No, I haven't seen them yet. I will look at them.
I recorded 2 intros for you at Broadway at the beach. I might be able to if you want me to bring them up, I could just play them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
I think they're on my phone, but since I emailed them to you, I can download them off the email.
Okay. Do you need another link?
So, no, I'm fine. I could do it.
Okay.
I'm seeing what your chat's saying, what Sugar Plum saying. Yeah, Sugar Plum, that email that was talking about you and was talking about the wife of Rock. That's what that email was talking about. Like I said, it was very confusing because it was a lot of he said, she said stuff, and I'm not going to decipher it. It actually kind of gave me a headache. It was like one giant paragraph that ran on forever. So they were talking about you and the wife of Rock and somebody allegedly from Oklahoma, which we know the two people who are in Oklahoma. But I don't know anybody else that's in Oklahoma except for just Mike. You know, so I don't know what to tell that person, but that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to see those, Mr. X. My new new
Give me 1
intros.
second here. Let me find them both. Give me one. I'll be back in a second. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm just gonna go on mute.
Okay, good.
Happy birthday, Blue
Okay, go ahead.
Diamond. Happy birthday.
Miss Blue Diamond, how you feeling? You still want to stay up here on the panel, Miss Blue Diamond? Are you feeling good to stay up here on the panel? Are you feeling all right?
I'm gonna stay to watch the intros, and then I'm gonna.
You're gonna bounce out?
Yeah.
Then
'cause
she's got to
I
go back to fufu time.
I'm sorry you're not feeling good, honey buns.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys made my evening.
Hey, Ruben, if you can hear me, man, I did send you the link twice, bro. I did send you the link twice, so you can come up whenever you're ready, man.
I really
Hey,
am going to make a
Johnny?
cake next week for you, Blue Diamond, with your name and everything on it. Now I'm going to eat it.
Do you think we can make her a cake too?
Because her birthday really isn't until next Sunday, Arkansas.
Oh, sorry.
Johnny, Johnny didn't know. He messed up and thought it was this Sunday, but it's next Sunday.
Yeah, Miss Blue Diamond. So I'm gonna make a cake. We're gonna make a cake for you too, Blue Diamond, and we're gonna eat it together. We're gonna all eat it together, and I'll eat most of it for the chat room. The chat room might want. Hey, listen, chat room, if you want to buy a little cupcake, or buy some little little cupcake or something, so you guys can intervene with us at the same time too. You know what I mean?
Johnny, can I ask you, Johnny, does she have a Cash App and say if someone wants to give her something for her birthday? Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I asked her if she has a Cash App, but she
Oh.
says no.
Oh, okay. Well, I just thought I'd try. Sorry.
Let me read this super sticker. We got a super sticker coming in at Sea Org at $2. Happy birthday, Mexican Mermaid. You are a beautiful.
You are beautiful, and I pray
You're
for you.
beautiful, and I pray for you. That's from the Sea Org.
Oh,
Miss
thank
Blue
you.
That's from.
The Sea Org has really good questions.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready. I'm back.
Okay, Mr. X, go ahead.
Is she muted?
No, Mr. X is here.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm the same way. My cupcakes had to be tasted. You gotta take Sugar Plum. I agree. You gotta taste your food, man. I'll
So
bake the
I
cake
think
and eat
you're gonna have to bring that up, Johnny. I don't think I can bring that up.
Okay, here we go. Right here.
So if you bring it up and push play,
There we go.
Years
it. Got a
ago,
phone call.
one
Johnny.
man worked at a carnival. He made his way
Give me 1 minute, Ruben.
from the East Coast to Los Angeles. He worked every possible ride until he made it all the way to the top. Johnny Yarborough. Johnny Yarborough TV.
all right,
Nice.
bring that down. The second one's a little. So that's just a normal one. That one's nothing too crazy. Now let me bring up the second one, which is a little bit more over the top.
Can you hear us, Ruben?
Yeah.
Okay, go
All
ahead.
righty.
Go ahead, Mr. X. I got to add it, huh?
There you
That
go.
was badass, though. I like that.
Can I go ahead and add it?
Yep. Just go ahead and add the one that looks like a ground.
Years ago,
Not that one.
one man worked at a carnival.
Let me remove that one. I got to do the other one. Oh, here we go, right here. There we go, right there.
Over the years, the man was known for frequenting carnivals and circuses. Now he's on YouTube, and now he's playing with his butthole.
Damn.
Hey, you know, Mr. X, that Ferris wheel right there, Mr. X, that Ferris wheel right there.
Yeah.
Guess how many hours it takes to tear that ride down?
how long?
It takes 18 hours to tear that ride down.
Damn. I think that's like a permanent one though.
Yeah, but you know that one right there, it has wheel. If you look underneath where the boards are at, it has wheels on it. It still has a trailer, and it still has its wheels on there. Like the wheels that you put the tires on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where that.
Well, that one has like the carts that are like enclosed that you go in around the circle, but or the Ferris wheel or whatever. But yeah, I was doing it out there at that Broadway at the beach. That's in Myrtle Beach. So there's like a lake in the middle, but around the lake is a 1 mile of them, like almost malls and stuff. So I'm doing it, and there's people walking by, but like I didn't want to do it like real over the top and real, so I'm kind of talking underneath my breath to myself. So like I'm not as like exaggerated as I usually would be, but yeah, at least I got a little something in, something to laugh about here. But that was it.
So I can use those for intros, huh?
Yeah, or if you want to just use the footage of them. But I was like, I just did it because I was like, I can grab some footage because the carnival section was shut down. So I was like, here's some carnival stuff that nobody's at.
Hey,
that,
Mr. X.
I didn't want to grab anybody else in the shot. Go ahead.
Mr. X, on that second one, after you do the whole butthole part and all that, can you say welcome to the circus on the end of it?
Yeah, I could.
Johnny,
I mean,
or
it's
is
going to
that
require
done? You
me
can't
to
add
go
anything.
back. I mean, I was just doing that on a phone, but like I could cut it.
Over the years, the man was known for frequenting carnivals and circuses. Now he's on YouTube, and now he's playing with his butthole.
Welcome to the circus.
Welcome to the circus. Here's what I'll do: is when I get back to where I have all my equipment, I could probably cut something together, like cut both of them together, and then redo it. So I was just grabbing it just to get the footage of it, because to get an empty carnival like that, like that's why I got it. So we'll grab it.
Hey, you're on live. Go ahead. Who is this?
Ruben.
Hey, Ruben, how you doing, bro?
Good. How's everybody?
Everybody's doing good.
Hey, I just wanted to wish Blue Diamond, a happy birthday. And sorry you are feeling under the weather.
He said, "Happy birthday to you, Blue Diamond," from Ruben. He said he's sorry that you're feeling underneath the weather.
Thank you, Ruben.
She said, "Thank you, Ruben."
Oh, I feel bad.
Yeah, we all feel bad.
Yeah.
All right, Ruben, is that it?
Yeah. Good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ruben.
Ruben's lost in the interwebs.
So are you feeling okay to stay up on the... Yes, ma'am.
I want to say something to the chat in Arkansas. I don't want to, if you wanted to send something, but I appreciate it, honestly. And all I would ask is on next Sunday, Lord willing that I'm better, everybody have a little cupcake or a cake or something. And I'm going to try to have a little cupcake or something. And we can all eat it live. Each one.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, guys, I'm going to head out.
Okay, and Miss...
All right, hope you feel better.
And Miss Blue Diamond, what would be a good time for you next Sunday? For you, what would be a good time for you to do this? You want to do this early, or you want to do it like later on the evening?
After football.
Okay, what time is football over?
I'm just kidding. No, it's your birthday. I'm just joking.
Oh, like around this time, because I'm by myself then, and so I don't have to, kind of be quiet. I can be myself. Well, not be quiet, but I can laugh and scream and do whatever I want.
Okay.
Blue Diamond, promise you'll reach out to us if you need anything, or if you
Blue
need
Diamond,
anything.
you got my number, you got Mr. X's number, you got Jim Terry's number. If anything ever happens to you, and if you like Arkansas says, if you need anything, let us know so we can help out. We'll love to help out.
Thank you. And Johnny, you can give my number to Arkansas.
Okay, I sure will.
Thank you.
And then just let me know that it's her number. Or
Okay,
text
no
me.
problem. I sure will.
Okay. Thank you, everybody on panel, everybody in chat. Thank you. Love you guys.
We love
Love
you.
See you later.
Hi.
Later.
I hope she feels better. Wow.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah,
that
it looks
sucks.
rough.
It really sucks.
Mr. X, I'm gonna look at that picture again, Mr. X.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna look at this one right here. Let me see it. I like this one here too.
He made his way from the East Coast to Los Angeles. He worked every possible ride until he made it all the way to the top. Johnny Yarborough. Johnny Yarborough TV.
Johnny, what is the top for you? What's the top one at the carnival?
The what?
What's the top when you make it to the
Oh,
top?
I made it from working the rides all the way up to working the games. The games is the
Nice.
highest level you can go, and I became a manager for like 2 years. And when I got into Pleasanton, California, that's when I went ahead and branched off from there, and not working there no more. And I made my and I always remember the numbers that I made. I made him over $7,000 and like a lot of money, and it was a good payday for me out of Pleasanton, California. You know where Pleasanton, California is, Mr. X, don't you?
I think that's north, right?
Yeah, it's like by Oakland. It's by Oakland.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never been up there.
Oh, okay.
And to respond, I think Rainbow Melon was saying something about Teespring and Amaze, which is, I think, an Amazon company that was purchased in November. So it shouldn't really have any bearing on anything in January. You know what I mean? Like early November 8th, I think it was purchased. So I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Years ago, one man.
Sorry about that.
You just like to hear it, though.
No, I'm trying to remove it. I'm
just playing.
Trying to remove it. I like it. I like them, dude. You know, I really do like them. And
did the Niners end up beating the Cowboys then? They did.
19-12 right now with 2 minutes left.
Who has the ball?
San Francisco's got it. First down. So I can remove the other one too.
Do they have any more timeouts for Cowboys or no?
2 timeouts, 147 left.
Shit.
So yeah, Johnny, what I was doing is I can cut a little something together out of that. That's why I can reverse it, go down or slow it down or whatever and redo the voiceover.
Well, no, I like when you say I'm
circus.
playing with my I like when you say I'm playing with my butthole. I like that. Leave that.
I
in
know. I
there.
was just doing it kind of quick because everybody's like, there's some people. I mean, those sections were empty, but like the mall sections behind me were like open. So
Don't be scared all your life.
just gotta be careful. Just
Everybody
talking
at
about
mall
playing with my
starts
butthole out there in an open area like that.
Hey, can I
Did you
read
just
something to
say-
you guys real quick? This
Yes,
is from
please.
Blue Diamond. Johnny, if everyone is up to it next Sunday at 8:30 Central Time, which
6:30 your time, I think.
it'll be 6:30 my time, I guess. It'll be Central Time. Which time? I don't know. What time is your time? That'll be 6:30. Thank you, Johnny, at your era. A beautiful person. I love you. Okay. Yeah. So next Sunday, be 6:30 our time, 8:30 Central Time, and I think East Coast time is East Coast will be 6:30. It'll be 8:30.
9:30.
It'll be 8:30, Mr. X, right?
Yeah,
That's right.
Central
That sounds
Time-
right.
Yeah, I'm 2 hours away from you, and I'm in Central Time. So.
Okay, so East Coast is like 9:30. So everybody, next Sunday we're gonna have the real birthday party next Sunday for Mrs. Blue Diamond, and I want everybody to be here. If you guys can make it, good. If you can't make it, we'll still we'll still have you in our prayers also. And Mr. X, I know you'll probably be here next Sunday, right?
Yeah, I should be back to normal by Thursday or Friday of next week.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Thursday or Friday this week. I'm sorry.
This week, yeah.
So yeah, things will kind of go back to normal at the end of the week for me.
Hey, that was in West Virginia. You said, Mr. X, that
No.
amusement park.
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Oh, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yeah,
You know,
right by where that buffet that I showed the video on the Jim Terry TV too. It's actually right across the street from that.
You know, I've been through Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, North Carolina, and it was really, the Carolinas is really beautiful at nighttime when you're on the highway and you've seen the sunset drop. It's really pretty like that, man.
I tell you what, there's some backwoods areas of North Carolina, like driving up from South Carolina to North Carolina. There's like nothing in some of these areas. And, you know, I guess I've been spending too much time in Beverly Hills because I was like, man, this is where do these people work at? You know, there's just like nothing out there except for like a bunch of churches. I mean, I'm probably not telling anybody, but maybe I've been spending too much time in Los Angeles. But I'm like, damn, there's like nothing around here, you know. But it's just, I guess, the way life is.
Ooh. Oh, shoot. Guess who's here? Tennessee Gambler. Oh, no, that's Equalizer. Wait.
All right.
Dang, you did that good.
Gentlemen, I took the over on the 49ers and whoever the fuck they were playing. Airplanes fly in the air and shit. But there are only 448 747s in service.
Here's what you need right now. If you got the 49ers, he stepped out of bounds. You need Dallas to get the ball back. I'm sorry, if you have the over. And you need the Cowboys to score a touchdown and to go into overtime. That's really the only shot you'd have on the over. Otherwise, it's going under.
Did you have the under, Mr. X?
I didn't take anything on it.
No?
I'm just kind of watching it. Nope. Yeah, I didn't mess with it. Two teams I'm not a big fan of betting for or against. You can't bet with the Cowboys in the playoffs ever. So the Giants game, I couldn't. There was just a lot of games I didn't feel comfortable with, so I didn't really bet anything this weekend. Watched it.
Mr. X, that's what we were talking about yesterday. Equalizer said that you ever watch King of the Hill?
I've never watched it. I know what it is, but
okay, you know the guy that plays Dill that wears the sunglasses and wears the cowboy hat and has that's who Tennessee Gambler looks like.
Yeah, I did actually, Miss T. I did see him on the show last night. I mean, I just didn't watch like every little aspect of it, and then, you know, I didn't see the Lance and Ty thing. I heard about it. You know, I tried to like find that part of the show, but you know, hey, what's up, Ruben? But some of the stuff I missed, but like I'm hearing about it. So I mean, when these shows are like 3 hours and there's a lot of stuff, like I saw him pop up. I saw Lance pop up on the show, but I didn't see, you know, anything with Ty Corbin and him on at the same time. Were they on at the same time?
No.
Okay, that's why somebody told me that they were, and I skimmed through it to find it.
Oh, yeah, they were. Yeah, they were. Ty Corbin was on the phone. Lance was on the panel.
Maybe that's why I missed it, because I just saw Lance, and then I saw Jim asking him a few questions. I think Jim was on the phone too. And then, you know, I feel the same way about the thing with, was that a safety? The same thing with the Lance thing and his dog, as you know, as Jim does. I mean, I'm not judging the guy. I don't know if he took care of his dogs or not, but him getting a dog to me would be interesting. So, you know, I think
unless you're his old dog.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course.
And then it's gonna suck.
But I mean, like, there's so many videos out there and YouTube channels of people learning how to do something, learning how to build a log cabin, learning how to build a ghost town. I mean, that one guy, Ghost Town Living, is about a guy who purchased a ghost town and had no experience with it. So sometimes a person not having experience, let's say, like, oh, well, what is his qualifications for a cadaver dog? Well, that if he was qualified for it and had a ton of experience, what fun would that be? Him maybe not being. And obviously, you don't want to see anything happen to the dog, and him learning about it and going out there. I don't think they're going to find anybody, but I think that could be interesting. It's certainly more interesting, at least to me, than just walking into a cave or a mine or whatever.
Nance.
So what I'm thinking about doing is as soon as when they start letting people come in for a new tour, Mr. X. I'm going to try to sign up in February to go to the tour of the Queen Mary. And, so I think I'm ready to do that. And
did you tell them about it, or are you just going to go do it?
I'm probably going to ask. I'm probably going to call up there first, or even go up there to talk to somebody and let them know that, hey, look, I'm a YouTuber. me and my audience wants me to come in here and see if you'll allow me to come in here and do a tour and video camera a little bit of it, and to see if they'll allow me to do it. You know what I mean?
I think if you ask them, they won't let you.
So just do it then.
Yeah, because here's how I do it. I mean, yeah, I would just say like I did with that guy. I mean, I don't like lying, but Los Angeles and permits and Long Beach and permits. I would just be like, hey, I got a sister on the East Coast, and I want to show this to her. And he don't know that you're talking to a whole YouTube channel. I got some family members who want to see this. If anybody asks you, because I guarantee you, and I haven't been on their site in a long time, that I can go to the Queen Mary website, and they have a listing about how to film there and how to grab permits or what the prices are. So as soon as you start talking YouTube or creators, they're going to think you're making millions of dollars off it.
Right.
So I just say, hey, listen, if anybody asks you, I'm shooting this for some family members, and they don't know what you got going on.
Right.
You're not going to pull a permit for that. And they do. Some of these places do have less expensive permits for YouTube stuff because they know that that's a thing. Like they know they're not going to shut down a street that doesn't require as much or lighting or anything like that. But they'll, it's LA. They're going to try to squeeze a nickel or dime out of you any way they can.
Mr. X, he could probably just call the number on there and ask whoever answers the phone about that, couldn't he? I would imagine to get that question along.
About just generally, hey, I want to. Yeah, well, I mean, people are filming things there all the time, but like, I don't know. I always think it's better to, at least in Los Angeles, to ask for forgiveness than permission. But then again, you don't want to have a whole live show based around it, and then they tell you to go blow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, stop doing that. So, I don't know. Let me do this. I'll look up and see what they say it on their website. And let me go on mute for a second.
Okay.
Hang on one second.
Let me read this super sticker. This super sticker is coming in from Doe Jam, $5. Super sticker, Johnny, Queen Mary, fun. There we go. Thank you, Toe Jam, very much for that $5 super sticker. Really appreciate it.
For the Queen Mary Fund.
The Queen Mary Fund, yes, sir.
Arkansas.
Be right back.
Arkansas. I know you can hear me.
She should be right back.
Oh, she got foo-foo time?
Yeah.
Everyone needs a little.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, huh?
Everybody. Foo-foo time.
Johnny, when I was a kid, when I lived over there in Samoa, I used to live right there at the Robert Louis Stevenson. You know who that is? He's an author. He's a book writer. He's been dead. He's died in the 1800s sometime. Late 1800s. You don't know. But he wrote, you heard of the show or the movie Treasure Island, haven't you?
Yeah.
He wrote that. That's his book.
Oh, really?
But, when I was a kid, I used to live on that plantation at the house there.
Wow.
Yeah, before they remodeled it and turned it in. This was, early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. Before they remodeled it and turned it into a tourist attraction museum. And we used to go over to that house all the time. Well, you got another super sticker, Johnny. Sorry.
Looky Lou at $4.99 super sticker. Congrats on your excess. Thank you, Looky Lou. I really appreciate that for coming in at $4.99 at super sticker. Congrats on your excess. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Let me see. I'm home now, and I can send you the. I'm just going to tell her to hold it till next Sunday.
What?
Dana Nicole did something. Can you send the link, or I can call?
Well, she knows anybody can call at any time. The number is always
So
out
real
there.
quick, I mean, just looking at the Long Beach fees, I mean, just in case, because this is the worst case scenario, an application's $368 and the permit fee's $525 per day. Then they're gonna ask you. I mean, if you go into the thing like, hey, I want to do this for a show or whatever, and they don't realize like you're just doing it on a phone or something, like how I was doing that stuff there, like I just grabbed some footage. You know, do you have insurance? Do you have this? Are you going to have to hire police officers? They have a thing that I call a goon fee, which is like a person who just like kind of babysits you, and you got to pay them like $50 an hour. You know, at some of these places. So I would just be careful of how you say it. Like, hey, listen, I got some family members. I want to do a live stream to some family members. Is that okay?
Right.
Don't even tell them your name. Don't even tell them what you're going to come there. And then you can tell real quick if they're like, yeah, well, you're going to have to get permits, or we watch for that, or yeah, we don't care. Then get that lady's name and then just go and play stupid and be like, well, Betty Joe at the office said I could do this. I didn't know.
Well, and Mr. X, with the paranormal tour that they do, you would think they would allow people to like have their phones out or encourage it. I would think in the paranormal tour part. I don't know about the rest of it, but
no, yeah, and but some of those things are like, this is not for like the Universal Studios things. They don't want you. By the way, the game's over now. San Francisco did win. Cowboys gone. Cowboys lost again. Another playoff loss. Another under. But what ends up happening is these YouTubers, they go, I've seen it with German and Venice, they go through Universal Studios and they walk through the haunted houses and, they're getting content. Now it's kind of ruining it for people who might want to go in there and see that show. Like that's why they have it ticketed. It's like, no live photography or, live footage or whatever. That's the reason Chappelle and those people do that. So, I mean, I would just do it, just like I said, play dumb.
Yeah, I was looking on YouTube, and PZ showed me that there was 4 guys that was at the Queen Mary, and they were in a room at a hotel room, and they were doing the paranormal activity in their room. They didn't leave their room at all. They just
Right, because they rented a room, and they rented a room for that night. They got a hotel room. So that's if you just pay for a ticket, how many people do you see with cameras and video cameras? I mean, that's not a big thing. But when it's a live stream, this is what I'm saying. They're not going to know. But when you start asking, hey, I'm doing this for a YouTube show, they're going to think it's way bigger financially than it is. That's just what I'm warning you of. So when you start, that's how LA is. I'm going to count Long Beach as part of LA. This is why I've never pulled a permit inside Los Angeles County. I've done it for Orange County, which the Orange County Film Commissioner is a really nice lady. San Bernardino, I've done it in. Those places are easy to do it in. But Los Angeles County is ridiculous. That's why nobody wants to film there.
Right.
That's why places, you hear these things, people are like, that's why they're going to Tulsa, Oklahoma, or some of these states. What's the other one? Louisiana, Mississippi, Atlanta. I mean, the permits are like easy to get. Even Vegas's permits are real easy to pull. There's some places they'll give you locations for free because they just want you to spend money there. So it depends what it is, but something like that, they don't need your filming there. People are going there because it's an attraction. It's Queen Mary. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why I would just try to do it under the guise of that you're doing something for family members, and they're not going to know the difference.
Yeah. But so in other words, don't do it live then, just do it.
No, do it. You could do it live. What I'm saying is don't overly ask for permission.
Or just do it and play dumb.
Yeah, just go and do it and play dumb. Right.
Just go in there and do it. We did check out how much the rooms there at when they open they said when they open the hotel back up, it's $200 a night there.
See, and I would rather pay the $200 for a night because they'd be like, well, hey, I'm a guest here. I have a room here. I'm shooting some footage as a review to a show, but they don't know.
Yeah, we were all talking about if I go in the hallway and a ghost comes up to me and says, "What are you doing?" And I can tell the ghost, you know what? I'm playing with my butthole.
Probably what those dudes in that room were doing. You couldn't really see what they were doing, but I'll bet you could hear that if you listened.
And I wonder if having the room will give you access to their internet. Like I'm sure, like a hotel, they have internet there that you can access, or pay a couple bucks more. You go to a Sheraton or something, or one of these hotels, and they have the premium internet anywhere there. So I don't know if that's the case with the Queen Mary. It is a hotel after all. That you could get that and have better signal when you go down to a boiler room or something. So
she says, Purple Pixie says, you want a room in B340. I guess that's the most haunted room over there on the Queen Mary. Purple Pixie said.
There you go. Yep.
I would love to have that room. You know what? I'll probably be scared at first to go in there at nighttime. So my chicken ass would freaking turn on all the lights on first, Mr. X, and then let me get warmed up to it, because I have a good source that somebody's gonna let me use their spirit box and stuff like that. And see, it's telling them that Johnny Yarbrough, tell them you want 34 OB. It's haunted. There it is.
There's a guy who's got a YouTube channel. His name's Pompsy. I don't know if you've ever seen him. Kind of got long hair, big nose guy. He is in Las Vegas, and he does all these reviews on Las Vegas hotel rooms, regardless if they're good or not. Like, he'll go get a suite at the new Circa and be like, okay, this is what it's like. But since that's all that he does, he's done Reno and stuff like that too. But since that's all that he does, people start giving him. But they're giving him hotel rooms, that is. But he edits them together. They're not really live streams. Now, him and his girlfriend do go live from places sometimes, but his show's mostly edited together show. But he's doing it on a phone. It's not like he's coming in there even with the size of camera that I have, or lighting, or anything like that, sound equipment. So you're going to be able to get away with it. That's why you guys are lucky with this kind of stuff today. You do it all on a phone. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it says right here, Past Eddie said, watch Sam and Kobe. They did the 34 OB, and it was good. Johnny, you can do it. You can do it. I've done it in a couple most haunted hotels and at their special rooms. See, Miss T told me I can do it.
They have a haunted hotel here in Arkansas. I know you're not going to come here.
Are you going to go to it?
No.
Hey, Mr. X, ain't there some haunted houses here in LA where I can do that too? Like haunted.
I don't know. I mean, maybe
haunted hotel rooms.
I see a lot of those people do. And Rainbow Melon, no, I've never seen a ghost. I've never seen an exorcism. I know that we were talking about this the other night. No, I've never had anything supernatural happen to me ever. But I know a lot of people do those, like, locations where somebody's passed away at. And I always think that those are interesting. I don't know if they're ghost related, but they go to like the Wonderland Murders location in the Hollywood Hills, or where the Black Dahlia was killed, or whatever. It's like a sidewalk. You can go where Whitney Houston died in Beverly Hills Hilton, in her hotel room. I've seen those kind of things, like a celebrity died here, or there was a famous murder here. But as far as haunted, I don't know. Magic Castle, maybe that one. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean,
you know what I can do too. I can do when Knott's Berry Farm starts their Halloween theme. I could probably walk through the park doing that too at nighttime, huh?
Yeah, they're not going to know. It's just you're a nice guy and you want to ask for permission and this and that. What I'm telling you for Los Angeles is, one time I was in Culver City and I went to this shitty hotel and I was like, hey, I want to film here. It was gun ho, new in Los Angeles. Thought that if I rented a room or two, and the guy's like, okay, well, we charge $3,000 a day. This is a hotel room on Jefferson and Sepulveda in Culver City, where they kind of merged together. And this was a dump. He's like, I said, $3,000 a day? What if I just rented a hotel room and didn't tell you? He goes, well, now I know. And I'm like, ugh. So anyway, yeah, Rainbow Melon, I've never experienced anything. I don't know if I believe in any of that. I'm waiting to see it, but I want to see it, but I don't. I hope it happens. I've just never seen it.
You're gonna learn today. I'm just playing.
Hey, Mr. We got a super sticker right here, Mr. X. Please go to La Brea Tarts and Pits.
Tar Pits.
Yeah, that's off Wilshire Boulevard. I have been there, Toe Jam. It's right next to the Screen Actors Guild building. It smells like asphalt there. So, I mean, because there's literally, the tar is actually asphalt that's coming up through the ground. So, it smells. But it's right next to the main Screen Actors Guild building. So, yeah, I've been there a bunch of times. No, I don't want Miss T's like, I'll show you, Mr. X. No, I want to see it in person. I want somebody to say, hey, there's an exorcism going on. We're going to take you down to, wherever, and we're going to show this to you, and you're going to see this in person. This is going to change your mind.
Ty Corbin,
Not somebody with a spirit box, not somebody with a Ouija board moving their hand. Like, I'm a real skeptic on those kind of things.
Ty Corbin said he'd sleep in a graveyard and it wouldn't bother him a bit. Can you do it and live stream it? No, I'm just joking.
Mr. X, we have a right here in Long Beach off of Willow and Orange. That's the biggest cemetery there, and it's scary though too. I'm thinking about, and it's very, very old. I'm thinking about going in there at nighttime and walking around and do something like that too in the Pet Cemetery, and not the Pet Cemetery, the cemetery. There's a cemetery period. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I'm actually looking up haunted places in Los Angeles. But that would be legit here. I mean, so here's I'll give you 13 places that they're saying are haunted. The S Bridge, in Pasadena. You know, the old bridge that goes over.
Yes.
Colorado Street Bridge. Are you familiar with that? The old one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one's considered haunted. The Hollywood Roosevelt. They're saying the Comedy Store is the Hollywood sign. Griffith Park.
Griffith Park. They say Griffith Park is haunted.
Yep. Pantages Theaters, Culver Studios, which is actually in Culver City, right next to Sony, not too far from my box. The Del Monte Speakeasy. Yamashiro, it's a
Leanne
Japanese place.
It's saying Fairbrook Manor. Is that somewhere y'all know?
No, I'm looking up. The Silent Movie Theater, I've heard of that. That's actually off of Beverly Boulevard. The Queen Mary is listed, obviously. That's not really Los Angeles, but Cobb Estate, the Haunted Forest. And then Cecil Hotel, which, that one's goofy. That's near Skid Row. Did you see the documentary about that?
That's where they want Johnny to go, to the Cecil Hotel.
What the hell is the Cecil Hotel?
So there was a documentary. I think it was on Netflix. There's obviously the famous area with Skid Row, where it's a homeless area in Los Angeles, where there's probably the largest population of homeless. There's a old hotel that's called the Cecil Hotel, and it was kind of a halfway house, but like they split the hotel into two, where half of it was like you could kind of live in it, but the other half was like cheap rentals. And it kind of got ghetto and this and that. So they made a documentary about a girl who they had footage of. Arkansas, you see this?
Yeah,
you see this documentary?
Yeah, it's creepy.
There's an Asian girl who went in there, and then she was walking in the elevators and flipping out, and then she just disappeared. And they had no idea what happened to her. So the ending of the story was she was on drugs. She went up to the roof, and she jumped into the water. You know how they have those water containers on the roof? Mm-hmm. For like extra water that trickles down or whatever. So her body she jumped in there and couldn't get out. So her body was in there for like how long?
Damn.
Yeah. So like they made it like real creepy, and the footage they had of her looked real scary. It looked like something from the fucking Grudge or something.
It did, in that elevator. Yeah.
Yeah. But she just ended up there and, I think slipping in by accident. I didn't think it was S or anything like that, but
Is that Cecil Hotel here at LA?
Yep, the one right by Skid Row. So that's the one that they say that is haunted. The downtown LA one. Yeah.
Betty said people were drinking the water where she was. That's disgusting.
Yep.
Ew.
So I mean, I never go down to that area. That's an area that
So what is that documentary? What is it? What's that? If I want to go watch it, what is it called?
It's probably called the Cecil Hotel. I don't know though. It might not be.
Cecil Hotel.
It might be about that.
It was
girl.
nasty that they did that. Ew. Makes me want to gag.
Can you find it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's called Crime Scene: The Vanishing at the Cecil Hotel. But there's a lot of other things that have happened there that they talk about the history of that hotel. Like, what's his name stayed there?
We got a phone call.
Robert Rodriguez stayed there. The Night Stalker stayed there during all his spree.
Oh, so, Richard Ramirez.
I'm sorry, Robert Ramirez.
You're on live. Who is this?
You're right.
Hey, Johnny, it's Dana. I'm sure I'm probably too late, but
you're never late.
Well, I've got a schedule that, you know what, last minute shit pops up every day.
I hear you.
That's life for you.
That's life for you. So anyway, next Sunday is Blue Diamond's birthday, so you can save what you want to save that for her for next Sunday if you want to do that.
Next Sunday. What time?
The 29th, same time. 6:30. 6:30, 8:30 her time.
Okay. I don't know if anybody in here was watching football or not, but go Niners.
Yep,
Sorry,
and
I
Blue
just turned the
Diamond
show
like
on because I was watching football on my way home.
Okay.
I mean, I shouldn't probably be watching and driving at the same time, but I was just listening.
Yeah, you can't be doing that.
I was just listening.
Okay.
All right. Well, I won't stay on. I'll let you guys get back to whatever you guys were talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about creepy shit and somebody
We're talking about
drinking the water.
we're talking about creepy shit. What people want me to go do?
Oh, okay.
Some lady who has
I got more
passed away
stories
and they were
about
drinking her
creepy
water
shit.
or some nasty shit.
I know you were talking
Creepy.
about one with Queen Mary. I've got some crazy stories about a hotel in Oregon. It's called the Columbia Gorge.
Oh yeah.
oh, that's
It's
where King Samoa's at.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's up way past me. That's up top.
Well,
Up-
it's the only
Yeah,
other thing I know in Oregon.
yeah, it's up there.
I worked there for a season just for fun, and it was, I mean, I never felt really scared, same as my other experience at home, but it was definitely feel like eyes are on you and there's nobody there. But it's more than that. I mean, so.
Oh.
But Queen Mary I've stayed there before. I didn't have any experiences, but I've heard there's plenty. So, all right, I'll let you guys get back to the other creepy stuff. And if I don't talk to you before, I will try to be there on Sunday.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Bye. Well, there you go. That was a
Bye.
good phone call. Go ahead, Mr. X. Say what you were saying now.
Oh, I'm just looking at the weather. Oh, no, that's basically it. I mean, I was saying that Richard Ramirez stayed at that Cecil Hotel. It talks about that in the documentary when he was doing all that, his spree, because I don't think that's too far from that bus station. People coming in and out of, transient people coming in and out, all the different shenanigans. I mean, it explains in that documentary and why they think that it was haunted. And then, of course, that situation happened, where they had the footage of it, and then it just got a life of its own. But I think she was on drugs or something like that. I don't hate to ruin it for you, but that's what happened. And she fell in.
Damn, I hope I don't fall in if I go over that hotel.
Well, no, I don't think you can
Don't
go
go
up
up
to
on
the
the
roof
roof.
anymore.
Huh?
Right.
And the crazy
You have
thing
to
is
go
they
to
had
the roof.
people like search every inch of that hotel to try to figure this out. Like, this woman just vanished. And then they figured it out finally. Christine asked if I live by where that incident happened last night. No, that's about 31 miles away from me. So,
What
I
happened?
mean, there was a big, mass shooting last night near Altadena, Monterey Park.
Really?
Yep, I saw that. I think 10 people died.
But he
But
was
you're
dumping.
talking.
He was dumping on Asian people, wasn't he?
I don't know what it was over. I didn't see. I just saw that it happened, and I kind of had to. I know Altadena because I've done commercials up there. There's some nice older houses, but Monterey Park, it's not exactly an area I've hung out a lot in. I know what it is, but you're talking 31 miles, but that's like the opposite side of LA. Like, I'm on like the water, and that's the opposite, like the east side of downtown. That's might as well be an hour and a half. So it sounds close, but not really.
Oh wow.
So,
Did they catch? I don't. Miss Texas. I don't know if they caught that guy yet or not. I can't. I don't know. I haven't been following it. He shot himself in a van. That's what they're saying. LG. Yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, I appreciate you thinking about me, Christine. It's just LA's so big. I mean, I have that too with my mom. She contacts me every time there's an earthquake, and I'm like, I'm in an area I don't even feel it. So, I mean, just because there's an earthquake in like San Francisco doesn't mean that we're going to feel it down there. Or there's actually earthquakes every day. You just don't hear about them because they're not very big. So LA's so huge. I mean, Dana Nicole might be actually even closer to that than me. You know, and she's San Bernardino. So it just depends where you're at. That's a town that of all the years, I don't think I've ever been in Monterey Park.
Wow. Hey, Mr. X, no shit, Mr. X. I have a picture that says love on it, like a little picture that says love on it. And it just fell off the wall by itself right now. You know what I'm saying?
Looking it up right now.
Did you let a big
Where's
fart
it at?
out, Ronnie, and it blew it off?
Oh, it just fell off?
It just fell off right now by itself.
Did you fart?
No, I didn't fart.
Okay.
It's PZ doing it.
No, PZ's not even in the room.
The hell?
Yeah, so it just fell off the wall right now.
That's creepy.
It was creepy. Well, you know, there's a story that the place I'm living in, they said that there is some spirits in my apartment, and it's like a little baby and its mom, and he always says, "Don't mess with the baby, don't mess with the baby," and sometimes I joke around and, "Where's the baby at? Where's the baby at?" Because my light, when you turn my light on up here in my room, it will go like this. It'll flicker like 6 times before it wants you to turn the light off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so it does that. It said Miss Texas said Bug did it.
Butt plug did it.
Yeah, butt plug.
I don't know if Miss T's here or not, but or if Jim's listening, but literally minutes ago, I finally got the email. I don't know if this guy's interesting to you guys or not, but on the 21st is when everybody gets paid for, being a YouTube creator.
Mm-hmm.
And technically, December is my first month. So I would get it this month, which would have been January 21st. And I contacted Jim. I was like, yeah, I didn't get it. And Jim's like, I didn't get it. And I asked Miss T, and she's like, yeah, I don't know. Now, just a minute ago, I got an email that said that that's been released. I didn't contact him or anything, but I wonder why it's late like that.
Weekend?
That's what we were
Business
thinking.
days?
Yeah, since it's not, but today's Sunday. Why would it come right now then?
Well, if it's electronic deposit, they come early. It's probably intended for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking then, because,
Mr. X, I got a question about that. So I did everything like they asked me to do, but I don't see the form on there of doing the text thing. So I'm just waiting on that piece of mail coming in the mail now, right?
Yeah, if that's the last thing you have to do, you got to wait for that to come in the mail. Then it comes in I think I sent you a picture of what it looked like, but
yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
So you get that, and then it just has a number in there, and then you go back into it, you enter the number, and that's good. And then the first time anything will be released to you will be February 21st.
February 21st. So I'm gonna have to wait. I'm gonna have to wait 2 months, though, right? Pretty much.
No, because no matter. Like if you're getting something this month, you'll get it February 21st because this will be the end of this month. Will be your first month.
Oh,
it's not like it's 2 weeks behind, like a paycheck where they hold one or anything like that. I'm not aware of that.
Oh, okay.
So, don't forget, mine came on the 19th of December, so it's not like it was very long. So, yeah, Blue Diamond, a couple shekels coming my way.
Lucky.
That's when I was in Vegas doing those shows, and some of the first monetized shows were at the end of December, and that New Year's Eve show. So that's from those.
Mr.
Speaking
X,
of coming in real quick, Rainbow Melon just sent me something.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, that's from the other day. That's when I sent her my information. Okay, I got that confused.
Yeah, right now, Mr. X, I was looking on my YouTube studio, and I was sharing it with King Simone and Ruben. My estimated revenue is for like a week that I've been going on. I've been on for 3 weeks, right, Mr. X? I've been on for 3 weeks.
I don't know. Yeah, not sure.
My estimated revenue is 509.
That's good. You're making more than me. I think the more important thing is, just that you got it going. You get everything set up. $500 is not bad. And obviously Cash App probably is a little bit better because then you're supposed to put money aside for the taxes on that too. So, you know, you'll get there. I mean,
right. You know, and Mr. X, you remember, I remember you saying this too to me. You said, Mr. X, you said, Johnny, I would love to see Johnny get monetized over there because I deserve it. You know,
I did say that. Yep.
And everybody that, you know, like I said, you know, I don't want to sound like a broken record. Everybody that has helped me over here, supported me, you guys, you know, believe it or not, Mr. X, you and Jim were a big part of this, you know, and like King Samoan, Arkansas, Equalizer, everybody, Jim Terry, everybody was a big part of this for my success, you know, Ruben, Melissa, all the mods that, you know what, and you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give all the mods a speaker, like, because they've been working so hard for me. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give all the mods a little Bluetooth speaker. You know what I mean? And they deserve it. You know what I mean? And
that's right.
Let me go ahead and read this super sticker. Miss Texas, $10 coming in at super sticker. It sounds happy Sunday, Johnny, in the panel. And thank you, Miss Texas, for that. And I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank
you. And I really appreciate everything everybody has done for me. You know, I've been putting in a hard week this week, and you know, I'm kind of and I worked, you know, I worked from, because it's been 1 week today, from Sunday to Sunday. That's when I started going hard and going more harder. Every show that I've done has been over 3 or 4 hours long. And you know what? Now we're getting steady, having over 100 people in the chat room, over 100 people in the chat room, being steady in the chat room. You know what I mean? And Mr. X, I can't wait. One day I'm gonna get up there to 200 to 300 people in the chat room, and I can't wait for that to happen. I'm just gonna take it slow, take it easy, and just go with how I'm going with the flow. You know what I mean?
I mean, just think about it like this. There's a lot of people out there like Monkey Mar and, you know, even Lance's channel where he's going into mines and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Lance said on your show you know, I'm not trying to put him down or anything, but he only made $800. I think Monkey Mar told me one time on her show that the most she ever made in a month was 300, which, you know, it's obviously, I never look at it like we're in competition with anybody. Like, oh, I mean, if they bring that up as a reason, I could say, like, here's what people would say to us. You guys aren't going to be around. And I'm like, say, well, we had our best month ever. But I don't consider anybody competition, like Salty or any of that. Like, they're not a competitor of ours. Whatever they do, they do. Whatever we do, we do. We're just worried about being the best we can be. But if you do compare, you can say, and I don't like to, but you could say, you're already doing better than a lot of people that have been around a long time. And you have a lot of people out there, and I bet he who lives in Oklahoma knows what I'm talking about, who say that they're, you know, YouTubers and they've been there for a long time, but they can't get 20 or 30 people to watch them. They're not monetized. Nobody really cares what they're doing. In fact, they can have shows that are nothing but, you know, swatting and nobody will watch them. You know what I mean? So
right.
You're doing, I mean, I don't always measure money as a way of saying success. Like, are people having a good time? Or are people having a good reaction? Are they coming back? Like, I looked at the Jim Terry TV too, because I want to see how many people are new watchers versus the people that are coming back. And obviously you want the new watchers, in my opinion, to grow, but the people who are coming back are like 90%. So I think that that's a good thing, the way that I'm sitting. And for it only being, I'm only on like once or twice a week. Like, that's not bad. And I'm not on for very long. Don't forget, I'm only on for like an hour or so as like a warm-up show to Jim. So, and I'm thinking about this Tuesday. I know this is going to be a tough subject, and I'm going to have to dance around some things because Melissa asked me about this. But I'm going to talk about that Alec Baldwin thing. And about my experiences. Not, you know, this isn't about weapons necessarily, because you want to stay away from that kind of stuff on YouTube, but just about on-set safety and my experiences. And after that situation that happened with the indictment and all that, I'm going to give my opinion on it. I wasn't there, but I'm going to talk about it. So, like, it gives me an hour to talk about something like that. She asked, she wants to know the answer. I'm going to give it to her in a long form. So I think Melissa asked it. Maybe it was somebody else.
Yeah, that'd really be interesting. I'd listen to that. So I want to know.
I have a pretty
how all
simple
that
opinion on
happened
that.
Go ahead.
I think that it's pretty hard to commit a crime without intent.
I'll listen to that too, Mr. X.
This is what I'll say the basis of it without getting too deeply into it.
Sure.
That guy's been on 100 times the amount of movies that I've been on, and at 100 times, 1,000 times the level. I mean, the guy's been the main character. The guy's, the rule number one is you never, ever even point a prop at somebody. He should know that, especially if you're a producer. There's no excuse. Period.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
And even going back to the days, when you start in the industry, and I'll go into this more long form, but I remember the first time I ever did background when I first moved into LA. I did it on a show called Crossing Jordan, and they give you the prop, like police officer, stuff, right? And at lunchtime, they take them from you. Because otherwise people pose with them, or they show it like, put it to their head, trying to be funny, taking selfies and all that, and it's just dumb. And that's the last thing you want to do, because somebody who doesn't know any better would do that. And I knew better even at that point. This guy's been around for way too long. He knows better.
Well, that's true.
There's just no. I mean, here's a perfect example. You've seen the movie? We talked about this, The Edge, with the bear that's chasing him and Anthony Hopkins through the woods.
I've never seen that.
Okay, so phenomenal movie. Anthony Hopkins and him and another guy go out, get lost in the woods, and this bear's chasing them around. And they have a musket and this and that. What year that came out? When I was in high school. It's not like this guy hasn't been around. Plus, he's a producer. There's no excuse.
Yeah, he should know better.
But I'm like, now crime part of it, that part of it, I can't really judge because I'm not the prosecutor. I don't have everything in their, in their world of here's all what happened. I don't know everything there, but.
Well, didn't that happen to what's his name, Bruce Lee's kid? Didn't he do the same similar shit happen to him?
Yeah, but that happened in Wilmington, actually not too far from where I'm at, but
years ago, right?
Yeah, in the 90s, he got shot but it was kind of a different scenario. I mean,
it wasn't the same.
Okay.
I mean, it's the same.
I'm not too familiar with
the same kind of. I mean, these accidents happen not all the time, but enough. Probably the most famous one is, for those of you who are a little bit older, the Vic Morrow one for the Twilight Zone movie, where the helicopter landed on him and two kids in that Vietnam scene. But here you got two situations where two young kids. I don't even know if they were properly paperworked, to be working, certainly not be working that late. And the helicopter pilot, that ruined John Landis's career. So accidents, and that has nothing to do with a weapon or anything like that. That has to do with a helicopter crash. So these kind of things happen to the biggest of the big. The other one I would think about was that Midnight Rider one, which that was with a train being on a track and hit that cinematographer. I mean, some of it is just bonehead errors, But I think if anybody's really at fault, it's the armorer, which that's what I'm going to really get into.
I agree with that.
And I'll talk. I know some people who know that armorer and know the father. That's what I'm going to get really into. Yeah. And so even look what Ruben Sanchez.
Hey,
I mean, like the first rule is never to do that. You're right.
Hey, I got to let the dogs out, so I got to be a few minutes. Okay.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, the fact that there was live rounds even anywhere near the non-live is the number one thing that went wrong, I believe.
Well, you got a lot of these scenarios where I call them incentive states or states that get rebates. New Mexico's where the situation happened. The thing with Midnight Cowboy, the Allman Brothers movie that was going to take place in Georgia, then shut down. Wilmington. I mean, so that's when the first time all those things happened. Everybody in Los Angeles, if that happened in Los Angeles, that wouldn't have happened because there wasn't union people. But the fact of the matter, it's happened over the years in Los Angeles too.
Right.
It's just more of the most recent ones are happening in some of these other states. Look at the one that happened in The Walking Dead. The kid who jumped in, the stuntman.
I don't know about that one.
A guy who jumped off a thing. John Bernecker, and I actually knew him. Like, I've talked to him. I got emails with him. I knew him. He died on the set of Walking Dead. He did a high fall off something and missed the pad.
That sucks.
Yeah, so that's a guy that I've met. I'm not saying I'm best friends with him. You know, met him at a couple stunt hustles. Him and I talked more filmmaking and stuff than more about stunts. But this guy was a super talented guy. These things happened, you know. And that's, you know, that guy worked way more than anybody I know. It's just, you know, Murphy's Law. So
there's a lot of dumb accidents out there that just didn't have to happen.
Yeah, I think so. And Blue Diamond, I missed your comment. I don't know if I can go backwards, but when did that happen about the kids, the Twilight Zone movie? There is footage out there of it too. 1982. So, and the guy who trained me within stunts was on the SAG safety committee when that happened. So, I mean, I have some kind of insight on that as well. That's real scary. That's probably the scariest one. So, because you could see it. Anyway.
Wasn't there some magician that drowned himself on live TV too?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Something
I know that one of the
chains and water underwater, and they just didn't get him out in time.
I don't know. I know one of the old man with the flying Walindas.
Yeah.
That one's a famous one. That has really nothing to do with the film industry. I mean, that's more like circus kind of stuff. But
sure,
you know, he was just old and trying to cross something and just I don't know if he just gave up or, you know, got too windy or whatever. But yeah, those happen.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're talking about something completely different where I can see how in incentive states, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Louisiana, and this and that, how that can happen. Because the people that are typically happening to, not in the scenario of Rust or the Alec Baldwin thing, but when some of these injuries happen, they don't have a union. They don't even know that they can go to anybody.
Right.
So if something happens, you wouldn't even know. It could just be, you know, you fall down, hurt your back.
Yeah.
You know.
I just got a message. It might be Houdini that drowned himself.
He did?
Maybe. I'm going to Google it right now.
I don't think he drowned himself. I think he died of some kind of stomach aneurysm or something like that.
Now I got to know.
Rainbow Melon, I think the last time I saw the VIP Plus was around 360-ish. You know, there was somebody, Rainbow Melon, who re-upped and then deleted their account the next day.
Ruptured appendix.
Yeah,
You're on live. Who is this?
All right. Hey, how good is it to have Mr. X back?
It feels good to have him real back. How you doing?
Hey, good, man. I just got back. Y'all were talking about these movie people dying. Mr. X, do you remember, was it Chips? And we even talked about it was like a car chase or a motorcycle thing. There was a camera truck that flipped over and killed somebody.
I don't know about that one.
God, I can't remember because I remember seeing it on they were doing a show about that because they brought up that Twilight Zone thing you were talking about. Shit, it may have been Dukes of Hazzard. Where was that filmed at?
That was Northern LA. In fact, one of the guys who worked for me, I really don't want to say his name, but he worked on that show, and he's one of the biggest stunt car guys that exist. So
I was thinking it was like a camera truck or something, and I can't remember what they were doing, and that's why I'm almost thinking it may have been Chips or Knight Rider or something like that. But they were trying to take a turn, and how the cameras and the people sitting in the back were, it was top heavy, and ended up as they made like a right or a left-hand turn. When the truck came back straight, it actually flipped and killed one of the camera guys, and he was like some big camera guy too.
Yeah, I mean, it happens more than you would think. I mean, not all the time. I mean, there was the one in the last Resident Evil movie with a girl on the motorcycle who was doubling. Can't remember the girl's name, the Russian girl. You know, she got messed up. There's the one on Hangover 2. You know, so there's, I mean, these weren't deaths, but these were, you know, and career-ending, life-changing type scenarios. But yeah, I mean, it happens.
Yeah.
And
Well, dude, that magician. Remember that guy? He was on national TV, and he had done it before. They would put him in like a plexiglass coffin, and he was chained up. And they would usually throw dirt on him, and he would like bury him alive. Well, he would get out and then climb through the dirt. Well, he went on national TV.
This is the one I was talking about.
And he decided it would look good for the camera to put concrete over top of it. And he didn't take into account the weight of the concrete. And it ended up like everything just busted in on him. And I'm almost positive that was on national TV.
You can go to John Schneider's website too.
yeah, I've met John Schneider before. That guy's a dickhead.
Hey, Tennessee Gambler.
That's true. He's a Louisiana guy. I met him. I got a story about that, but you know.
Hey, Tennessee Gambler, can you see on the screen what somebody did for you on the panel right there? Can you see on the screen where it says Tennessee Gambler with the orange hat with the glasses?
No.
Oh, you can't see it?
I did an impression of you earlier.
He
You
did
should
an
go back and watch it.
He did Equalizer did an impression of you last night.
That was
Hey,
today.
as long as he made it sound good, I'll be happy with it.
No, he did. You ever watch King of the Hill?
Well, yes.
Yeah, Dale.
That boy ain't right.
Dale. You remind me of Dale.
Oh, God. At least I could have been Hank Hill. I got to be goddamn Dale Gribble.
Well, you don't look like Hank Hill.
Hey, Dale had a hot wife. It's just John Redcorn was getting her all the time.
Equalizer said you don't look like King of the Hill. You look like Dale.
Well, hey, like I said, well, except for damn John Redcorn always hitting Nancy, I would have been good.
No, there was a compliment though, Tennessee Gambler. It was a compliment.
Hey, I'll take it as one.
Hey, and what'd you say last night about popping cherries, huh? I didn't get that.
Mr. X, I've got to say it. Johnny, the gay sloth Yarborough, popped my YouTube cherry.
I saw the video. I saw the footage of it. Yeah, I saw you finally on. Good.
Hey, I was just happy Ruben and King were there to hold my hand while he did it.
I saw you had the sunglasses on. I mean, that's pretty much what I figured you'd look like. I mean, all the women have been asking for this, you know.
Well, No Eyebrow Mike was kind of bringing the show down, so. And
What was he saying?
Johnny, and I think you were on that show too. Remember, I'd put in the chat,
Yeah.
and this was like when his shows were like 12 minutes long. I'd put in the chat, and I was like, bro, dude, if you ever need like somebody to come up on just to talk to, so you're not talking in that cameraman, holler at me, and I'll do it.
Yeah.
And I
There
mean,
you go.
hell, it seems like a long time ago, but it really wasn't, because, man, dude, you just blown up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
But to get back to that, who was talking about Houdini? Was that Equalizer?
Talking about who? I'm sorry.
Were you the one talking about Houdini?
Yeah, I was wrong. I was actually talking about the guy you had just told the story about with the concrete.
Dude, is that not crazy as hell?
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. I saw that actually. It was played live if I remember right.
But you know, I thought Houdini did drown. He came close to it a couple times, but wasn't it that kid punched him in the stomach and then he ended up dying from internal bleeding?
Ruptured appendix, according to Wikipedia, I think.
Yeah,
that's where I saw
how
that.
bad would that be?
Shitty.
Yeah, that would suck. Oh, and then Mr. X. How close would Johnny be to that Winchester Mystery House?
I'm not sure what that is.
It's the guy that started up the Winchester Ammunition and Guns. supposedly he started going crazy and just started building this absolutely humongous house. And there's like doors that go nowhere.
Yeah, that's in San Jose.
There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's supposed to be haunted.
Yeah, and now that you say it, I looked it up. I've heard of that. That's probably a good 5 hours away, 4 or 5 hours away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, San Jose is like another state almost.
Yeah, so that wouldn't probably fit in real easy to get to.
But I have heard of that. I've seen something on that before. He just continued to build the house bigger and bigger and bigger.
I heard the wife still has that house.
Huh? Oh, it's by San Francisco. San Jose's by San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it's down below San Francisco.
It'll probably
Johnny.
take me, what, 10 hours to
It's
get
like-
there?
No, less than that. Like 4, 5, 6.
4 or 5, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that probably wouldn't be worth it then. But if I think about it, I'll put it in the chat. But for some reason I keep thinking Dukes of Hazzard, but you saying that they taped that in LA, that may not have happened. But there was a camera truck on one of those.
There she is. Go ahead, Tennessee Gambler.
It was some famous like cinematographer, camera guy that ended up dying in it. And I think they almost canceled the Dukes of Hazzard because of it. Or maybe it's either the Dukes of Hazzard or Chips.
I don't see anything for Chips. I mean, I haven't heard of any kind of famous deaths or anything for those.
Put in something for the Dukes of
Dukes
Hazzard.
of Hazzard, cameraman.
I said go. Yeah, you guys, I don't know. PZ's telling me if you guys want to know a little bit more about John Snyder, about this accident, you can go to his website or something like that. There's a story about there about it.
On John Schneider's website?
Yeah.
Let me tell you my story about John Schneider. First of all, he lives in an area outside of Baton Rouge. He makes really low budget films. He had a little John Schneider Studios that kept getting flooded. Every time it got flooded after there was a big storm, he kept going on these, what's it called? GoFundMe, and kept getting money. And I'm like, well, why are people giving you money? I met him before. Why are people giving you money over and over again? Why don't you do something so your place doesn't flood or move somewhere else? Like every time your place floods, it's everybody else's problem. So I think I met his, they had these stunt hustle nights. That's where I met that John Bernecker guy who passed away on The Walking Dead. They had him in Louisiana, and you would go to them and they'd have steak nights, and you'd meet different people there that are either stunt coordinators. It's how you quote unquote hustle and meet people who can hire you. That's what they call it within stunts. So I met his wife there, and she was trying to hustle up stunt guys to work cheap for him, is what I think it was. And of course, she finds out that I'm, in a little bit of the filmmaking stuff, and she starts talking to me. And she's like, well, why don't you work for John? And I go, what, on his $30,000 movies? I spend that on sound, post-production sound. Why would I? I mean, he does a whole movie for what I spend on post-production sound. And she goes, well, wouldn't you want to work with somebody who's known? And I said, look at it like this. You got the old barber who's been around and nobody's really been in his shop since the 1970s. And then you got the new barber. And I consider myself the new barber. What am I making his content for? Why wouldn't I just make it for myself? Now, you're asking me to help him. I'm not asking him to be in one of my films. How about this? He works for 3 weeks for me for $300. And she's like, who's this asshole? Then she found out later who the asshole was. But yeah, she was basically trying to get me to produce something. I was like, well, I mean, I'm not trying to be offensive, but what has he been in since like 1982? Except for like a commercial that's a Dukes of Hazzard commercial. I mean, I'm here in Louisiana. This is what I would tell her. And I'm on sets. And I'm within this stunt community. I don't see him working around here. The only time he's made any money recently is when his place was underwater. Ooh, she didn't like me talking to her like that. I was like, because, everybody kisses his ass because he was in something in the 70s. But I'm not a big fan of him. Then I would see him, he was always that guy who used to be in something. And he's, I guess he did spend a couple days in jail because he didn't pay child support, So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff about that guy. I'm just not a fan of him.
He would put up a GoFundMe because his place flooded.
Yes, continuously.
What a dick. I can't believe, yeah, like people in Louisiana don't deal with flooding every day of their lives almost. And he has enough nerve to put up a damn GoFundMe for that.
Let me look it up real quick.
Was his wife real snooty, like just as a person?
Yes. Yeah. Like she's like, she couldn't understand. She's like, why wouldn't you want to work for him? Because here's the thing. When you're in a place like a Louisiana, most of the people who don't have experience are just like, look, there's somebody who's famous and or was famous. Like I was on this one lady. There's a lady out there named Valika Gray, who was a soap opera actress, who's a local acting coach. And since she was in One Life to Live in the early 1980s, I'm supposed to kiss her ass. You know, like, I mean, so when you're in this, I mean, I'm more impressed by, talking to Mary Poppins, Julie Andrews. Like, she lost her voice, and that's a different reason why she, is not as active anymore. But that's a legend. Not somebody, not the level. I mean, he was one guy in a TV show that's a legendary TV show. But, most people, I don't even, which one was he? Bo? I don't even know which one he was.
Yeah, that's hard to tell. You actually met Julie Andrews?
Yeah, I've met Julie Andrews before. Now I've met Boy George before. To me, they're legends, and they're both like certainly Boy George is still active, and some of those game shows and all that kind of stuff. But like I'm not like I've met Morgan Freeman before, like on set, like bullshitting with him, like it's him and me talking, So like that. Cool? Yes, he's ultra cool. Yes. Okay. So like that's impressive to me, but not somebody who, like. Well, yeah, I mean, it's impressive to me to be on any show for any type of run like that. Don't get me wrong, but like, what am I going to go work for free and kiss his ass because he's got a camera and he was in something in 1982? I mean, really? I'm trying to make a living too. Would I drive across the country to go run around John Schneider's pool that he works in? So I mean, it sounds like a dick, but it's like well, there's been a lot of people who are famous. Now, if there was somebody out there that was like I felt that I can learn a ton off of, I'd work for him for nothing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like if it's not even that part is not about the money, but this guy's making films for $30,000, and I'm like my films are bigger than his. He doesn't have anything. He's doing. I am very against the GoFundMe crowdfunding thing.
Yeah, that is.
I do not like that.
Like that.
Yeah, like he needs that, or when Zach Braff did it. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of that because I feel that it's kind of a way to steal off an audience.
Yeah, he's
I don't like it.
Using people that looked up to him at one point, and they're not used to people like you going in there and being like, what, fuck you, man.
Well,
I'm like, beyond this stuff.
Well, and she's standing around there around a lot of stunt guys and guys who have experience working. They're like journeyman stunt guys. Like, like the haters would say, I've never heard of any of these people, but they're guys who have probably made more money than him because they've done it longer. They're not, you guys wouldn't know who they are, but they've worked on like that John Bernecker guy. I mean, he was a young guy when he died, but this probably don't mean anything. The Goosebumps movie? Yeah. He was the wolf in the Goosebumps movie. Like he did all the movement, the mocaps, and which, that doesn't mean he's famous or this or that, but a show like that, a movie like that, you do enough of those for 10 years, you don't know who he is. You'll never know his name. You wouldn't know if he walked by you. But, that guy was on a show, and that show was successful. Don't get me wrong. But my point is, 30 years later, he's doing a GoFundMe to raise $30,000. Yeah. Or 20 grand. So like I would be embarrassed to ask for that. By the way, I got a Cash App.
What happened with Julie Andrews' voice?
She had some kind of a surgery, and it just affected her voice. Huh. So
whoever's playing music, turn that off. Whoever's playing music, turn it off.
But to hear Morgan Freeman's actually a good dude, man. That's nice to hear.
Yeah, that's a TV here. That's it to me. It's a TV in the other room.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, I can just.
It's okay.
It's off now. I think it was the ending credit song.
Oh, you're all right. I know it was you.
Yeah, but like I said, Did anybody? Was that a Dukes of Hazzard thing? That death of that guy?
I don't know. Not sure.
Johnny, did PZ hear that, or did he say something?
I'll get it. I'll put it on the chat.
He said he'll put it in the chat.
Okay, because like that was when I heard y'all talking about that. That stuck out in my head.
Hey, you know, Mr. Tennessee Gambler. I don't know if you saw in the chat room last night that that in the chat room that to get off the subject for a little bit. Remember that girl that said no name in the chat room?
Yeah.
From South Africa. Well, guess what?
Suspect.
Guess what? Now she's calling my phone right now. She was calling my phone, but I'm not going to answer her until you're done. You know what I mean? I want Mr. X to hear what she has to say, because she really freaked me. She really freaked me out last night when she called me out after I got off the air. She called me. She was telling me all kinds of certain things just too fast. I couldn't even understand her. You know what I mean? So.
Well, when she kept asking all those questions, I mean, Ruben, Chanel, everybody was thinking she was suspect because it just didn't make sense. Sea-Org put it best, though.
Yeah.
To speak to the sloth, fucking pay up.
Well, how else did he say? If you don't want to pay sloth, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I think it was if you don't want to pay the sloths, call 1-800-fuck off.
But she sounded. What? In other words, what he's saying is,
She answered the request you asked.
she answered every question I was asking her. If she was married, she said no. If she had a kid, she's got one daughter. But but then I don't know. I just don't. I don't know how to go about this kind of things. I just don't want to. I don't want to feel bad if she gets out of line and I say something bad, because this over here is my channel is about being positive, and I just don't want to have no issues with nobody. You know what I mean? And,
bro, man, if she comes on, starts acting like a fucking twitch, just extra, man, get her off.
Yeah, but she sounds like. I mean, you can't understand her. You know what I mean? I couldn't understand what she was saying to me last night. You know what I mean? She has that Southern African accent. You know what I mean? And you know what? And if she's in the chat, you're more than welcome to call in 10 minutes, because I'm on the phone with Mr. Tennessee Gambler right now.
I'll get off right now. She can call in.
Are you sure?
Hey.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. No, I just like this, like stuff that's rarely ever talked about.
Right.
As soon as I got out of the car and started listening, I was like, oh hell yeah, this is interesting shit. Oh, the one other thing I was gonna ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a haunted house. Mr. X might know this. Who was the guy that produced House at the End of the Street? Or it's a horror movie. Was it The House at the End of the Road?
Last House on the Left.
That's it.
You talk. I think it's Wes Craven.
Okay, well then it may not have been him, but somebody that had something to do with that movie lives. God, where was that? Is there a place there called the Tree Streets?
I don't know about that.
PZ said he put it in the chat for you, Tennessee Gambler.
Okay, because that's in LA, and supposedly that house that this guy lives in it's like actually built on the side of a hill where there used to be an Indian graveyard. And there was a couple YouTubers that went there and did like a 2-night paranormal thing. And it's completely freaking freaky, man. We're story level house, because the back side of the house is basically a cliff. So where you come in, part of the house, all the way in the basement's not even finished, and it's still a dirt wall. Well, come to find out, they found like Indian bones down there, and they found like bones of horses, because I think there was at some point, if an Indian and their horse died at the same time, if they were like in a fight or something, they'd bury them together, because you know how Indians were with their horses. It was like that was part of them. But yeah, it turned out to be something like that. And I think it might just be down the house from where I think they were saying Kanye West lived there at the time. And it may have been the house that, what's her name was killed in, that was married to Roman Polanski.
Oh, yeah.
Sharon Tate.
Yeah, it's on Killer Drive.
On
Yeah,
Killer
that'd
Drive.
be in the Hollywood Hills.
Huh?
Yeah, I think it might be down from
On
there.
Giallo
because-
Drive.
GLO.
Giallo Drive. Giallo.
Cielo.
Well, they were trying to like take a picture of it, and they said at the time, I thought they said not Kanye West, from Canada, Drake. Drake was living there at the time, and they didn't want people because they had changed the address of it and everything else. Well, that house that I'm talking about is maybe five or six houses down from where that gate is. And it's on the right, so it looks over down into a valley, and it's supposed to be haunted as hell. And supposedly that guy just wants people to go over there because it's supposed to be one of the most haunted sites in America.
Oh.
So, I mean, if that is right there, down from there and in the Hollywood Hills, man, you may
Right.
want to call that guy or see if you can get a hold of him.
Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna try to do that.
If I can, I'll look it up because I watched a video on YouTube about it. It was a guy and his wife went there. And, man, the guy gave, like, the history of the house, and he was the one talking about, no, put your camera down. This one, Drake's getting ready to come through. And they, like, tried to film up there by where Drake was, and it was just weird. But as far as that house went, it seemed like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, shit started popping off everywhere. And in fact, I think the guy's wife ended up freaking out so bad she had to leave. So if I can find that, I'll send it to you, Johnny.
Okay, no problem, Mr. Tennessee.
Oh, but hey, Mr. X, if Jim Terry's listening, I hit the win on the Bengals on the money line, so I'll be throwing some shekels, Johnny, Mr. X, and Jim Terry, because you know I like to share when I win.
Yeah, Bengals. That's a good play. I would have
So
never
you want-
taken that.
Well,
So
see,
you won,
it
Mr.
was
Tennessee Gamble. You won.
almost- With the Bengals, it was almost like that TCU game, but I was like, man, because I told Mr. X that day, I was like, for whatever reason, I just don't feel comfortable betting high on NFL games. Pro games just kind of freak me out. But it was almost set up about like that TCU game was when I put 15 on that. I was like, I'll go 5. I think 1078 is what it ended up coming out as.
That's really good. That's a good play.
It was just Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's almost like the new Tom Brady.
For the AFC, yeah. Well, I guess Tom Brady was
Joe
AFC
Burrow's
too, but
playing is hard to go against.
just Buffalo just doesn't have that winning tradition, and that, you know, I don't think they would have won that game where that kid got hurt anyway. They were losing in his first quarter,
Was
but
that not kind of freaky too?
I don't know. I just don't think they're. I mean,
Each other after that kid got hurt.
Vegas loved Buffalo to win the whole thing, and once they were like, whenever they have their like every year they're saying Lamar Jackson's going to win a Super Bowl. I'm just like, yeah, when they're saying that, that's not when it's going to happen. And he didn't even finish the year, you know. But it was Buffalo this year, so that's a good play. I just couldn't take either way. Weather was snowy. I just stayed away from it.
Hey, I was happy to see some snow. That's what football's all about, man. When they're playing in the snow, go back to the old Steeler days with the steel curtain, snow coming down. The old Bronco days with John Elway, Carl Mecklenburg, and all them, the snow coming down. The perfect ones, the Broncos and the Browns, when Elway got the drive off.
Yep, I remember that. I was watching that live, like 80-something.
I think that was like 87 or 88, like you were saying. Maybe even, no, it wasn't 89.
I thought it was mid-1980s. By the way, Tennessee Gambler, people are asking how old you are in the chat.
Jim Terry just turned 46 today. I've got him beat by like 2 or 3 months.
Jim's birthday was in November. He had a big birthday. He had a big birthday show. His birthday is not today. His birthday is November 2nd.
When I was sitting there waiting to leave, I turned this on and I heard Jim go, "Hey, thank you all for having my birthday party today." I was like, "That's perfect." But yeah, 46.
Okay, so there you go. So one of the ladies asked that.
Oh, you're my age.
Shit, Johnny, you're 46?
I'm 47.
Oh, dude, I thought you were like late 30s.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Thank you. I'm really 47 years old. I'll be 48 in July.
Looking good, bro. Oh, Mr. X, that was another one real quick, and then I'll let
Yeah, because I was going to tell you too, real quick, about the John Schneider thing. I was wrong about the child support. It was actually alimony. He owed $150,000 to the wife. I posted a link in the chat. It's on People. I mean, you can look it up. But he went to jail for that.
what a piece of shit.
And he's doing a GoFundMe for property. Anyways, go ahead.
Dude's one of the main characters on Dukes of Hazzard, and then doesn't even pay his alimony.
Idiot. I think that was the lady who was asking me to work for her and for him.
No shit, Cooter should have kicked his ass on set.
I wonder how many episodes he worked on that.
God, how long were they on for?
128 episodes. You got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh my God.
Like, I mean, here's the truth. If you get into something where you're 50 episodes, 100's kind of like the magic number. I mean, that should be rest of your life money, especially that show. Like, there's no excuse.
Well, what would, and like say back like in the early 90s, what would the, what is it, when they, syndication, what do you think he was probably just like roughly syndication payments were on that? Like,
Well,
so
I mean, they're called residuals.
Yeah, residuals.
Yeah, I mean, I think that show went off the air in the early 1980s, 82, or the late 70s. I'm not sure, but I'm sure his residuals from the 80s and the 90s were plenty to live on, especially if he moved to Louisiana. I mean, you could live like a king like that. No wonder he probably bought a studio on swampland, But every decade after that, they became less and less, and in streaming, they became even less. Then, of course, don't forget they had the thing where they kind of stopped that television show because of the flag that's on the roof of that car.
Yeah.
They kind of banned that show for a little while. I don't know if it's back or not. I mean, it's probably on somewhere, but I mean, could he have been making $100,000 a year in residuals? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Easy.
So he's probably making $100,000 a year for 20 years, or at least 15.
Yes.
Plus, you got to think about too. They're probably doing autograph signings, everything else. What a fucking dipshit!
There's something here that his wife seized his residuals too. It's here.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Do you want to do your super chats for a minute, or you want to let Mr. X finish? Sorry. I know they're building up.
No,
in
you're
the
good.
back.
You're good. You're good. You don't have to get off. Go ahead. Let Mr. X finish first.
I didn't know. I didn't realize he was a country singer too. But the series was on from '79 to '86, and from '79 was 1.8 million in back support, is what she says. She mostly filed a recent petition to court to seize his residual payments that are still coming from CBS Entertainment. Forget CBS, it's Paramount, Walt Disney, and a bunch of others. Snyder did not oppose this in court. So, I mean, we're talking about a lot of money.
And that's basically him going, "Yep, I was a fucking dickhead."
Well, he just admitted he's wrong. I think he spent like 2 days in jail or something over it. He got
Let me read these super stickers real quick. Miss Canada super sticker coming in from for $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Blue Diamond. She says, Johnny, can you look at the facts only message, please? Yes, Miss Diamond, I will look at that. Thank you for the $2 super sticker. I really appreciate it. Danny Nicole, thank you for your $20 super sticker. Spirits and Circus meet at the Queen Mary Fund. Thank you, Danny Nicole. I really appreciate that. And really appreciate that, guys. Thank you for the super stickers very much.
But yeah, what I was going to tell Mr. X, I didn't know if he heard it. Dude, Mr. X, I asked Mike, I was like, bro, are you ever going to grow your fucking eyebrows back? I put it in the chat and he answered, and he was like, they're growing back really, really slow. But I kind of messed up too because I did an acne treatment and I had to bleach it. And I was like, whoa. Is he talking about bleaching his eyebrows or something else? Most of the time when you read that.
Looks like Jim's calling in.
And by the way, Tennessee Gambler, this article also says a judge ordered Snyder to pay that woman $19,000 in spousal support, basing his figure on estimated income $40,000 per month earned from projects that that were his residuals. So there was a time he could have been making $40,000 a month.
Okay,
I would have met her in 2016 if that was the woman that I met, because I left in 2017. I met her in 2016. Then, I mean, that's an unbelievable amount of money.
Oh.
Like, you'd have to be an idiot to screw that up.
He's bringing in possibly $40,000, if not a little bit more a month.
Hey, let me do this siren. Let me do the siren real quick. Okay, everybody wants to hear the siren for the $20. There you go, Dana Cole. There goes the sirens. My voice is kind of messed up. That's why I didn't do it tonight. It's been fucked up. Go ahead, Tennessee Gambler.
No, man, I'm good. I'm gonna let No Name, or what's her name?
South Africa.
No, what did she have on chat?
No name.
Okay, so yeah, I'll let No Name call in, man.
That's
all
it.
have a good one.
All right, you too, Tennessee Gambler. Thank you. I love you, man.
From you, Tennessee.
Yeah, man, love you all. Hey, it's good to see y'all, and y'all have a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a good night, brother, man.
Yeah, Tennessee Gambler. Hold on one second. Jim's on the phone. Hold on. Go ahead, Jim. You there?
Yeah, am I live?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Yeah, I'm having a tough time breathing. Oh God, it's just really bad today. I can't really catch my breath, but hold on. My Cash App is James Terry PI.
I hung up on him. I hung up on his dumbass. Speaking of Cash App, real quick, Rainbow Melon coming in. She just sent a little something over to Mr. X. And Christine M., which I don't remember what your screen name is. I know who Rainbow Melon's screen name is because I know her. But she coming in too. I appreciate Christine and Rainbow Melon. Hey, I didn't even expect it, but I'll take it.
Nice.
Mr. X, she wrote a message that girl. Hi, this is No Name. We have loads of load shedding, so the power is going to be off, and I think until 1 p.m. I forgot to tell you, sleep well. And then she wrote another one. She says, "My Johnny, it's me from South Africa. I just wanted to phone in, but I think I see the X, and I think somebody is talking. I'm on my way to work, and I hope you will have a great day. All the phone links time. Thank you. Bye."
Wow.
That was
So
from
they
that was
they're at
from
work
that was
now?
from No Me. No, I mean No Name.
Oh, did you ask her why she deleted her account and started another one again today?
That's what I was going to ask her tonight. That's why I was going to ask her tonight on when she called in, but I didn't answer because when somebody calls in on my phone, I don't know how to like do that other stuff. You know what I mean? Like put people on time waiting or whatever. So whoever's on the phone first will get to finish the conversation because I don't have called Waiting. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Might be Christopher Dix. Whatever happened to him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. But it's not Christopher Dix, so I'll tell you that.
Have you heard from him in a while?
No, I haven't heard from him. I blocked him, so
It's been kind of nice, actually.
I blocked him and because he was starting all that stuff up again. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
He's the poster child for passive aggressive.
Yeah, he's able to give like a 10-minute apology, like for something that's like a sentence.
Yeah.
It's true.
He doesn't have nice tits, though.
I can only imagine what the wife of that kid, what her story is. Like I'm kind of curious to hear, because there's always two sides. You always hear the person say, "Well, my ex was crazy," and then then you meet the ex, like, "No, hey, listen, I dated this girl. She's crazy." What she would say about him, like, what's her side of the story?
I'm sure it'd be an amazing story.
Yeah, it's not a can of worms I really want to open up on anybody's channel. To invite that to have her on Jim's channel, because it would be a never-ending headache. But I'm sure the other side of the story would be pretty interesting too.
Yeah.
Right.
Now that I even probably said that, it's like saying Freddy Krueger's name or Candyman will probably come out of the woodwork. But
well, if you don't want her on your show, then she'd be using him as a character witness herself.
Nance used to have a crush on Chris Dix.
Really?
Yeah. She was all about him.
Yeah, let's just not talk about him. You know what I mean? He's gone, and
Johnny's getting excited over it.
Jim said he was trying to call in. Why don't you call him back? Maybe that's all.
Who Jim was? Who Jim was?
Yeah, maybe that's all he was trying to do was be stupid and take off. But
okay, let me call him. Let me call him real quick. Let me call him.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go on mute for a second.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, Nance is a lesbo now.
Nice. That's even better.
Hello?
Hey, Jim, how are you?
It's so hard to breathe. It's so hot outside.
I see that I had a phone call a while ago. We were online with Tennessee Gambler. That's why I didn't answer it. I'm sorry that I didn't answer you right away.
Yeah, that's okay. Hey, listen, how's everybody doing?
Everybody's doing great, and we were all worried about you the other day because we haven't heard from you until I saw your community post online, and then we said okay, and then I told everybody you're okay and stuff like that, and we're glad that you're okay. You and Mr. A.
I just was actually at the cancer center, and it turns out that I have stage 4 melanoma.
Really?
And the only thing that can help it is my Cash App, yes. The doctor said if I raised $120,000 by Thursday, I can get the proper medical treatments.
Jim, speaking of medical treatments, I mean, now Tennessee Gambler might be able to help you because he had the Bengals money line tonight. He came through big.
Well, listen, it's good to hear that he's finally making some shekels. I know that he was. I heard that he was very involved in aviation for years. I don't know how many people knew this, but he was actually a flight attendant for 30 years for American Airlines.
Heard about that.
But what are we talking about the Dukes of Hazzard? What's all that about? I heard bits and pieces.
I was just talking about how I met the ex-wife at one person because we were talking about different injuries and so forth, and Tennessee Gambler was on here and saying that he thought there was a show, and then I kind of spun off into me talking about me meeting that guy, that John Schneider guy, and how he got arrested in Louisiana for not paying alimony to his wife. The guy was a real piece of shit.
I got a buddy of mine that got a blowjob from that one character on that show. It was real popular. Oh God, I can't think of the name.
Uncle Jesse.
Yeah, what the
I
hell?
think that was it. Yeah.
Uncle Jesse.
He got a toothy number from her like about 5 years ago at at some after party something. But anyways, it's hard for me to talk for long because my lungs are full of fluid.
Did you just say Uncle Jesse?
Hey, is it true? Is Ruben Sanchez and Blue Diamond related?
No.
No.
Oh, somebody told me they
think
were
so.
cousins or something.
Who told you that?
I don't know. I think it was. But what else is going on out there on these YouTube streets? Hey, by the way, did anybody get their money yet from the 21st?
You know, I was just talking about that. I got an email at about an hour and 15 minutes ago that said it was sent out.
Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah,
got mine
so-
yet.
So
Hey, what does it
you
say,
should
Mr.
have an
X?
email. Do you want me to check your email and see?
Yeah, I check my emails all the time.
I'm talking about Jim.
Yeah, I mean, was it sent to everybody or just to me?
No, I'm talking about Jim Terry TV2. I got it. I'm going to check your email. Hold on.
Was this email something that every YouTuber got or just me?
I didn't get one, Mr. Jim Terry.
You'll get one next month.
Yeah, I'll get one next month probably. Mr. X is checking out your email right now.
Nice.
So it's going to be an epic Tuesday, huh, Mr. Jim Terry?
Yes, I'll be. You'll be seeing me face to face with somebody we've talked about quite a bit on Jim Terry TV. I don't want to give too much away. I don't want anybody tipping anybody off, but let's just say it will be epic. We'll see exactly what happens out there.
Yeah, Jim, you got an email on the 21st that says it was sent out.
Yeah, why would they send me an email saying it was sent out?
I don't know. They're saying that it was. They're just saying, your AdSense has been paid out. I got one today that was saying it was sent out. Check your recent payments.
Yeah, I haven't. It hasn't posted.
Probably will tomorrow. Damn, you're getting like Doug. You're getting real thirsty around the 21st now. Sitting around checking your
My lights got shut off yesterday.
checking your bank account every 5 minutes on the 21st.
It's negative $3,500.
Negative $3,500. Next thing you know, you're like, okay, now we can go to Arby's when it comes through. Sickening.
Yeah, everybody buying Christmas presents 3 days before Christmas. Hey, Johnny? What is your cat's name?
Bug.
That's it, Bug the cat. Where did you get that cat?
I got it from a guy that couldn't handle her no more because he worked too much and she was always alone. And so I picked her. I went ahead and got her.
Hey, whatever happened to that guy that was living with you, that Arab guy? Whatever happened to him?
Who, Jose?
Oh, I thought it was PZ or something you guys called him.
No, PZ's right here in the background. He's been helping me with my thumbnails and everything.
Okay. You see the guy that got robbed at the Home Depot?
Yeah.
How did that ever end up?
Well, so they got the car fixed, but now we're trying to scramble up $800 now.
To do what?
To pay to get the deductible paid off.
The deductible's $800, but the car part's $1,200.
Yeah, so like the deductible is $500, but Paul wants to go ahead and put an extra cover cap on there, so they can't a cover cap that will lock onto the converter, the Cadillac converter, so then they can't steal it no more.
Can't he just call one of his friends that are in the oil business overseas?
Oh, they offered already.
Jose
offered. Jose offered.
How's Jose? Jose has money like that?
I don't know. I don't think. He offered to go. He offered to do what?
Steal one.
He offered to go steal one. We told him.
Yeah, you guys should steal one from another car out there if it's that easy to. I mean, don't you have to get underneath a car to do that?
Yeah, you have to get underneath there and get underneath the car and do it somehow. Paul said it took him 20 minutes. He was in the Home Depot for 20 minutes and they were gone. And then when they came out, the car sounded like.
Yeah, they could do it like in a minute.
In a minute, yeah.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, one of those jacks will fail, and the guy will get squished to death, and it's hilarious.
Ouch.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is horrible, man. What's weird is the car just as loud. Is that it? I mean, can you still drive it like to the gas station or?
Yeah, you can still drive it to the gas station, but if you're driving down the street and the cop hears your car like that, they're gonna pull you over and tell you to get your car fixed, and you get a fix-it ticket, and we're trying to stay away from that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Johnny,
especially when he probably doesn't have a valid ID or is an American citizen.
I see so many people driving around, even Beverly Hills, with these nice cars, Teslas, and their plates say 2020. And I'm like, how can you have a new Lexus or whatever the new car is and have your plates be like a year or two old? And none of them ever get pulled over. Like brand new trucks with old plates. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Where
It
is
sticks
he
out.
from, PZ? Where is he originally from?
He's originally
Guam.
Colorado.
Okay, where's his family from?
Where's your family from, Paul?
Now, where is he
Colorado.
from?
No, his family's from New Mexico.
New Mexico or Mexico?
No, New Mexico. He's an American.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I mean,
PZ
I've seen
and-
him on your show. Shouldn't he just be at this point be driving a bicycle like the rest of them?
He drives a tricycle.
He has a three-wheel
That's Jose you saw.
No, he drives a tricycle.
A tricycle. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, do you? What about the bus out there? Anybody use public transportation anymore?
I do.
You get on the bus?
I get on the train.
Okay, the train, but no bus. You don't get on the bus.
No.
Yeah, if you ever want nobody to sit next to you on the bus, just get on it with a big wet spot on your pants, and nobody will sit next to you.
Or even because the COVID-19 is getting worse again too. So
It's getting bad again out there, COVID.
yeah, the COVID's getting bad again. We got to keep somebody in our prayers. You know who she is? Her name is Melissa Moynes, and her boyfriend and her son has got the COVID. So everybody's been keeping her in our prayers.
Who's Melissa Moynes?
She's my
Melissa
mom.
Moniz.
Melissa Moniz. Moniz.
Moniz.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She's is she still modding for you?
Yeah, she sure is.
Well, that's terrible. Usually kids don't get it that bad. How old is her husband?
I think he's around 30-something years old.
Oh, he's young. Well, listen, if anybody wants to cash at me money to help me cope with this, you know what I mean? I'm currently accepting a fund for what's her name? Melissa Mayonnaise? What was it?
Moniz.
Moniz, Melissa Moniz. Yeah, I'm accepting cash app donations to James Terry PI. You know.
Yeah.
And I'll send her a fucking pizza or something.
Oh, she said he's 33. He's 33.
Okay, well, listen, he's lived long enough. Jesus was only 33, and you know, so was Chris Farley, so he's okay. Should be dating in a year.
What are you doing right now, Jim?
Right now, I'm just laying down. Just got done traveling all day. Like I said, this is going to be an epic show on Tuesday. I'm already set up. You know, like I said, if people aren't ready, they need to be. Tuesday night is going to be epic on Jim Terry TV. That's all I can say.
You know what I'm doing right now?
What are you doing right now?
I'm playing with my boho.
Hey, I heard Danny L call the other day and do that. That was crazy.
Yes, he did.
We get at least 5 of them a night.
Yo, what is that? Gina was with Mr. X. I like that, Mr. X. Is that you?
Yeah, Gina just sent a bunch of pictures, a bunch of creep photos where she added herself in with Mr. X, and she's hanging out with me, and I'm hugging her. She put it on a green screen.
Giving her the old
She got one where she's kissing me. She went full creeper mode.
She went on a date with that 70-year-old guy in a jacuzzi, and he wouldn't show himself on film. Remember that? She was dating that 70-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was all shriveled up. I heard he had a hole in his neck.
Ew.
Oh wow. Hey, guess what, Mr. Jim Terry? Boogie. She's a lady in the chat here. She sent me She sent me a baby gay sloth. There's a baby gay sloth going around on the YouTube streets now.
I heard you're trying to get money for child support.
No, that's gay sloth. He's trying to get child support.
Hey, by the way, speaking of child support, has anybody heard from Michelle lately? She totally has disappeared.
No, we haven't heard. I haven't heard from her either.
How about Cruiser Chris, aka
Oh,
Chris the
yes,
Cripple?
yes, I did hear from him tonight. Let me get you the text message real quick. He did text me. He's getting ready to do a show. He's Cruiser Chris sent me a text message tonight, and let me find it real quick. And
Look at these creep avatars I'm getting.
Send them over to me, Mr. X. Text them over.
oh, it says right here. It says right here. Here's Cruiser Chris. I said, "Hey Chris, do you want to come up on the show tonight?" He says, "No, I'm busy. I'm busy writing the script for my video, but thank you for the offer."
Well, that's nice of him. Good. I mean, he was busy doing what? Changing his colostomy bag?
Yeah, he's getting busy writing a script for his video.
Oh, he's writing a script. I thought you said changing his colostomy bag.
No, but he told me to tell everybody hi too.
Yeah.
Everybody, he told me to tell everybody hi, and Jim Terry told me to tell you hi, and Mr. X told me to tell you guys hi, and that he really does miss everybody.
Yeah, I talked to him the other day real quick, and I said, "Hey, do you want to come on with Michelle?" And he says, "No, he actually wants to fight her."
Really?
Yeah, he says he wants to swing his little gimpy arms around.
Oh, hey, Jim, real quick.
Let me read this super sticker real quick, Mr. Jim
Oh,
Terry.
go ahead.
Yeah.
I got a super sticker from Toe Jim at $5. Just drive it without a cat. Forget it.
Toe Jim's a sick motherfucker. Hey, let me ask you guys this before I go: can you be in the Special Olympics with cerebral palsy, or does that not count?
I don't know.
Because I was talking to Chris about maybe doing boxing,
Yeah.
but him and I just did not see eye to eye on that.
Yeah.
Johnny, yeah.
He hung up. And
And by the way, real quick, Sloth, Tennessee Gambler coming in on the Mr. X Cash App, and Jeremy M as well. So, this is my new thing, Johnny, is I like to send back personalized emojis. So Tennessee Gambler got something sent back to him with two women kissing each other. There's an emoji for that.
oh, okay. Mr. I got a Cash App too. It says Maddox Mummy sent you $1 for me and my dad are big fans.
Okay.
For the show, great show. And then Jeremy M came in with $5 Cash App, $5 Cash App.
You have Jeremy N coming strong all the time. Good dude.
Thank you so much.
Tennessee
guys.
Gambler asked me a question. Why not go to a casino in North Carolina? It's raining here really bad. So it's been raining like the last 24 hours. Really haven't gone out that much, but
And Boogie wrote this message here to me. It says, you should go to the hotel. You should go to the Hotel Cecil. Now it's called Stay on the Main. Now it's called Stay on the Main. Stay on the Main at 640 South. That she gave me where it was at, the address. Go to
That's
Hollywood.
right.
Go to the Hollywood sign, and it says at the Cecil, Richard Ramirez lived there, and the others committed suicide by jumping out the window. And then I got another. Then I got another picture. It says I found an orb from last summer, and it made it bigger. The screenshot, so you can really see the faces. Oh, there they are, right there. There's the faces right there. You guys want to see it?
What faces of what?
Sure.
Of the orb, of this orb. Here, let me get.
Yeah, we'll see the orb. But Johnny, you're not allowed to talk about that stuff on YouTube, by the way.
What stuff?
S
word.
Oh,
The S word you just used.
Yeah, let's just you guys can figure them out. SRSA.
Right, you got to figure out all the.
Do you see it, guys? Right there. There's the orb, and there's the face
That
right
big-
there. There's the face right here.
That's a China ball light.
Oh,
Yeah, it
it's
looks
an
like
orb.
a crystal ball.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Who is
It's
that
an orb.
naked guy on your screen?
You see it right there?
Yeah, I see it.
It looks like a light
There's
pole.
the face right there at the lower part right there at the lower port right there. Let me see. Lower part right there. There's the face right there. Right there. Right there. You guys see it?
Yeah, you
Good
can.
night, Rainbow Melon.
Rainbow Melon's going to bed.
I just saw Nance say it.
And here's another orb right here. Look at this one.
Go to bed.
Right here. Oh, that was the same one. Yeah, that's the same one. So you can send it to Miss T too if she wants. Okay, thank you. And Bridget Rose, I'm going to try to watch football. We all love you, Johnny. Thank you. Yeah, send it to my phone again, please. Okay, I got to send Ruben. Ruben, are you still in the chat room, Ruben? Ruben didn't come up tonight for some reason. Let me call Ruben.
He said his shed was cold. He had to heat it up or something.
Huh?
He said his shed was cold.
Oh, his shed was cold? Oh.
Look at this one where she's looking up at me. I'll use that one.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, she sent like 4 of them to Jim's email address. I think that one I like the most.
She should hold up the painting.
I have them.
She should hold it up and put it in the picture, though. She's got to have a picture of it.
Let's welcome a couple more people that came in the chat room. We got Snooks that's coming in. Jeremy, I blocked myself. Jeremy M says. Golden Eagle, JD, Jenny, Crystal Lynn, Dill, Nance, thank you all for coming in. Melissa Moniz, thank you for coming in. And we have 124 people in the chat room. That's been really steady tonight. And
So Johnny.
yeah.
So I was telling you before that I've been in process of remodeling the house, right? And doing like room by room.
Yeah.
So I've been on the road the last however long I've been out here now, but I got a call tonight and the girl tells me that she's rearranging my living room now. And this person doesn't live at my house. The weird thing is she is taking care of everything while I'm gone. And apparently she thinks she's my wife now, but I don't want to be a dick and tell her like, hey, why are you moving my shit around? Like you don't live there. But
right.
But then she's gonna be like, well, fuck you. I'm not gonna take care of all the animals and help you out anymore. I don't know what to do about that whole situation. Kind of in a stuck situation there.
You could super glue that shit to the ground so she can't lift it.
Tell him creepy crawler. Creepy crawler.
Creepy crawlers.
No creepy crawlers.
Creepy crawlers.
No. That's what happens. See, the girl.
Hey, it says right here, Lord.
You hang out with chicks too long, Johnny, then they think they're your girlfriend, and then they start moving your shit around.
This is right here. Lauren from New Jersey says Johnny is becoming my favorite YouTuber.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Thank you, Lauren. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, so that's my predicament of the evening. You know, that real life shit that I don't like to deal with a lot of times.
I have some of that.
Yeah, Mr. X and Jim Terry are my favorite YouTubers. Oh, we got a phone call coming in. Let's see who this is.
All right. Yeah, no
you're on live. Who is this?
Hopefully.
Ruben, how you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. We're just sitting here, drinking some Cokes and passing on some time on. What's going on?
I ran out of fucking propane.
You ran out of propane?
Yeah. I had to,
Oh, for his buddy heater.
for my Mr. Buddy here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everything went FUBAR.
Everything's going good.
No, I said everything went FUBAR.
Oh, everything went FUBAR?
Yeah. I went out to the shed, you know what I mean? And tried to get on. And then I had the heat on for a little bit, and then it ran up okay.
Okay. So you enjoying yourself?
Kinda.
Do you want to come up on the panel?
No, that's all right. I'm not cleaning up and stuff right now, so I heard you summons my name, so I was like, all right, I'll give you a call.
Okay, Ruben, Ruben, you're always got a spot on my channel. You know that.
Most def.
We'll see you on the next one then, brother.
Oh, show.
Anything else you got to say?
No, that's it. Hey King, if some broad's freaking rearranging your shit and she don't live there, bounce that broad.
Right. Yeah, but she's helping out, taking care of the animals. I don't want to be a dick. All right.
All right, bye.
All right, bye, brother.
Welcome back, Arkansas.
Well, see, that's
Hello.
what happens with women.
I'm back too.
That's what happens with
Welcome
women.
back,
You
X.
give them some
Yes.
loving, and then they don't want to go away.
Welcome back, X, and welcome back, Arkansas.
You're gonna have to get rid of her before I get over there.
Who you getting rid of?
The lady at his house.
You missed that whole thing, huh, Mr. X?
No,
I
yeah.
was telling you guys how I got a phone call today, and the girl that's helping take care of my house and the property, she said she rearranged my whole living room today, but she doesn't live there. It's not like she's my wife or any of that shit. And I don't know how to tell her, like, hey, why are you moving my shit around? Why don't you just feed the animals and play with the cat or do something? Moving out of the shitter. I don't know. It's kind of, but I don't want to be a dick and say anything, because then she's going to be like, well, fuck you. I ain't take care of your animals anymore.
Maybe you'll
And
go
I'm on the
home and
road
you'll see how
today.
nice it is, and you'll be happy.
Well, I'd like to start heading home, but I got to fix my injectors before I go anywhere.
Yeah.
So where are you at?
Or else I would already be heading that way.
Yeah, where are you at in Utah?
I'm on the other side of Oregon. Eastern. I'm in Oregon. I'm on the eastern side of Oregon, but the house on the western side.
What?
But I had a funeral here last Wednesday. So I've been here for over 2 weeks now. Like my brother, two of my brothers just left. Most of the people are gone now. No. No, that's not a relative. He's not related to me.
I'll tell you what, I was watching this thing the other night with Roman Reigns.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they were kicking Sami Zayn out of that bloodline group they have.
Right,
and
right.
that Paul Heyman, we like how he's the advisor to the tribal chief. That guy
Yeah.
is so good. I was thinking about this, like just as Roman Reigns was talking, he was putting his hands up, like, you know, almost like the Phantom of the Opera would be scared of light or something like that, in kind of a theatrical way. I was like, man, I don't think that there's a better manager, except for maybe Bobby the Brain Heenan, than him. Like I can't think of one.
No, I think he's one of the best. He does it good. I can see why Brock Lesnar used him as well.
I was at that WrestleMania when Lesnar beat The Undertaker. I was there. It was in New Orleans. It was the only time I've ever been to WrestleMania.
I bet
And that was like
crazy.
it was crazy because it was like the ending WrestleMania 30, like the 2 days later, the Ultimate Warrior died, Hogan and all them. It's like the end of like kind of my wrestling fandom. Like it built up for me for like 30 years to get to that point, and then now it's changed to where like Hogan and a lot of these guys that I watch, they can't even really do a slow retirement match anymore. Like they can't even walk to the ring really.
I heard Undertaker's one of the biggest, like the fans go the craziest for when he comes on. Was it like that when you were there?
His entrance is badass. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, at that specific WrestleMania, the guy who was the most over was Daniel Bryan. I mean, that's when
You're
he
on
was
live.
like
Who
at
is
the
this?
height of his popularity.
You're on live. Who is this?
It's Gina.
Oh, hey, Gina.
What's up? Hey, I don't know if you guys know this, but like I'm a huge friggin' wrestling fan. So when you guys talk about wrestling, I freaking just love it because I like kind of know, like a little bit of what you guys are talking about. I just think it's kind of neat. It's fun. And I also wanted to say, Mr. X, I had so much fun doing those pictures.
Thank
My
you.
friends helping me out.
At first, they were a little creepy, but then I accepted them as love. So,
let me ask you this. So, Gina,
It was fun. Anyway,
have you, Gina, you're in Minnesota, right? Okay.
Yes.
And you grew up probably with the AWA, Vern Gagne. Do you know where Vern Gagne's ranch was at? Like where they trained all those people?
Ooh, jeepers. No, but I'm sure I
Let
could
me
ask
look that
around.
up.
I mean, a lot of. Mhm. Oh, I was going to say a lot of them. I mean, I think a couple of wrestlers came out of like Robbinsdale, and I actually used to work over there.
Yeah,
That's
Rick
why-
Rude was from Robbinsdale. I think Mr. Perfect was from there too.
Yeah, I used to work there, and you know, there's a lot of there. Yeah, I mean, Minnesota has a lot of wrestling history in my eyes because I always used to go to the wrestling matches. You know, I always used to go see Hulk Hogan and like the old guys. You know,
Hogan
and Randy Savage, those old guys. That kind of shit. Anyways, man.
Wrestling is
What's that?
wrestling is weak and fake. I hate it.
It is not fake.
Get the hell out of here, Arkansas.
It's like a soap opera.
Remember when Vern Gagne was in a nursing home and killed somebody like at the end of his life?
Oh yeah. Or somebody did. One of them did. I don't know who it was. I don't want to.
I think it's Bloomington, Minnesota.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Bloomington, right by the Mall of America, or what?
Yeah, I mean, that's where that nursing home is, but I'm trying to figure out where his house was.
Oh well, I bet you I could ask around.
Dang. Where's Tammy from the block from? She's talking about she used to fly for breakfast every weekend. Got it like
One of
that?
my friends used to be an announcer for like he can't say like let's get ready to rumble or anything like that because that's like I think it's copyrighted or something. But he actually sent me a little clip of some of the things that he used to say, but you know, I think he's like old school stuff. But
I'm a huge fan of Chris Benoit. I think he's a great guy.
Oh,
that's fucked up. That's messed up.
I've seen that guy wrestle in person before. In the 90s, when he was wrestling for WCW, I saw him. He was really short, 5'8". I remember he had like these little bruises on the back. Like they were tiny, like little sweaty bruises. Because I was sitting front row and he was like right next to me. I was like, he's a big muscular guy, but I'm 6'1". I was like a whole head taller than him. He wasn't a big guy. Nor
He
was
had an
Vince
extra
Guerrero.
chromosome in his face, I think.
He had something.
Guys, do you guys have wrestling names?
Yeah, Mr. X.
King Samoan. Duh. Come on now.
Gay Sloth.
Oh, okay, yeah, and
What's your wrestling move,
all the
Gay
wrestling
Sloth?
names? Great.
Huh?
Gay Sloth, what's your ultimate wrestling move? Everybody's got to have a wrestling move.
Playing with my butthole. Blah, 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 blah,
Well,
I'm guessing Johnny's into the dick twist.
The dick twist.
Well, anything else you got for us, Gina?
Yeah, I was just going to let you know one more thing. I'm trying to paint something for Blue Diamond.
I have a question for Gina.
Yeah. What?
Did you take my advice the other day?
What was the advice?
About kissing that guy with dick breath?
Ew.
You're mad at that guy?
Ew.
Oh. I thought you said you were going to.
What are you talking about?
When you were crying about that guy that kept going on vacations with other guys, and I'm like, well, go blow swimming pool guy and then kiss the other guy.
Is that the guy you went to the pool with that one time?
No, this is some. Shut up! You never lie about all that. You didn't know.
Gina, do you go to other guys' houses and move their furniture around like you own the place?
No, I heard that, and you know, like somebody else said, maybe you'll like it.
You might.
It look like it needed.
You might come home and it might be epic.
Let's ask some simple questions here. Hold on a second. We only got one side of that story. Did it need to be moved around?
No. I don't think so.
That didn't sound like a confident no, so that's a maybe.
Hell no.
Well, Does she? Have you been to her house? Does her house look nice?
It's an apartment, but yeah. It looks like a girl. Shit.
Gina, how tall are you?
Me, I'm 5'4".
Okay, so yeah, that picture is not accurate then.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You'd have
She's
probably
standing
be like
on
up to
phone
my
calls.
armpits.
You'd be at the crotch area.
I don't know.
Yeah, because if 5'4", I think you'd be like top of your head be like at my shoulders.
Probably, yeah.
You'd probably be more like a 5'8", 5'9" in that world there.
Oh, sorry. All right. I'll fix
Maybe you got
that.
heels on in that picture. Who knows?
What's the other pictures look like?
Okay, let me see. I had to delete some of them because
I took a whole bunch of them. Those are just the funniest ones.
Hey, Gina.
Yeah.
Tennessee Gambler says, at Gina, do the Master Blaster, but with Sloth.
Master Blaster. I don't even know what that is.
This is how people go missing, saying where they're from.
You don't know the Master Blaster?
The hell?
What? No. What is that?
Never
That's
mind.
what Johnny does with his boyfriend.
Yeah, it's playing with...
That's what you know. No buttholes here. Thank
Hey,
you.
hey, did you see Baby Sloth yesterday?
I did, and I have to actually go back to that stream. And did you send me the picture?
No, I didn't. I forgot.
Okay, well, if you
Well, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you now.
that would be perfect because I would love to try to paint that. That would be fun. Anyways, but I don't know how long it would take.
But I also got a lot more. I got a lot more characters from someone else today also that gave me some good ideas for the sloth. I'll show them to y'all guys. I'll show them to you guys real quick.
All right.
You guys want
Hey,
to see them?
Gina.
Gina's still online. Go
Gina,
ahead.
can you scan that picture you painted?
Yeah, I didn't send it yet. I'll send it tomorrow. I don't go back to work until tomorrow, so I'll actually leave the apartment and go to the hotel. Hey, there's nothing out here. I'm telling you.
Right.
Scary.
All right.
I will send it out. So I did feel it and everything, so I will send it out.
I would feel sorry. You know, I'd feel sorry for anybody who showed up at some of the houses that are on this panel because a lot of people got
Yeah, come on over.
arsenals, I should say.
There you guys go. Here you go. Here you go.
Johnny's seen some of my arsenal. I know Equalize probably has the same. We know
Here's
Mr.
number
X has
one.
That burner ready.
There's number one. There goes one of them right there. You see him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it went dark.
You see him now?
Got to get closer.
There you go. You guys see him?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's that cartoon character. And then right here it says the Royal Gay Sloth. The Royal. Gay Sloth.
I like that.
And then Gay Sloth with his butterfly, with his with his angel wings, and his T-shirt is like Robbie's will wear it.
Like Robbie would wear it.
And his suspenders. You see it?
I think I like the one with you in a chair. You should put a carnival behind you.
Right.
What,
You
this
know,
one right here? What, this one right here?
No.
With the Gay Sloth one?
No,
No, the other one.
The King
Royals.
one.
Royals.
I
Oh, the
sent
Royal-
those to Johnny this morning because I thought it'd
Royal
make
one?
him laugh when he got up.
Put a carnival behind that one, the Royal one?
Yes.
Yeah, you need to be
Mr.
a
X, we can do
ringmaster.
something, Mr. X, you got the carnival and I got this. We can do something like that.
Yeah, I got the footage now of the carnival. I think when I get back, I'm gonna cut that together. I'll cut it together and I'll redo the voiceover on the better mic.
Here, let me show you Baby Sloth. Let me show you Baby Gay Sloth real quick, Mr. X.
I am so sorry, but why does that remind me of what's his name?
Of who?
Robbie.
Well, he did have blonde hair.
Where's Robbie at? Has he been
Hey, here
around?
you go, Mr. X. There goes the gate. There goes the Baby Sloth right there, Mr. X.
Yeah, he's been here.
Yeah, he
He's
was
been
here
in the
earlier.
chat.
Another baby,
see
so
that?
cute.
Yeah, I like that.
Because who was telling me? I think somebody was
That's
telling me.
hilarious.
Somebody was telling me what we should do is like meet a gay sloth on a thing on a back thing. No, I forgot who told me that. Well, anyway, I don't.
Oh, they're
forget-
asking for the
I
gay
forgot
sloth
story.
emoji is what they
I
want.
forgot the story though. I forgot the story. That's what I want to do. I want to do emoji of gay sloth, of the emoji of a gay sloth. But I don't know how to. I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do.
I don't
those.
know. Well, the only way to get emojis is to have the membership, but you have to. The more members you have, the more spots you have for emojis.
Oh, really?
Yep. I think you might get like 15.
Oh, there he is. Look at this. Look at this. There's gay sloth and baby sloth. Look.
What the hell?
That's from Mad Max and Beyond Thunderdome.
Oh, I love that show.
That's a great. That part's the best movie. The rest of it sucks.
Look, see him. Look, see him.
Yeah, that's Master Blaster.
Master
That's
Blaster,
Chris
yeah.
Dix holding you up.
Masturbator.
It ain't Chris Dix holding me up.
No.
That's me holding baby. That's me holding baby sloth up. You know, regular gay sloth and holding baby sloth up.
You guys
thing?
remember that?
Tennessee
Mad
Gambler
Max
says
Beyond-
show the. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, if you guys, I don't know if you guys remember that Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome.
Yes, I love it.
Oh yeah, Gina.
Tina Turner.
Yeah, so Gina, I'll send you that. I'll send you that picture, Gina.
Okay.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
And yes, I remember that movie. It is my genre, my era, I should say.
Her genre. She got her whole genre.
Johnny, Tennessee Gambler says show the pic that he sent you.
I'll show the pics that he sent me. I just did.
Yeah. Oh.
I just did. All right, Gina. Anything else you got before we let you go?
Nope. I'll be listening.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Who is this?
Hi, Johnny. It's Tammy.
Tammy from the block. How you doing?
Good. Guess what?
What?
Me, Blue Diamond, and I just realized we are less than 10 miles from each other.
Oh, really?
Wow.
I would love to, if you would give her my number, and if I would love to take her a birthday cake for her birthday party on Sunday.
For next Sunday?
Yeah, to give her my number if she's comfortable. I think she is. All of us South Dakota people are decent people. So, yeah, if you would give her my number, we are literally less than 10 miles from each other.
Okay, I sure will. I'll do that for you.
Okay.
Let her know. Let her know in the chat room though, so she won't be surprised.
Yeah, I did. We've been talking and figuring it out. So that's wow, that's crazy.
Thank you. That's very nice.
Who's on the phone? I missed that part.
Tammy from the block.
Tammy from the block.
Oh, Tammy from the block.
Your secret
What's up,
admirer.
sugar mama?
Your secret admirer.
That's my sugar mama right there. That's right.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, that is so cool. I would love, and if I could help her out in any way or whatever, give her my number and she can call me or vice versa or whatever. We were just talking to each other in chat and figured it out. We're like practically neighbors.
Okay, sure. I'll do that for you. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Tammy from the block. Oh, there you go. Let me read some of these super stickers right here. Toe Jam coming in at $5 again. Toe Jam coming in at $5 super sticker again. Who's that girl on Mr. Zach's avatar pic? Mr. X?
It's Gina from Minnesota. She was just on the phone.
It's Gina from Minnesota.
That's his baby's mama.
Melissa Moynes. Good night, Melissa. I'll see you on the next one too, hon. Go get some rest. Go get some rest. Get well.
Johnny.
Yeah.
You know, when I get back to the house, I'm gonna do a live video for you so you can put it on your show, and you'll see we'll see what it's gonna look like when I get back.
Okay.
Maybe
Hello?
it'll look all girly.
Probably gonna be beautiful.
It'll probably be better than what I had it looking like.
Let me see. Mr. Let me see. A Equalizer. He said, Mr. Tennessee Gambler said, show him some pictures that he sent me.
Well, yeah, but if you already sent them, maybe I saw it late.
Yeah, I've already showed them. They're right here.
All right, I wouldn't worry about it then.
Here, I'll show you another one. Yeah, that's the only one I got,
Hey,
really.
You got another super sticker, Johnny, or super chat, or whatever the hell they're called.
Miss Texas coming in with super sticker of $5. Shekels for Bug.
Got to get them shekels for butt plug.
Yes, we do. She says, thank you. Meow 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 meow.
All right, now meow the siren.
There you go. There's the siren. I gotta buy me a siren, dude. I gotta buy me a siren.
No, you don't.
No,
you
that
got the
one's
I gotta
siren.
buy me a siren.
No,
John, I tell you
no,
what happened the
no.
other night when you did that. When I first flew in, I was on your show, and then I was like, "Oh, I'll just put my head down." And then it wasn't because the show was boring. It's because I was sick and I was flying this and that. And next thing I fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed because I was on mute. And then I heard you doing that siren. It scared the shit out of me. Woke me up. Yeah, and I came back. I was like, all right, guys, I'm getting out of here. Yep.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was like you doing that siren. That's what woke me up. Like out of a, you know how you travel, you're kind of catching up on the time and all that kind of stuff. I'm thrown out of whack. But that's,
So you're saying that you were on the panel asleep?
I was on the panel and I was like, oh, I'll just lay my head down and just talk while I'm laying my head down. Next thing I know, I was asleep, and then I heard him yelling out that buzzer, and I was on the panel asleep. Yes.
Did you miss him beeping?
You're on live. Who is this?
I don't even know how long I was
Johnny,
sleeping.
this is Blue Diamond.
Hi, Blue Diamond. How are you?
Hi, I'm laying here chatting and listening. I'm going to. There's several people in the chat that are really insisting on doing something for me, so I'm not going to be mean and say no anymore. So I will give you my Cash App, and you can put it in the comments.
There
or
you
however
go.
you want to do it.
Arkansas. Are you listening, Arkansas?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
and
go ahead and put it up there. It's Mr. X TV.
Go ahead, Blue Diamond. She's going to tell you right now.
Okay, let me pull it up because I let me look here. I just don't want to keep saying no, and I'm like, they told me to shut up and to accept the money.
There you go.
She's gonna have a YouTube show next week.
Let me look here. Hold on. Where do I find what it is? I mean, here. Oh, okay. It's
I can
gonna
find
be
that.
$sign
$sign.
and then YOLIE 1630.
Arkansas, did you get that?
Yes, sir. Got it.
$sign YOLIE YOLIE 1630.
Okay, we got you. We got you, Miss Blue Diamond. We got you, Blue
Thank
Diamond.
you.
You're welcome.
And then they want to cater some dinner for me, so that is very sweet.
Yeah, and I was told by Tammy from the block to give her number to you. So as soon as I get done with my show, I'll give you her number. And then I guess there was another gentleman that wants me to give you his surprise to you, Just Mike. That, believe it or not, that was Just Mike that was talking to you. He wants me.
Wow.
Yeah, he wants me.
So sweet.
He wants me to give you his Bluetooth speaker that what he did yesterday, because he won. He drank that pickle juice underneath 4 seconds. So he wants me to give that to you.
He ended up doing that?
Won the contest?
Yeah, he won the
didn't
contest. He
see
drank the
it.
pickle juice in less than 4 seconds.
Oh my god.
He drank it underneath 15 seconds.
But he won the contest against himself.
It takes me an hour to drink probably a sip of, maybe half a cup of pickle juice. Wow. Yeah. And then Johnny, also Nance and Sea Org, and if anybody wants my number, I don't mind that that I know they're in the chat. We can all talk. It's okay. You can give out my number.
Okay, well I'm not gonna.
but
Well,
in
they want your email. They want your email in private, please. They want get her email in private, please. The only way you can text me.
Why don't people like to give out their emails for?
Because then you have somebody write you a fucking book like they do with me.
Got you. Okay, yeah. I didn't know that.
Okay, I'll put it in the. I know Mr. X has it and Miss T, and I'll text it to you, Johnny, and you can put it in private or however you do it.
I don't even know how. I wouldn't even know how to do that in private on the chat. So I'll guess I'll let you.
Yeah, you can put it in the back chat. The private chat. It was the people in the main chat can't see that back chat. Only us 5 here in StreamYard can see that.
Right, and so like,
Oh, Mr. X.
Yeah, what'd you get? What'd you just see?
Oh,
What'd you get?
I'm gonna have to come up with an alarm. Or
What are you talking about? What happened?
Johnny, can you blow your horn, Johnny?
yeah, go ahead, tell me.
Do your siren, Johnny.
Mr. X. It says for your birthday and for Kate. Get well. Oh, thank you.
Who is the first? Who's the first?
Who was the first?
Mr. X.
How much he? How much he? How
Don't
much he
say.
send
That's
you?
private. That's proprietary information.
Yeah.
Okay,
$1.
cool.
Private.
She wants me to do the siren. She wants me to do the siren.
Oh,
so I
do the
let
siren.
you. So I let
go
you-
ahead and tell her.
let
I
you
don't
do the
care.
one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That is gonna be times five. Mr. X is my first cash app.
Oh,
See, that's
I'm gonna
a-
be, I'm gonna
and-
be your
There you
second one. I'm gonna be your second one.
Blue Diamond.
I'm gonna
Here's
be
what
your
we always
second
do in the
one.
movie thing. When
I'm gonna be
people
your
say,
second one.
They'll go like this. They'll say, "How much did you make on that?" or "How much did you sell that movie for?" And the first thing, when you
welcome,
don't want to
honey.
give a number, we always say this. That's proprietary information.
That's proprietary information. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that-
remember that.
Well, we say that all the time, like, because you don't want to give out the finances.
All right, everybody that's in the chat room, you got Mrs. Blue Diamond's cash up now. Show her a little bit of shekels for her birthday love, and the way I used to do it. If you ever got a pin, you ever used to wear a pin on your shirt, Mr. X, or in King Samoan, and
it's
they-
my
you put
birthday.
$1 on your shirt, and everybody that goes up to you, they'll add $1 to your pin for your
Oh, I ain't
birthday.
never
You ever
seen
had
that
that done
before.
before?
they do that in New Orleans, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Nope.
a good idea.
Who is that? Send me an email.
And
Who-
send me back an avatar, something that you think's funny. Like I always send, like Tennessee Gambler Man. I'll send him like a Black Santa or something like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I send Sloth like 2 men kissing. Women, I usually send something like affectionate back. Like I'll send a heart or,
You sent me a heart once.
Did I?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bless
I
your
probably
heart.
just send.
He said, "Oh."
I didn't know that.
It's okay.
How old's Blue Diamond going to be?
32.
35.
Perfect. God, it's raining here again. Jesus.
Mr. X said,
Okay, Seorg, I'm waiting for her to text me her email. So calm down, Seorg.
It was
That,
just in the
uh,
chat, I thought.
that thumbnail is creeping me
Huh?
out, bro.
You don't like that one?
The Seorg put some repeat on my mom. I'll never stop stripping.
My email's lickmeballs@gmail.com.
Liar lips.
Yeah, it is. That's
My
fine.
email's in the chat. Anyone that wants to send me a message, have fun.
Yeah.
Let me look for it.
Spoonhammer.
Yeah, she hasn't emailed me yet, guys. She hasn't emailed me yet, so whenever-
Easy now said all he knows is that Miss T is a 74-year-old cougar.
Nice.
Hey, all night tonight, Mr. X, we've been keeping 100 or like 100 to 120 people into the chat room all night long.
Yeah.
And we've been on the show for 3 hours now.
3 hours. Wow. Jeez.
3 hours.
I got to go to sleep here soon. I'm on the East Coast time now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. Well, kind of.
So it's what? That's almost what, 1 o'clock in the morning then?
Toe
Uh,
Jim
well,
says
midnight.
Mr. X. Toe Jim says Mr. X can fit another girl in his avatar.
Well, I mean,
So-
yeah. I mean, somebody could do a collage.
So, so you passed right by me and didn't pick me up, Mr. X? What the hell?
Well, you can add yourself into. Do you want me to send you these photos and you can add yourself in? Miss Gina. I was like, I'm in New Orleans. Gina sent these to me and I just added them. Send me something. I'll add it. I didn't make it. You can send. Now listen, I wanted to address this real quick, Johnny. There's a hater out there that says Mr. X spent some time and got arrested in San Diego. That is false. I've never been arrested ever. I've said that 100 times, which I will say this, not Mr. X, but the man behind Mr. X will produce $10,000 if you could find a mugshot of who you think I am, because it's never happened unless I passed out and was, sleepwalking and got arrested and don't remember it. It never happened. But the only time I've ever been in San Diego was when I went to Comic-Con. Certainly never been arrested there. So keep trying and suck on this third nut, because that's not true.
Suck on these nuts.
Same here. And if you think that I've been arrested, you can also suck on his third nut.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love how I love how they also put up a family tree of Jim Terry. I saw that one. That's a new one. That is incorrect. Which you don't know Jim Terry's family history, and I could tell you past the grandparents, I 100% know that that's incorrect. And this idea of people falling off the ladder or living in Iowa is false. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. So that's it.
We're gonna have to catch you at charge or something, just so you can live a little. I'm just joking.
I'm like, but what's it going to be for? I don't drive fast. You can't get me for speeding. I'm like, the reason I don't drink is because I don't like the taste of it. Like, I don't even like the smell of it. And besides, I don't want to be drunk because of the vertigo thing. It makes it worse. And I don't think I can act like an asshole without it. Yeah, Nance, I've had an El Camino. And then what else is there? Drugs, just not my thing. What else is there? I think there's a point to fighting. There's a point when you get to an age where you don't need to be macho and a tough guy anymore. Like, do I think I could beat some of these guys' ass? Yeah, if it came down to it. But am I going to go look for them in some flyover state? No.
Mr. X, when I hit my 40s, that's how I got. Well,
yeah,
I should say late 30s, early 30s, early 40s when I started. I got that way.
I mean, King Samoan, you're a big guy. I'm sure you could defend yourself. If you saw, I'm sure you're a lot bigger than me. If I ran up on, I probably wouldn't run up on you, but it would be dumb to do it. But you wouldn't be looking for a fight at this point.
No.
And neither am I. But all these people who are, either a tow truck driver or they're in this state and that state, and they want to fight, but okay, I mean, I'm down, but I don't like traveling. You hear how much I'm complaining about. I'm going to go to you. Come find me. Come find me.
I was going to ask you, Mr. X. I bet ever since you got the vertigo stuff, I bet it sucks to travel anywhere, huh?
It's not the traveling part of it. It's I mentioned this before. It's dealing with people, and then if it's just bumpy, like that whole flight that I did into South Carolina, 95% of it was good, but there's some kind of mountain chain, or I don't know if it's the Smokies or whatever, coming into Charlotte where there's a crosswind in the last 5 minutes was bumpy. And that's fucked me up for 2 days since then. So everything else was perfect. I mean, it couldn't have been, usually it's over the Rocky Mountains is where it's bad.
Right. You get the turbulence, yeah. That shit gets nasty over there.
And I was going to fly out today, and I was looking at it, and I was like, well, I'm just going to move my ticket back one day because I'm not flying out in this rain. I mean, you could see it's all over North and South Carolina, Right. So I was like, Blue Diamond had vertigo. So, and I know everybody's got their home remedies and this and that, but, I appreciate it. But, yeah, it's difficult to travel.
Speaking of traveling, I'll be in Vegas this weekend if anyone wants to touch me.
Really?
All I want to do is touch it.
Where in Vegas? What hotel?
I don't know yet.
Yeah, don't put that out there.
Send me a
somewhere
key.
on Fremont Street.
Really? Well, I'm guaranteeing you're not going to stay at a dump. So my guess is either Golden Nugget or Circa.
That's a very good guess.
Yeah, because you're not. You don't. I mean, from what I know about you, because we talked off air and this and that. I don't think you're staying at the El Cortez.
I'm probably definitely not staying at the El Cortez, but I am a big fan of Four Queens, and there are no resort fees.
Four Queens, it used to be actually pretty decent. I've stayed at every hotel there except for Golden Gate. Circa, I stayed when it was a Vegas club. But ever tell you guys the story about me and Jim at the El Cortez?
No.
Jim, and Dr. Bailout were in the El Cortez, the section of the El Cortez that's above the parking garage. Jim could probably tell this story better than I. And we were in there, me, Dr. Bailout, and Jim. I think Jim was already there. And we met in, and the walls are paper thin. And we heard this guy next door that was some chick, and he took this girl to Vegas because he thought he was going to close the deal. And we heard like some, well, he thought, you go to a hotel with somebody and you're going overnight and there's only one bed. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So
that's how you close the deal?
That's the move. Hey, do you want to go to Vegas? Arkansas, you want to go to Vegas? Oh yeah, I'll go with you. You show up, there's only one. I mean, that's kind of the so Jim, Dr. Bailout, and myself are in this room, and I remember this. We hear this like chatter in the next room, and I heard her go, "No, I don't want to." Like that. We're like, "Oh," and then like it was going back and forth. I'm gonna have to have Jim tell the story because he could tell it better than me. Because now we started putting like cups up to our ear up to the wall. She's like, "No, I told you I didn't want to do that. Leave me alone." And then, of course, we're mimicking it. Then he goes out to smoke a cigarette because there's like kind of a walkway balcony. We're like, what does this guy look like? What a doucher. We want to see what this guy looks like. And of course, he looked exactly like what we thought. And then the girl, she's probably 30s or something. She wasn't a girl. She was a woman. But you know what I mean. She comes out and she's matronly looking, I guess is the term. And then, come on, stop it. Then she started talking about, hey, she says, "What? I don't want to do that. You told me you were going to take me to Red Sushi." Which is in the Golden Nuggets, like some real expensive sushi place. You told me you would take me to Red Sushi. And Jim and I and Dr. Bailout were just, because you hear about these things and these fights, but here we are witnessing this right in kind of in front of us, but like through a wall. And man, I felt like that guy had to have been the biggest douche I've ever, because like he could have like made it more obvious, but like he put that girl in a real tough position. You know what I mean?
Coming up on
this girl wanted to go to Vegas, have a good time, and go to Red Sushi, which is this place at Golden Nugget. And here you got this guy, getting a little bit too frisky. A piece of shit. So Jim was going to go out there and do something. But I don't think he ever did it. At least he didn't do it when I was around. But
I was gonna say y'all didn't help her out or nothing. Dang, y'all was just listening with the damn cup.
Well, I mean, it wasn't like violent. It wasn't like salty pancakes type stuff. It was more or less like, hey, no, I don't want to. But it wasn't like somebody getting tossed down on a railroad track or anything. It wasn't anything that crazy. But yeah. So yeah, that's our one story that we have for El Cortez. That's a lot of smoke. They used to have like $1 hot dogs there too.
What's the hotel that's to the north?
I like the Binions.
Binions.
Mm-hmm.
1 block north of
like
Binions. What's that?
I don't know.
1 block north.
Let me look it up.
I just want to say thank you for coming on the Cash App, Fry J at
Fremont.
2. Thank you for the Cash App, Fry J, so much. Thank you.
Friday.
I think Fremont's to the east. It's like the block to the north, like away from Fremont Street.
Oh, I don't know.
Let me see. The Grand. I stayed there once because everybody else was sold out. That place it's a nice, but it's a shithole.
You ever stayed at Gold Spike?
I never have.
Mm-mm. I never have either.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys a little secret about Gold Spike. You guys, I don't care if you know this or not. I'm just going to put this out there. If you go to the Wikipedia page for Gold Spike, there is a picture of Mr. X in front of the Gold Spike from 2009 when they remodeled it. That is me. I got my arms up like Randy Orton. That is me.
I can't type fast enough.
Everybody's going there now.
It's on the wiki page?
Yeah, it's on the wiki. It says snapped
Oh, there
this
you are.
photo
That's hilarious.
at Gold Spike shortly after remodeling was done in the fall of 2009. And you see the red shirt?
Yeah.
That's me.
Should I put it on? Should I put it on camera?
No.
Okay, I won't.
No, make them
No.
work for it. Make them work for it.
Yeah, make them go find it.
Yep, yeah, because when they remodeled that place, I stayed there a handful of times. Actually, it's not a bad place, but they have like a little place where they have, I don't know what it is, like an RV kind of park behind it, and they have a couple of their own RVs. It's like an Airbnb. They're on the outside of the hotel. And that's another one that Pompsy guy has reviewed. I was like, you guys have like trailers outside you could stay in? It's real weird. But I guess that's more like for a college kid type thing.
Why does it say sexy blackjack?
Because the girls wear like bikinis or something like that.
That and $3 is sexy for blackjack.
Yeah.
It's usually
What?
way more.
And a 12-ounce prime rib for $4.99. Good Lord.
Probably not anymore.
That prime rib is so disgusting and bloody there. I ate that there one time, and it was just like a plate of like red. Yuck.
That's what I like. That's
Oh,
how I
you like
it.
that?
I do.
I like when it's
We
actually
used to have
cooked.
We used to have
Yeah,
a
I
really
like
good
it
place
bloody.
here, and then it burned down.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that.
Do you remember Diamond Lil's Samoan?
What was it?
Diamond Lil's on North Temple.
I don't know if I ever went there.
Oh, well, it burned down.
I think the only place I'd ever gone was the steakhouse was what's it? Ruth Chris. Isn't that what it's
Yeah,
called?
downtown.
Ruth Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know where the original Ruth Chris is at?
No,
New
I
York,
don't.
think.
Think hard. Where do you think it's from?
California somewhere.
Nope, New Orleans.
Oh, New Orleans.
It's
Really?
actually in Metairie, right around the corner from that Drago's that I have in that video. By the way, Fry J coming in on the Mr. X Cash app. Fry J saying, much love from Fry J.
Yeah.
From
Blue
the
Diamond
UK.
says Blue Diamond says she likes menudo. I'm not a big menudo. I think it's nasty. Ugh.
You know what else is nasty is that Filipino thing, balat. Have you ever had that?
No,
You know what balat is?
I don't know what it.
It's an egg, and it's like a chicken that's like almost like starting to get the feathers, so it's got like bones and stuff. And you click
I've
open
seen
the
that
top.
before. I've seen
Whoa,
them do
what?
that. Eat that before.
Yeah, it's called
If you wait
balat.
too long, you have to chew on a fucking beak or what?
Yeah, like literally, like it's like some Filipino thing.
You know, my best friend is Vietnamese, so growing up there, his family would always have weird shit at their house because they're traditional Vietnamese refugees. So they would have those eggs that were like you open them up and they're black inside. I don't know if they're rotten
They're
or
called
what.
sentry eggs.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah. Yeah.
Those fuckers would eat that shit all the time, man. It was nasty.
I hate to sound like a know-it-all, but
eggs.
I
don't
know
know what
so
they're
much
called.
of this useless information.
Are they rotten? They are, right? Isn't
I
they
had
rotten?
one time. It's a black egg. I forget what it is. I had a buddy who was a Filipino guy. And he's like, yeah, you want to try balat? You want to try this? Try this century egg. And I tried. It was so disgusting. I ate like one piece of it, tossed it. The other one is durian, which is also disgusting. It's like a banana that smells like farts or something like that.
Mr. X, what is
Oh, that's
the
a fruit, right?
Yes.
what's the,
the
shitty
durian, I've heard of
casino
that.
by North Las Vegas Airport?
Oh, is it? I think I know which one that is. It's
The Cannery?
Jerry's. Are you talking about Jerry's?
Jerry's Nugget.
Jerry's Nugget. Is that the one
Yeah,
he's
Nance,
talking
I've
about?
tried balat.
I think Jerry's Nugget shut down now. I believe
Jerry's
after
Nugget
the-
Casino.
It sounds like trash. I can tell you that.
It
You know,
is.
there's
That's
a gambler.
that's a dope spot.
I never really
That's what
went
it
that far north. Jim and I think, went to the Cannery one point because he had some kind of deal or hookup there. But I plan on going to an XFL game, which is north of Las Vegas, Fremont Street, at that Cashman or Cushman. That baseball field is where they're going to have the XFL games. So I think Rod Woodson is either Rod Woodson or Hines Ward, former Steeler coach, is the coach of Vegas.
Is that
Is it Rod Woodson?
No, I was talking about the field. Is that the one over there on the other side of the freeway on Fremont? Over there
Yes.
by Fremont? But
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5 miles away. So when they have, I'll wait till they're probably second or third home game, and then I'm going to go out there.
That the right one, Tennessee
I
guy? Was it
watched-
Jerry's Nugget?
I don't know what. I watched a baseball game there. I can't remember who plays there, what team. It's somebody in Vegas,
Like,
but I had gone to a game before.
The Las Vegas 52s. Nance, that tastes like I know this is going to sound crazy, but like a crunchy egg. Like an egg with bones in it.
Right.
I know, it sounds very weird. By the way, I was in a jerky shop there, and they have all those different jerkies. I was talking about how they have those in Las Vegas as well, but they banned a lot of the exotic jerkies. Well, they had them in South Carolina. There's like no rules there. So I ended up getting elk recently because I was just talking about that, alligator, and I got a few other ones, but some of the ones they have in there, like rattlesnake, are really disgusting tasting.
Probably.
Toe Jam said it's called Cigarette City.
I've tried rattlesnake. It's not that good. You know what I do like though is birria, the goat. They have a lot of those birria soup places and stews. The Mexicans cook it all over in North Las Vegas. I don't know if you ever go to those.
Was that oxtail soup bullshit
I've
we
tried
were
a few
talking
of those.
about?
They're really good. Yeah, I've had oxtail as well, but that's more. The birria is more. It's goat, but it's more like a soup. The one I had anyway, or not a soup, a stew. Sorry. So it's the one I had was thicker. The oxtail soup's more liquidy. But
I'm
I
not
like
a real
both of
big
them.
fan of soups. The only soup that I like, and I can tell you this, that Santa Monica Pier, Johnny, if you ever end up going down there, this would be a way to get me out of the house. Lobster bisque, which I've talked about all the time. They have a really good one on the pier down there. So
That's one of my favorite, lobster bisque.
but that
Shit.
destroys my stomach. That because it's real buttery. It's just like I'm going to be in pain later.
This is off the subject, but I was a Tennessee gambler telling that story the other day. It reminded me. I just wanted to ask you because you wasn't up here. Did you see that story where the goats were walking in a circle for like days, in a perfect circle, just walking in a circle for days? Did you see that,
No.
Mr. X?
No,
Damn. Dang. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, I want to go to Santa Monica Pier. I've never been there.
Yeah, it's worth it to go. I think it is. The only thing I've seen recently, and I think I was talking about it on one of these shows, or maybe I was just talking about it to Jim, was that guy who ate woolly mammoth. Did you hear about that?
No.
They found some woolly mammoth, and the guy wanted the bones because that's what's expensive, and it was in some kind of 20,000-year-old permafrost. And this guy was on Rogan talking about what it tasted like. Like he's eating a woolly mammoth.
Why would he eat it? It's like extinct, isn't it?
No, it's all frozen. It'd be like, a deep freezer.
Right.
No,
Frostbite.
Frostbite. I don't know. They said they cooked it. They said it was real rough. Like he had a whole thing on it. I'm like, damn. I don't know. That's just not for me.
That's interesting. I didn't know somebody actually eaten it.
There's been like a few people who have eaten woolly mammoth.
Yeah, I guess it would be permanently frozen in the wherever.
Yeah, I mean, so when does meat go bad if it's permanently frozen? 20,000 years? I mean,
right.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the shelf life of this guy must have some ultra thick stomach. I mean, that would destroy my stomach. I could just only imagine. You ever hear about that Chinese thing too, where like these billionaires go over there and they eat all kinds of crazy different things?
No, I've never heard of that.
Maybe that's another Joe Rogan thing. He's always got these real weird subjects that are like, people going to China and doing this and that. And I'm like, I don't know if it's true or not, but a lot of craziness out there.
Nicest guy in the world.
Have you met him?
Smoked pot with him.
Really?
Before Elon Musk made it cool. And I don't even smoke pot.
God, I'd love to go on his show. I mean, I think a lot of people would. Oh. Yeah, he just seems, his conversations are so interesting and so, Where'd you meet him at?
Behind a comedy club in Salt Lake.
Okay.
I have friends that are there all the time. In fact, I know the owner even. But it's he's just a cool guy. You can go hang out
he
with him.
seems to be like a pretty regular dude,
Yeah.
I love stand-up
really
comedy.
smart.
Yeah, and he's been pretty much successful in everything he's been in. You know, from the acting to the hosting to UFC. I mean, here's a guy that people are like, oh, you're not a famous actor. He don't even
You don't
like
have to
acting. Yeah, he doesn't have to be.
He's got
had
$100 million contract that says it doesn't fucking matter what you think about him.
Yeah, he says he doesn't even like acting. Well, he was on News Radio, which was a successful show, obviously, and actually, the thing that he is a stand-up comedian, he's probably the least known for that.
What do you mean by UFC? What do you do there?
He's an announcer.
He's the announcer.
Oh, I didn't
He
know
invited
that.
us to some of those too. We never went down. We never got a hold of him.
Yeah, I'd go to one of those in a heartbeat.
I love
Stick-
UFC.
Yeah, it would be too.
I don't like wrestling.
One of
but I
these
like
days.
UFC.
It's just really expensive, and you can't get like the cheapest seats, like a couple $100, and you're in the nosebleeds unless you kind of know somebody or got the hookup. It's they're not big stadiums either. You could have a bad seat, be behind a pole. I don't know.
Nice email, Sea Organ.
What is?
Hey, I got a question for Fry J. Now, Fry J, when she sends money, it's always an odd number because she's from the UK, and I'm assuming that there's a conversion rate. So I'm curious how much you sent in UK. Because it always comes out like, something 42 cents or 37 cents.
I think they're worth a little less than we are right now, but I could be wrong. It keeps going back and forth.
Their money's worth less.
So if you round up, I think
$10.
that's probably right.
She said
$10.
$10.
$10 pound.
I mean 10,
Well, that-
10 euros. I mean, I'm sorry.
Is it pounds or euros?
Is that pounds? I think that's
Or
pounds.
pounds or whatever.
So 10 pounds is, thank you, Fry J, is $12.38. So that means their money's worth more than ours.
No, no, it means ours is
It
worth.
is worth
No,
more
you're right.
than ours.
Yeah, it's worth more.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's like minus 123 there.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I mean, we like the conversion. We
Fry
like
J, is that euros or pounds? Or are they the same? Oh, she already
Pounds.
answered.
pounds. Yeah, that backwards L is
Speaking
pounds. I thought
of,
the backwards E is euros.
Speaking of overseas, is anybody heard from Stiffy today, Johnny? Have you heard from her? And
Yeah, what
any
happened with
more
her?
news on the King of England getting out?
Who's that? Oh no, I haven't heard no more from Stiffy.
I haven't heard anything either.
I mean, these people in this chat and this and that, and I'm not trying to beat her up, but when they see the Lance thing or her, they can smell bullshit. And I'm not saying they're bullshit, but like they can kind of feel the vibe. I could tell by how I feel and then what they're feeling. It's usually pretty much on the same track. Like, was Lance doing the rounds? I'm not saying that he's bullshit, but like, was he
I
doing
think
the
he
rounds to get people? That's fine. I mean, Jim does it too. So do I. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? I wouldn't have believed that part, but Ty Corbin said it days before it even happened. He said he's going to
but
do
it's
this.
not. Yeah, and it's not a bad thing.
Right,
it's just
right.
like.
Well, my only problem with it is we're all kind of part of the same community, and we're a community that he has nothing to do with. And then all of a sudden, when he can use it, here he is.
Yeah, and I've also kind of heard him talk shit about Jim and roll his
Yes.
eyes and stuff like that. But here's what
he
I
hates
look at. I
Jim.
mean, you can roll your eyes at anybody all you want, but if he comes on here and is interesting and produces content for Johnny Sloth or Jim, and it's a win-win, then I don't care. He can roll his eyes at us all he wants. If it's a win for him and a win for Johnny, I mean, like, that's fine. That's not a big deal. But, I can tell the vibe of the chat.
You'll notice he came here and not over to Jim's. Of course, Jim hasn't been on, but he's not.
Yeah, that's right. He
He
hasn't
said
been
that
on.
him and Jim didn't really get along the last time they talked.
Well, yeah,
And
he
then
threatened
there's
to
been
kill
nothing but
Jim.
shit talking since.
Did he?
Yeah, he's threatening to kill Jim. But I mean, Jim doesn't really care. I mean, I don't think Jim really has a problem with him. I don't.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit
What I know
people
is,
do.
here's how little Jim has a problem with him. I've probably told Jim his wife's name 50 times, and he just can't commit it to memory. If he really was
Stephanie
upset
or
at them,
something.
he would not only have that committed to memory, but he'd know everything about her. You know what I mean? It's just like he doesn't think about it that much.
Yeah.
He'd know her middle name. He'd know where, the first day she had her period. He'd know everything.
Oh, Lord.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's how Jim is. I mean, you're learning.
I wish
How many? What's her
Gold Eagle would quit
body
looking at you
count?
like that.
What's that?
I wish Gold Eagle would quit looking at you like that in that tone of voice.
I see it more like she's looking at it like she's like annoyed by me. That's how I'm taking it.
Right. No, she
I'm
wants
seeing
some
it
of
as
that-
she has a mouthful of it.
Yeah, you want some of that Mr. X loving.
That outfit is so just me seeing what I look like in that is so fucking ridiculous.
But
that
people love
dollar
it.
store Dracula cape. The
You know, with
leather
her
jacket.
blocking it.
People
With her
love it,
blocking
though.
it, almost looks like you're wearing what do they call it? Corsage? Or not a corsage. What are those things that chicks wear that they tighten themselves up with?
Corset or something.
That's what I'm trying to say. 'Cause it looks like a corset, the pink.
It's a leather jacket, and then that Dracula cape, which is like I got that at a dollar store really early on. The mask, the bicycle mask, which is idiots. It's not a fucking scarf, and it does not stink. I wash it all the time. And then of course I got the turtleneck underneath, and then I have a mask underneath the mask, which has the eyes and the mouth cut out, which is kind of makes me jumbled up when I talk sometimes. And then of course the
fine looking
sunglasses and the hat. Yeah. And I've posted what that hat is online before.
Yeah.
It's a felt hat.
Huh.
And then sweatpants.
I don't wear hats because I have a big fucking head.
Then sweatpants. After all that, then you throw on
Sweatpants, yeah. Well,
What the hell?
if you notice in that video, that opening video, I'm wearing, because I always wear the sweatpants when I do the show. I wore the sweatpants. I was like, I might as well just do this like how I usually do it. So I wore the sweatpants, yeah. Yep. And then violet color. Everybody says it's purple. It's violet.
Oh well, yes. Get it right,
Yeah, get
people.
that right. Come on. It's like the Undertaker.
Have you ever met Theo Vaughn, Tennessee Gambler? Sid?
Not only know, but I don't even know who that is.
He is hilarious.
Is he a comedian?
Yeah, but he's got his own little podcast too.
I've met quite a few, but I don't know him.
I mean, he did a Netflix show that was in Tennessee recently. That one was, to me, was hilarious.
What about as far as stand-up comics? I'll give you a few that I've met. Bobby Slayton. You ever met him?
Nope.
Never even heard of him.
Bobby Slayton is like kind of called the pit bull of comedy. He's been in a lot of movies. He's like kind of like almost like a reactionary Jewish like insult comic kind of. Not as much, not like what's that called? Not like Rickles, but he's like that real like kind of barky New York quick comeback.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of his stuff. He was in Vegas. He was at the Tropicana. I seen him at the Tropicana. I was going to hire him for a film of mine, and I went and hustled him at the Comedy and Magic store in, I think it's Redondo Beach. And I met him afterwards, and I approached him directly. I said, "Hey, listen, I do these films, yada yada. If I wanted to have you on something for a day or two, what's the best way to reach you? Through a manager or an agent, or is it okay to contact you directly? Because that's the way to do it. It's like, oh, no, just call me. Don't call them. They just take my money, and then you kind of have an in with them." I didn't end up using him because I ended up using somebody or hiring him. I ended up hiring somebody I knew, but he probably wanted too much, and it wouldn't have added much more value than was already there. So, but I talked to him. He was a nice enough guy. He was selling his tchotchkes afterwards, But and I'm trying to think who else. I really like Bill Burr. I've never met him.
Bill Burr was cool. I met him.
Yeah.
I know a guy who edits the F is for Family, and he just says nothing but nice things about him.
You know what? That F is for Family. That's a cool show, and it's kind of just his life story. He used to talk about it all the time, but the coolest thing about that is the kid, Bill, the little kid Bill on the show, is actually Haley Reinhart, who is an amazing singer that's really underrated. It's actually a lady.
What about Kinnison? Are you old enough to have ever met him?
I'm old enough to remember him, but no. I'm like your same age.
Okay.
Sam Kinison.
Yeah, I mean, that's my favorite comedian, and it's like I think he's the most interesting. I think he's the most unique. Then, of course, obviously Sam Kinison didn't like Dice. I've never met Dice.
Never met Dice. I'll tell you, my favorite's probably, as far as old dead people, is probably Mitch Hedberg.
What's he like? Or was like?
He's a one-liner, just.
Well, yeah, I know who he is.
Stone, but his little one-liners are hilarious.
No, I'm saying as far as in person. Did you meet him in person?
Oh, I never met him. No, he died a long time ago.
Yeah,
But he's probably my favorite guy.
His comedy is so different and unique. I mean, obviously he passed away.
That's the long hair dude.
Yeah, he always
And
has
he's
big
like-
glasses on.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
he look like a
sunglasses.
hippie or something, maybe kind of.
What about Carrot
Yeah.
Top? You ever met him?
Never met him.
I hear he's the real nice guy, like a real down to earth guy. You wouldn't think so, but he is.
It was
I met Joey Diaz. I don't really care for his comedy, but he was pretty cool.
Yeah, he seems to be a regular. He lived in North Hollywood. I hear him talking. The way that I talk about things and the way I hear him talk about things, I'm like, man, we've been in the same places.
Yeah. And
Like
one of the guys that was touring with
essentially.
Rogan was a guy named Tony Hinchcliffe. He is hilarious. He will blow up one day. I don't know how well he's known now, but he is a hard hitter.
I saw that one guy that was also the Chinese guy with long blonde hair.
Chinese
can't
guy
remember.
with long blonde hair. What?
Or yeah, is he Korean?
I don't know.
I don't know, but that guy's got some interesting stories on Rogan. But that life of stand-up comedy is very
Ari
interesting.
Shaffir. You ever meet him?
Who?
Ari Shaffir.
No.
I got two names. I got Aries Spears and Ari Shaffir mixed up. But Aries Spears is pretty funny. He just released a Netflix special, I think. He's a Jewish dude, and it's just called Jew. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
The only person that I've met at length, I'm going to say this here because you guys probably most of you know, and he was only a comedian up until about the 80s, but he did make it to the Carson level and this and that. Is Tim Thomerson. I got to know him. Jim has met him too. He's basically retired now, but Tim Thomerson is somebody obviously I met and I know fairly well. I don't think he's in the best of health, but he did the Stagecoach thing, which is very similar to, I don't know if you know who Pablo Francisco is. Pablo Francisco was big in about 2005 for doing Don LaFontaine's voice, the movie trailer guy's voice.
Right.
That was part of his act. So I've hired him before, let's say.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's
he
pretty
worked-
funny, actually. But
I paid him to do the Don LaFontaine voice for a film that I got coming out. Because I was like,
Yeah.
nobody's done that for a trailer in a long time, and he does it, and he was doing
Right.
it for real cheap during the pandemic.
yeah,
Snatch that up.
yeah,
he's really
that,
good.
That is pretty funny. I know exactly what you're talking about. Those little intros that he does are pretty funny.
Yeah, he's excellent at it, and he sounds like. I mean, I don't know if you guys don't know who Don LaFontaine is. He's the guy who the movie trailer voice would be like, in a world. He's kind of the one that I'm mimicking in a ridiculous way, but my voice sounds different. So I'm doing an impersonation of him badly, even though I sound nothing like him. But that's like that movie trailer. He would,
Yeah.
he was real big up until the 90s. He died in 2008. And I tried to get
He died
him
in
to.
08?
He died in 2008. I tried to get him, and he was doing a couple independent films. Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Now there's two.
Yeah.
Just when you think you've seen it all, look again. That's Don LaFontaine.
I met Ralphie May and Patrice O'Neill in Vegas.
Patrice
and they're
O'Neill's
both dead now.
dead too, right?
What's that?
Patrice O'Neill's dead, right?
He's dead, and so's Ralphie
That
May.
was Ralphie May. Yeah.
Wow.
Patrice died of a stroke at 41 years old, and Ralphie May died of being a fat fuck.
And what about that Louis Armstrong? Speaking of fat fucks,
I don't know anything
Louis
about
Armstrong.
him.
Louis, what's his name? Anderson.
I don't know anything about. I know who he is, but I don't give a shit about him.
But he was in Vegas for a lot too. That's why I'm just thinking of people who recently died that were comedians.
What's his name used
Greg
to be real big
Giraldo.
and started losing weight too. Gabriel Iglesias used to be really big, and he started losing a ton of weight because he didn't want
Yep.
to die.
Geraldo's another one that's I mean
That was probably drugs.
drugs, yeah. But
Yeah.
what was the one guy that got in trouble for stealing bits that Rogan kind of got? Was that him?
Oh, Carlos
No.
Mencia.
Yeah, it was Mencia.
It's funny. That confrontation's on YouTube. You can go find Joe
I've seen
Rogan
it, yeah.
opening Mencia.
There's something about that stand-up comedy stuff that kind of parallels the road life of pro wrestling.
Yeah,
It's
probably.
very similar in ways.
I mean,
there's
they're
a
not
lot of
working
that.
with anybody.
There's a lot of that rumors about bits being stolen. Like Dane Cook, even though he was really a good presenter and a good actor, a lot of his shit came from other places too, according to the rumors. And somebody pointed out all the examples. He was stealing from Louis C.K., who's a huge hitter. That guy's
Right.
brilliant too. But
There's just
some of
nobody
Dane
like
Cook's stuff came from that.
like Kinnison. I've never heard anything before that. I mean, I'm not talking about the screaming stuff. I like the necrophilia stuff and all. I never heard anybody do anything before that or after that. You know, in that way. I mean, he was almost too much for Carson, to go on. His story about going on Carson is, have you ever heard that story?
I don't know. I may or may not have. I just don't remember. I don't know what you're talking
He had a
about.
story where his dream was to get on Carson, obviously, because that was like the seal of approval. And he did the Elvis song, Lonesome Tonight, where he sings Lonesome Tonight. And then he starts, when he starts talking, he starts screaming about his ex-wife and, how horrible she is. So that was kind of the bit. And that's safe enough to be on TV. Well, the booker hated him, said he would never be on the show. Well, they heard the audio tape that he recorded in Graceland of him doing that kind of bit. And they're like, we got to have this guy on. So he came up and they were on the show. And this is the proof of sticking to your guns. And he wanted to have 3 guys be his backup singers. Not only did he want to help his buddies who were also comedians who were like his opening guys, he wanted to get them to get the day right, but it also made him feel more comfortable. Like they were, singing kind of like the backup singing. And that guy came over and said, the booker said, nope, can't do it. We're not going to pay those guys. We don't want just you do it by yourself. And then Kinnison's like, okay, well, we're out of here then. And then so he put it back on that guy after 5-6 years of struggling to get on that show. And then they went to Johnny Carson. They said, what do you want to do? And he's like, no, have them. Let those guys do it. And then he got what he wanted. And I was like, man, what a ballsy move to do that. To not only for his friends, but then to finally stick up to that guy, to stick it to that guy. Yeah. So if that's a true story, it's a phenomenal. I mean, because I've heard that story a couple times, but
I got a story. Speaking of dead comedians, I don't know how well this guy was known. I'd never heard of him, but way back in the day, probably I would say around 2000 to 2003-ish, somewhere around there.
Okay.
I used to be a process server, and I get these divorce papers from Texas. I gotta go serve on a guy at the comedy club because he's the act. So I go to the comedy club, and I'm like, this is gonna be awkward. So I go right to the owner. I'm like, hey, I got this, and I need to do this. Can you kind of facilitate it away from everybody? He's like, he's about ready to go on stage. I'd really rather you wait until it was over. Hang out for a minute and just enjoy the show, and you can have free food and stuff. So I did. I sat through his whole thing, and his whole act was bitching about this bitch of a wife and this what a piece of shit his wife was. And then in the end, I'm like, oh yeah, hey dude. And it was actually a really good act. I felt bad. I actually bought his CD, and I still have it somewhere. But I served him the papers. He's like, and he couldn't believe it. He's like, oh. But they were from the lady he was bitching about the whole time. So turns out like he S-worded himself right after that. So I always felt bad about that.
Oh no.
That's the happy ending. But he was really funny for a minute.
What's the S word?
The one you're not supposed to say on YouTube.
Unalive.
That could happen to him.
Yeah, he unalived himself.
I don't know how long after that, but I was talking to the owner later on, a couple of years later. He's like, oh yeah, he did that a couple of years ago. And it was like a couple of years later.
Yeah, let me read this super sticker real quick, guys. Toe Jim coming in with another $2. Nice, Johnny. Nice job. Nice show.
Everybody goes silent.
Nice show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody that sent the super stickers in. Thank you so much.
Could you imagine at the end of his act if you would have served him? Like if you were there and you're dead to rights to being served, and the owner said, I would just, just serve me. Who gives a shit? Do it in front of everybody. At least get it on camera. Like do it at the end of the act. I'll give you a thumbs up. And then I would have turned it into something.
That's bad business.
Why? That'd have been great. Like, look, this bitch is serving me. This is exactly. I mean, could you imagine Kinnison doing that? I mean,
the whole point is he wasn't supposed to know until after the act in case it ruined his act. Those guys are all sensitive. You can't be a comedian and be completely mentally stable.
Oh man, I would just think that would add so much to it. I guess that's like what Jim and I always say, like do it in
If you
front of
prep
people.
for it, it could be hilarious. But yeah, you wouldn't want to spring that on that guy.
At the very end, well, yeah, obviously what happened, he asked.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? When you said S for a minute, I started thinking about what racial slur that was.
Of course you did.
I was like, what are you talking about? He asked. I thought he said something in an act that got him banned.
All these dumb letters, nobody will ever know who you're talking to.
Well, I mean, I know now, and I mean, I just wasn't following. I was like, because I mean, there's things that get people quote unquote canceled, and I'm like, what word could he have said that got him canceled? Oh, this is a YouTube thing. I forget where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yeah, he asked.
Yeah, he asked.
These people in chat are killing me, man.
Why?
Rock and Roll Troll said,
Why? What are they doing?
I don't know. Rock and Roll Troll said, Sewell, you sound like a dude I banged once, and he cried. I'm sorry for hurting you.
Who the hell's Rock and Troll? I've never seen. I don't know. Who
I
that
don't know,
person is.
but I don't know.
I don't know who that is either.
I don't know. This is what I would say. This, I was going to say this on Jim's show, but there are people who want to come into these shows, obviously, that are haters, and there are people that want to come into shows and want to be a part of it that listen but don't want to come in because they feel like they're going to be attacked or there's a kind of a clique. And I'm not blaming anybody that is. So it's like if they're in there and they're nice, let them go, get to know them. But you guys can smell a troll too. So
There was,
I mean,
there
obviously
was somebody
Jim
there
wouldn't
the other
care.
night trying to get a link, and then he showed up on Salties and tried pulling his wiener out.
Oh, really?
Ew.
Yeah, it was that.
Sick. What a sick. Oh, that vlog.
It was
guy.
something vlog. Something vlog.
Yeah, I remember.
He's like, hey, I'm from Dubai and I want to come in there. And then he went over on Salties and tried pulling his dick out over and over again. Salty was trying not, like, because I didn't see it, but I heard he kept taking him down and inviting him back up. And it was almost like he was daring him to pull it out, but that's just what I heard.
Yeah, I hope one day, and I'm going to pitch something to Jim. I think within the next week or two, I'm going to give him some ideas about putting up a site that I have an idea for, right? And I think that if we had that, I'm going to keep saying this to Jim. Like, I don't even care if it's a Wix site. Nobody cares. Nobody's judging. We just want to see whatever's going to happen. Make a new show. The background of the show, the layout of the show, it sounds completely different, but anything is wide open. Like, I don't even care if that happens.
Just to see how long it lasts.
Well, I mean, it's not a YouTube thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So it's like you could only watch it on Jim's thing. So what we had the idea of doing is the chat's going on in YouTube, but it's just a screen.
If it was behind a paywall, it'd be fine because you're not going to get monetized, obviously.
But it's not like this is only on JimTerryTV.com. So you could take the StreamYard and put it on there. Now here's the issue. There's no chat. You can only watch it. But we could do a YouTube video that's simulcast with it where the YouTube video part of it's black. And they could chat. So on one screen, they had two things up. They could chat on one, but they'd have to watch it on Jim Terry TV #2.
Or you could just have somebody code some chat in there. It's not that
That's
hard.
true. Yeah, but
Somebody knows how to do that shit. It's pretty easy.
So that's an idea. Like now, but now anybody, if somebody did that, if they porn bombed him, who cares?
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter.
You could porn bomb them back.
But the idea of
Is that
super
not what-
stickers, super chats are gone. Like that's not going to happen.
Is that not what It's Robbie just did the other day? Made you something like that?
No, what he did was he has some website and he took all of the Jim Terry TV content that was public and reposted it on the site. So what happens is it's like he was taking Jim Terry TV 1 and 2 and combining them both so you get the links all in one spot. I think he was trying something out. So like you could go get all the back content, but like, well, we don't want them all on one site. So his idea was if you clicked it over there, it would still click through to YouTube. And
It is important to keep things separate.
Yeah, and we're like, well, we don't want it over there because number one, we don't really understand it. Number two, I would rather the old footage or the old shows go to the VIP Plus, and if somebody wants to watch that, like here's a perfect example. That one show where we kind of went off on people, and it was a public show. I think it was last Tuesday. Immediately, we made that VIP plus afterwards, even though it was a public show.
Right.
So like now, people, if they wanted to go back and watch it or rewatch it, we're not going to allow. If the haters didn't watch it live, it's over. Like that's where you go. Same with the old content. You know, you can go back and watch the old content there too. But I don't think people care about that as much. They want the newest thing. But with a wide open show where anything could happen, you could say any word. You could do anything.
Did you edit the shower show?
Jim wanted me to take out the shower part.
I want that part. I want to put a hat back on him and stick it back in there.
He wanted that out because he was like, I don't want to get struck over. It's just not worth it. Had nothing to do with his hat being off. Yes, I took that out. Yep.
Oh.
You're the only person so far who's noticed that.
No, I'm not.
Oh, other people have said something?
Yeah, somebody said something. I can't remember who it was.
Okay, so look at it like this. So those of you who didn't see the Jim Terry truck stop show where he was in the bathroom, he had about 20 seconds where he was in the shower and it was like from his shoulders up, but he had no hat on. And he had like the soap on his head and he was spitting out water. And he's like, man, I don't want to get in trouble and this and that. And he's like, just take it out. And I was like, ugh, I don't want to do that. So I took it out. And I didn't even think anybody would notice. So if you didn't watch it live, you didn't see it then.
Why is Facts Only saying that to Blue Diamond? I found out how much you're worth and where you got your name from. What is that about? Why is he telling her that? Don't that sound...
Who, what?
Facts Only said, Blue Diamond, I found out how much you are worth and I know where you got your name from.
Well, supposedly that's just Mike, and he's just him.
I know, but that's the problem.
It's just Mike being Mike. You know,
he
already had this discussion last night. Remember?
I know, but I thought he was in recovery. I'm just playing.
Yeah, every day's a struggle apparently.
You can't fix stupid.
What's he struggling from? What's his affliction?
Trolling. I don't know.
Trolling.
I mean, everybody knows him. I think he's pretty harmless.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, definitely there's worse people out there than him.
He's a views killer, that's for sure.
What do you mean?
They drop like a rock. Like 40 people checked out during that little segment.
King Simone.
Look at King Simone.
Looks like Sir Mix-a-Lot with that outfit on.
It kind of does.
Well, we're having a good show
That's
again
the
tonight,
king
man.
That's the king of... What the hell did I say the other day? I don't even remember who the king is.
King of Fufu.
No, not the king of Fufu, Johnny.
That'd be you, Johnny.
Zamunda.
Amunda.
Zamunda.
I mean, and I agree with Nance. It's like, as far as Mike goes, I don't know what his past transgressions are, but he challenged Johnny. He did everything. He shaved his head. He shaved his eyebrows. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's what he did for Jim's show and what he stood up for his word. I don't give it. I don't even know what that Delphi thing is. It's probably not right what he did. I don't care. I care about how he treated us, and I think he treated us okay. So
sure.
I don't have a problem with him. He can go troll whoever he wants.
Sure.
As long as he's not giving us any problems, and he's, if he's contributing, and I think he's always. What is that? A wolf? Beaver.
It's a freaking.
It's a bear.
Rodent.
Oh no, it's not.
No, that's a weasel. I mean, what do you call it?
A squirrel.
Squirrel.
Squirrel. No.
What is that, real?
No, it's a damn. What is it called?
Muskrat.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say anyway.
You think it's a muskrat?
Yeah.
Should I show it again? You want to see it again?
What is it?
I don't know. You tell me. What is it?
Oh well, that's a.
It's a
Would you
fucking
catch that
squirrel.
hunting or something?
Oh, it's a
not a
bear.
squirrel.
It's a bear.
That's a weak ass bear. That's a tiny
It's not
bear.
a bear.
It's not the bear.
Yeah, it's not a bear.
Is it an otter?
Look at the tail. It's a limp noodle. That's all I know.
It's a
You guys
fox.
ever hunted bears?
No. With dogs and chase them up a tree type thing?
Yeah, well, like
Looks
they
like
had the bow and arrow season for bear or whatever.
Yeah.
Nope.
Looks like a gopher face. What the hell is it?
I don't know what it is. It's an animal. You
Oh my
can't guess.
God.
I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, King, someone wants to say hi to you.
Who?
Fabulous?
Are you showing its
shit.
butt?
No.
He's showing its booty.
Fabulous.
That's just,
Gen X is here.
doesn't have much.
I didn't
of a
know she was
tail.
here earlier. I didn't see her.
Bobcat.
Bobcat.
That was a bobcat?
Yeah.
Well, why do you have it like that, not stuffed or something?
I don't know. Ask the person that got rid of it. I don't know. I told
Mr.
you.
X, how you like
All
that?
this
How you like
stuff, I
this,
didn't
Mr.
do
X?
any of it.
This one, I don't like this.
You don't like Fabulous?
I love that one.
I don't
favorite.
like it.
You don't like Fabulous, Mr. X?
No, I don't. This is creepy. This is the real ghost here. You might not even be there. That just might be a ghost.
Fabulous has a hard time holding its poop in.
Get your skull beat up. I don't like that one. That's like the true crime puppet. It's like the bad guy mask.
Ew, that's creepy.
Yeah.
How you like my hair, though? You like my hair?
No.
She got that good hair.
You can pull it. You can pull it.
Hey, Arkansas, I got to ask you this question. So,
Oh Lord.
I'm serious about this middle finger. So when I was driving from, South Carolina up to North Carolina, it's about 60 or 70 miles, and there was nothing. There was literally nothing, and I was thinking about you, and I was thinking about Arkansas. There's got to be like roads, like state roads, county roads, or whatever. There's nothing out there. I mean, South Carolina by the beach, North Carolina, Wilmington, kind of populated. Right?
So you said you were driving and there was nothing you were thinking about me because there was nothing.
I was thinking about like what
Thanks.
other states would have, not nothing like you're nothing. I'm talking about like areas that have not a lot of people living in it.
Rice fields.
Rice fields, yeah, just like that. And there's like maybe a trailer, maybe an older house, and a fucking church.
Yeah.
And then
and a dollar store. Don't forget that.
yeah, there's Dollar Generals like every 15 miles.
Everywhere.
And they're like
everywhere.
They're kind of like
I
depressing.
love the Dollar General. That fucking place is the shit.
I went into a Dollar General today, and they had Twinkie flavored candy canes.
That's hilarious.
Left over. Yeah, I've never seen that before. And I was like, but I went in this Dollar General, and I think I like to get those potato chips that are like half salted, like less salt, because I try to not to eat a ton. Like I like potato chips, but I'll get the less salt ones. So I've just gotten used to them. He just flicked me off. Anyways, the point is, so it was kind of depressing in this Dollar General store. And I was like, man, this person has to live here. But they're only 60 miles from Myrtle Beach, or 30 or 40. And I started thinking about places. I was talking a lot of trash about South Carolina the other day.
Yeah.
I was talking about the lasso. And I was like, well, South Carolina isn't that bad. I mean, there's got to be some places that I would like in Arkansas or Kansas, or like I probably like Little Rock.
No, you probably would like Hot Springs or something.
Hot Springs.
Yeah, it's nice.
I mean, I know I generalized it, but like I really like Myrtle Beach.
What is this fool doing with this bear? Is he putting it
Blue
on
Diamond.
his head?
Here's the issue, Blue Diamond. I don't do snow. No snow. You won't see me in the Dakotas. You won't see me in Utah. Oh, by the way, Equalizer, I had this, I don't think I told you this. I had this agent who's been looking at one of my films. And I was like, so, what do you think about it? Because I'm looking to, they're an agent, but they also own a VOD platform. They're also kind of like a distributor too. But they would be an agent for overseas, like an international sales agent. I said, so, hey, what do you think about this? What about working on this, working together? And he's like, I got to go to Sundance. Let's talk when I get back to Sundance. I was like, ugh, that's going on right now? I thought that was over with. So, yeah, that's what's happening. Like now I can't get an answer out of anybody for like a week.
Yeah. You don't want to go up there for a week either. Those assholes are everywhere.
Where are you headed,
Well,
Mr. X?
Where am I? I mean, I'm going to head to South Carolina and then take off from there. But I'm in North Carolina right now. Not
Are
really
you anywhere
heading
near Boone?
Boone, North Carolina?
Yeah,
I don't know how far I am from that. I have to look it up.
it's almost by the Tennessee border.
I went there for
No,
a
that's
conference one time.
I have a
I'm gonna
buddy
look
in
it
Boone.
up. More like near Wilmington.
Yeah,
Well, I went to Raleigh. Ain't that in North Carolina?
it's
You
south.
say, who is that? That's Barry the
it's
Bear.
not.
Everybody knows Barry the Bear. He's a California bear.
Oh, maybe it is North Carolina.
That's my good buddy, Barry.
That's 280
Barry
miles.
seems nice.
Yeah, fuck that. I mean, I was looking even at Charlotte to Myrtle Beach because I flew into Charlotte. That's where I got sick, landing in Charlotte. It's a 30-minute flight from Charlotte. It was one of those small planes. I was like, ugh.
Yep, really small plane.
Did you ever
Like 2
see that
seats on each
picture?
side.
You ever see that picture where somebody rear-ended a moose in their car, and the moose went through the windshield and was sitting in the passenger seat, and it looked like it was just going for a ride, and its head was sticking out the windshield. It was still alive.
No.
That's a real thing.
Wasn't that Harry and the Hendersons?
No, it's a real picture that's out there
That
on
was
the
a good
internet.
show. I loved that movie when I was a kid.
That guy died. Do you know that?
What guy?
Really?
Which
the guy
guy?
who played the guy who played the Predator and Harry and the Hendersons died of AIDS.
Oh yeah.
Who's the
Do
Predator?
you know that? Yeah, same guy played the Predator, the first Predator movie, and he was Harry and the Hendersons. He was the
Oh, they were the same guy. Okay.
same guy. Same guy played in the costume, like he was like a 7-foot black guy.
Wow.
I mean, this guy would have gone on. He would have had a long career doing those kind of things had he.
Wasn't
Like,
John
not-
Coffey?
Just because he was a big, tall guy and he could fit in a suit.
Yeah, I mean, he would have had a lock on everything. Hold on a second here. Predator actor. Kevin Peter Hall is his name.
Kevin Peterhole?
Yeah,
I'll be
Kevin
right back. I gotta go take a pee.
Yep, he played. He was Harry and the Hendersons. I'll tell you a little something that happened to me last night, Arkansas. I was having a crazy dream, probably because I was sleeping really hard. And I know this is. I'm not making this up. It's not a joke. I had a dream that I was RoboCop. That I was put in. I was like a cyborg that died, and then like, they made me the RoboCop.
Oh my god!
And I was in Detroit, just fucking people up. What's going on? So yeah, that was probably the most weird dream. I don't have a whole lot of dreams, but yeah, I was just messing people up in the RoboCop movie. Like I was the RoboCop.
RoboCop was the shit.
I got that movie poster too at the house. Maybe that's
Right.
probably why it's stuck in my head. That's a
Another
great
movie. Another movie I really liked. It wasn't very big though. Sly Stone was the one where he was like the RoboCop dude. What the hell was that show? You remember that one? It wasn't RoboCop though. Judge
Yeah.
Dredd.
Yeah, Judge Dredd.
Judge
You
Dredd.
remember
Yeah.
that one? That was
Yeah, I
another.
mean the original RoboCop, the remake is garbage. The original Judge Dredd with Stallone's decent. The remake garbage.
Right. You know, another movie I really, really liked was Tron. The shit.
The 80s movie.
What was it called?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you call it? Oh, Tron.
No,
Okay.
Tron.
Megatron.
What's your King Simone? What's your favorite science fiction movie?
I don't like science fiction.
Science fiction.
I mean, science fiction horror could be, like for example, we could say Predator, even though it's an action movie. That's technically a science fiction movie because the first shot of the movie's got a spaceship. So, Cocoon. Ugh. Like old
that
people?
movie was funny. No, I like
Totally
Flight of
false.
the Apes. The what the hell is the one I said the other night? Yes, last night.
Planet of the Apes.
No.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Boring.
Yeah, not that one.
Damn it.
Flight of the Navigator.
Flight Navigator. Okay. Yeah, it's
I
usually
like
something
that.
around.
But no, that
alien.
wasn't the favorite one. I was just talking about that movie. I would say, I don't know. To be honest, I'm not sure what would
The
be my
V
favorite.
People.
The what?
The V People. Do y'all remember that?
No.
It's a
You're
show.
I,
talking
I
about
was a real big fan of Total Recall though, so I like that.
Total
whole thing.
Recall's legit. Yep.
Yeah, I don't remember the V people for real.
Yeah, you're talking about that was a television show.
I remember.
Yeah, it was a show.
V.
No, but I
yeah,
remember
I think it
being
was
a
just called
kid.
V. Right?
I remember being
may
a
have
kid
been.
watching Total Recall, and that chick had 3 boobs on there, man. Ooh,
Yeah. Wanted to
that
touch.
was one of
That that's why you
Right.
remember it.
It is no, it was a good movie too, though.
Okay,
Remember,
yeah.
I got what do you
Ruben
say? I
said
got
it's
5
called
kids
V.
to feed. Isn't that what he says? I got 5 kids to feed.
Yeah, V came out, and it was a miniseries. V: The Final Battle. Came out in '83.
Damn.
Okay, original 2-part television miniseries. There's
You're on live. Who is this?
Yep.
This is Ruben Sanchez.
Okay,
It was called V, just
My
V. And it was
Okay,
about
thank you.
reptilian aliens coming down, harvesting humans. And Robert England was in it, the guy who played Freddy Krueger.
I met him before. He's a nice guy.
Beastmaster was also in it.
Cool.
Beastmaster, another good movie. Yeah, the V
Yeah.
thing. The thing I remember about that was they
I
had
was more into shit like Bloodsport.
yes.
What now?
The
I was more into Bloodsport.
I love Lionheart.
Not the
They had the
science.
pregnant. The pregnancy was real weird in that. Like the
Yeah,
man carried
I
the
remember
guts,
that.
and the woman carried like the body or
Done?
something.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
Thank you,
Later,
Ruben.
bro. Wait.
I've never seen
Here's
that.
here's the best science fiction movie I think I've ever seen. It goes over into horror. It's John Carpenter's The Thing. This is the one I always talk about. I think it's an impossible. I mean, obviously Predator's great when you for horror action. I'm sorry, sci-fi action Predator, sci-fi horror. I think you're impossible to beat The Thing. In 1982, is it 82 or 1980? I don't know, but I think that those would be the two that I would choose. A lot of people like Event Horizon too, which I'm not a big fan of, but
Rock and Roll Cho said The Thing is the best Carpenter movie.
yeah, I think The Thing is the best. As I always talk about special effects, the story, like it's people versus people, snow. It would have been the music's phenomenal. That's Morricone who did that, who did The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. It's like kind of one of his last scores. So John Carpenter didn't even score it, and it got destroyed by E.T.
You got a call.
You're on live. Who is this?
Hey, man, just real quick, since y'all are talking science fiction and we're all close to the same age, does anybody remember Swamp Thing?
Yes.
I do.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. And then do y'all remember Time Rider with Fred Ward?
I was just talking about Fred Ward the other day. I don't remember that though. No.
He was an enduro rider riding that in an enduro motorcycle, and somehow I can't remember, but some kind of like time warp opened up. He had gotten lost.
What's it called?
Like the Baja 500.
It's The Adventure of Lyle Swan.
Yeah, it's called Time Rider with Fred Ward, but he hits like a time warp and goes back into like the days of the cowboys.
I never even heard of this.
Yeah, that movie is freaking great.
I tell you what, Tennessee Gambler, man. I was talking about Thomerson earlier, and Thomerson was close to Fred Ward, and he said nothing but phenomenal things about him. He said that Fred Ward was a great guy because they were in that Gene Hackman movie called Uncommon Valor, which is kind of a pseudo-Vietnam movie. That's actually a very underrated movie, but he loved Fred Ward. He was another San Diego guy. Fred Ward, obviously, probably most known from this modern generation by he was the other guy in Tremors, not Kevin Bacon, but he was like Kevin Bacon's friend. But a very underused, like he's one of those kind of, like as an independent filmmaker, if you could get a guy like him, like when he's kind of retired and everybody our age knows him and he's cool, that's somebody that like I'm into. Like I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, if you like him then as an actor, and if
I
you
do.
look at him, dude, watch that movie. It's called Time Rider again, and it's got, I almost said Sherilyn Fenn. Who was the lady with the real curly hair that was in, it was one of those horror movies that had like the 6 different movies in it. The one was Ted Danson right at the end. Remember, he gets buried up to his head on the beach. Oh, what was that?
Creep Show?
Night. What was it?
Is it Creep Show?
That's it. One of them, because remember, they had the dude, or no, Tales from the Dark, I think.
Belinda Bauer.
It had the Crypt Keeper.
Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, Tales from the Crypt is that. If you look at this,
that was it.
This cast of this movie, I mean, Ed Lauer, L.Q. Jones, Fred Ward. I mean, that's a phenomenal cast for, especially all these guys. L.Q. Jones just died in July, by the way. So I don't know if you guys know who that is, but I mean, these are like phenomenal character actors. Yeah, he was like a cowboy. He was in Lone Wolf McQuade. He was in Casino. I mean, he's one of those guys who's been around. He was in that movie I was talking to you guys about with the bear and Alec Baldwin called The Edge. I mean, guys like that. He's like, I've never heard of him. Man, I would die for a fucking career like L.Q. Jones had. Now he's dead now. He made it into his 90s. He's in the Wild Bunch. Ride the High Country, a Peck and Paw movie. I mean, what do you want? See, those kind of actors, they don't really have character actors like that anymore. It's a shame.
If you all get a chance, man, look that movie up and watch it. It is
Time Rider.
It is so good. The one dude gets on his bike and he's acting like it's a horse. He goes to kickstart it, man, and he's got the throttle wide open, so he does the old whiskey throttle and it throws him. And then I think at one point, he even gets his bike shot, and that's what screws him. He gets his bike shot by a freaking arrow at one point too. But the girl on there, who did you say the girl was?
Belinda Bauer.
Yeah.
That's it. Yep. But that whole movie from beginning to end, you guys will just be amazed by it. Especially because it had to come out like early 80s. Like 83,
1982. 82.
Yep. But yeah, I love that movie. So that was all I got, man. If y'all get a chance to look that up.
Science fiction western is a good mix. I mean, for example, look at that film that came out, Nope, recently. I mean, you're seeing more of that. It's kind of coming back a little bit.
Yeah, and see that movie too, though, Tom. Like right there at that time, it was just that's one movie I'll still watch today if I see it. You can rarely see it. Every now and again, I'll see it on. If I look it up on Google, they'll show it for like free, but you can only get like the first 45 minutes of it. But I'll still watch it. I've got it up. We've actually got it on VHS, I think, over at my mom and dad somewhere still.
Seems like Anchor Bay released a DVD of it a while back.
Mike said that Mexico is banning smoking.
Yep, we're all awake over here. Anybody else asleep? No.
I'm good. I just don't know anything about what's going on.
If y'all get a chance to watch that movie, man, I think y'all like it.
I'll check it out when I get back. That seems like that'd be up my alley.
Thank you, King. Thank you, Tennessee Gambler.
And I'll tell you another thing too. If Tennessee Gambler takes off, but Fred Ward is in a film, Escape from Alcatraz, with Clint Eastwood, and that is a phenomenal film. In the case of you don't say anything. I think it's 17 minutes. I counted one time before he first says anything. Clint Eastwood, he says nothing in that movie. Nobody does, like barely any talking. And they told the whole fucking story. So this whole idea of the Quentin Tarantino and everybody's got 5,000 lines, sometimes you don't need to say anything. So I think that's a phenomenal movie. I think it's an underrated movie too.
Have you ever seen Mr. Frost?
No, I know what it is. I have not seen.
That was from the chat.
Mr. Frost, I know what it is, but I've not seen. I've seen the Fly. Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, me too.
He's a real zany kind of person. I've seen him in person. Didn't really talk to him, but I don't know if as he's older, he's kind of become a caricature of himself, but he's like really zany in real life. I can't tell if he's gay or not. Like either he's just really eccentric or is he gay? I don't know. I don't know what the hell's up with that guy, but he's a hell of an actor.
He has a very
That's all
interesting
that
way
matters
of
to me.
speaking.
Yeah, but I mean, he's just a little bit more flamboyant now than what he was before.
Yeah.
I mean, once the actors start getting to the age where they start wearing scarves, I'm not sure if they're cutting. Like, hey, I got to wear scarves, or like Johnny Depp kind of always did that. But
Right.
yeah, Elephant Shoe, Tremors. We've talked about that film before. Extremely underrated. Did horrible when it came out, and then just had like 70 sequels. And it's just continued to make money. See, that's one of those kind of movies that I talk about all the time. Like, if you did that, forget about fucking this bullshit with Dukes of Hazzard. You're in a movie like that, you're making great residuals for like the run of that movie for like the next 20 years. Like Fred Ward probably got his health insurance just based off that movie every year, let alone all the other 50 movies he was in.
Oh, we got it going.
Who is this? You're on live.
Hey Johnny, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Memphis Phantom, calling in your show.
All right.
Hey, I kind of got a spooky story, but I don't know if anybody really wants to hear it. But I was thinking about telling it on your show, but I
Go
just
ahead.
don't know if people are interested in a spooky story tonight.
No, go ahead.
Always.
You got any ones over there for folks that want to hear it, or I'll try not to make a big fool out of myself, but I'll tell you the story.
Go ahead.
When I was young, I was probably 18 or 19 years old. I knew this girl over in Arkansas, okay?
Oh,
and
Lord.
Mary Lou Jean. Now, I've been to my grandfather's place over there. He's got a homestead over there, and he was a hell of a working man, And this guy, my grandfather's one of them guys, at 90-something years old, he was always out in the garden with a hoe. He's always working around. He would plant butter beans and stuff like that. He grew his own food most of the time. When I got out of the service, I never forgot, Mary Lou Jean Rottencrotch that lived over there. And my grandfather told me, he said, man, you can come stay when you get out of the service. And I was single, so I said, man, I've been, in the military too long. It's time to go see old Mary Lou Jean. So I said, Grandpa, I'll come over and stay with you. So I went over there, and now he's got a big 2-story house. It's an old house, on his place. Most of the days we were out there, and he was gardening, and he screamed one day, and I wasn't far from him. And I ran over to him. I said, what's wrong? He said, there's a toe laying right here on the ground. I said, a toe? And he said, look at it, man. Wipe the dirt off of it. So I got to looking at it, and it was somebody's little toe that's just laying out here in the middle of the garden. And so he's looking at me. I'm looking at him. He's like, what are we going to do with it? I said, I don't know what the hell you're going to do with it. I'm not going to do anything with it. So he takes it and puts it in a little box. And later on in the evening, I said, where am I going to sleep at? He said, well, you can sleep upstairs. So I said, okay. And he said, now I put that little toe in that box and put it up in the closet. And I wasn't listening to him carefully. I was like, that's no problem. That's cool. I just don't want really nothing to do with it. Kind of freaking me out. And so we never could. We talked about it over dinner. Couldn't figure out how in the world a little toe got lost out there in the garden. So after dinner, I went upstairs and found a bedroom and crawled in my bed, and it was getting hot, so I raised the window because if you ever been in Arkansas around the cotton fields and all that, it gets hot out there. The wind was blowing, felt pretty good, you know, and I got my pillow all snuggled up in the bed trying to think about old Mary Lou Jean Rottencrotch. And I heard something outside my window, man. The wind started blowing kind of strong, you know, and I heard something. I couldn't figure out what it sounded like. Who's got my little toe? I'm like, what the hell? So, you know, I'm getting a little scared, you know. What the hell, man? So, you know, the door on the front of the house, if you ever open the door, the wooden screen door, you know, we have screen doors to keep the bugs out because, you don't have a lot of air conditioning out there. But it always made a distinct noise. If you open that door, you would hear the hinges, you know, that. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all have heard that shit before, you know? So I'm thinking, man, I'm just scared, you know, something. And I realized, you know what? My grandfather done put this damn toe in this closet top up here, man. Holy shit. So I'm sitting there thinking, nah, it's just me, man. I'm just scared. It's just my imagination. Ain't nothing to this shit. But I'm trying to go back to sleep, and I hear it again. And this time it's about the porch. And I hear it clear. Who's got my little toe? I'm like, what the hell? And, you know, I'm shuffling around in the bed, scared to look out the window. The wind's blowing. And the curtains are rising up, you know. And, man, I'm telling you, it's scaring the hell out of me. And what really got me is I heard the damn screen door. I heard that. I'm like, what the? So, and you know, I'm sitting there shuffling around in bed, don't have any weapons to defend myself. Thought about screaming out for my grandpa, but he's a hard sleeper. But the worst part, then I start hearing this shit. Cloom, cloom, cloom. Footsteps, man. I'm upstairs now, you know. It's a big bedroom. It's huge, you know. It's tall ceilings. It ain't like this stuff you buy nowadays. And then, you know, I hear something over by the footsteps. You know, the stairs coming up, the footsteps making a sound, boom, boom, boom. I was like, no, man, this is a bad dreaming. No, this can't be going down like this. And I hear it getting down the hall, boom, boom, boom. Man, at this point, I've done wet the bed, shit the bed, don't know what to do. And I have my door shut, okay? I'm thinking, this is going bad, quick, fast, and in a hurry. So I'm peeping out the blanket, and I knew I had my door shut, but the knob started jiggling. I'm like, oh, shit, this son of a bitch is looking for me. And then I heard that door open. And, man, I'm in a world of mess. Now, this man's probably missing his toe up there in the box in the damn closet. Here I am, underneath every cover, the blanket, everything I got on that bed. And I hear the steps keep coming closer. Boom, boom, boom. And it was down there by my feet. You know, he was down there by my feet. And I hear it. Who's got my little toe? And Johnny, at this point, I'm scared to death. You know what I did, Johnny? You know what I did?
Huh.
I started playing with my butthole.
That sounded a lot like the old scary stories you tell in the dark there.
That was a good story.
I thought he was talking about my aunt.
Johnny, you getting tired or what?
Toe Jam went, oh, what?
You're going to start to get tired or what?
Yeah, my butt cheeks are.
Ew, what the hell? Did you just say
Because
your
you know
butt cheeks are getting tired?
you've been sitting down forever. You know, you've been sitting down.
Oh.
We've almost been going on for 5 hours already.
Have we really?
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know.
Huh.
Easy now needs to quit trying to dox me.
He's doxing you? That's not nice.
He didn't put my full name out there.
Who did?
I already
Easy
know
now.
your full name.
Well, that's fine.
It's Shaniqua. What's your last name, Shaniqua?
Shanae.
Shanae. Shaniqua Shanae.
That's right.
Mr. X.
Straight from the backwood. East Mississippi here.
Mr. X.
It was straight from the backwoods of East
Mr. X, you
Mr.
alive?
X went to sleep again on you.
Oh,
I
did
guess
he?
Siren.
did. I
Mr. X
guess.
foo-fooing.
I'm here. Hold on. What's that? I was listening. But I was also brushing my teeth.
Siren.
What happened? What did I
We're
miss?
gonna hit you with the, we're gonna hit you with the siren.
Oh no, I didn't fall
Hit it
asleep.
again.
I'm up. I'm just saying that I need to brush my teeth. I'm listening while I'm brushing my teeth.
Did you hear the end of the story?
I did not.
Yeah.
He was
He was
asleep.
playing with his butthole, blah 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 blah.
So after all that, he did his butthole.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he was slapping his butthole together.
You know
That
what?
dude's
You know
got
what this
stinky
reminds me of
knuckles.
was when Jim first had that Perplex QT shirt on. Like the all running joke was, hey, who
There's
was
Hulk
Mickey
Hogan.
Rourke? Everybody was saying pictures about what that shirt looked like. Even if they really had nothing else. And now it's turned into this butthole thing that Jim started. And you know
Hulk
what,
Hogan,
Johnny?
too erotic.
I have the footage of the first time Jim ever said that on that lady's show. Jim goes, "Hey, how you doing?" And he starts putting his head down so you can see that it says Jim Terry TV. And they're like, "What's your name?" He goes, "Ronnie," or whatever he said his name was. Obviously, he didn't say Jim. And she goes, "Okay, well, she asked him something. He's like, "Yeah, I want to stick my tongue in your shit locker." That's what he said to her. And so she's like, "Ugh," like that. Then, of course, he came back again with the lotion in the hotel room and was squirting it, which would obviously get you fucking struck now. You know what I mean?
Oh, there was a video of that?
Oh, I have it. Yeah, I have it.
Yeah,
I have
you
it on
have
That's
my phone.
hilarious.
Yeah, I was crying. Every once in a while, like when I'm going through, like, oh, I got to delete some photos. I'll go back. I was like, oh, I forgot about this. I was crying. I was laughing so hard when I saw that.
What's
You
the
know,
old
so-
joke? What's
But
the
that's where that joke came from, I think. That's like how
Yeah.
it started. So I have the see that kind of footage we could play on the website. Speaking of which, Toe Jam coming in. Jim did it.
what is
Toe Jam coming in on a $5 super sticker. Jim did it.
that's funny.
I thought.
What's
I
a what's a butthole and a 9-volt battery have in common?
What?
You know you're not supposed to put your tongue on it, but you're probably gonna.
Well, in all my years, let me just come clean here, for lack of a better term. I have never done that.
No, you never given a girl the old car wash?
No.
Oh, trust me, we already know, Mr. Vanilla.
My vanilla, is that what it is?
Yes, you're very, very vanilla.
I've never done that. Never. I know that women like to do that to men. Yeah, I'm good.
Do they?
No.
Do
thanks.
they? Do they now?
Yeah, women. I see that
It's
on
their
the
favorite
X.
thing, actually.
Yeah, I see that on the X vids. Of course, I click off that real quick. Not interested.
Which is probably the
I mean,
opposite of everything that women really want to playing.
I mean, like, why would you want to do that to a guy? I mean, what's in that for anybody?
We don't. That's why you watch it on the X vids, because we don't.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not into that. I'm not into the thing where, the girl says, "Hey, I'm the whatever, the stepdaughter or whatever the scenario is." And then she takes off her shirt. And she got fucking tattoos and nipple rings. I'm outie.
Yeah.
That's
unreal.
Yeah. Thanks for ruining it.
I like it.
We know you don't like to be called daddy or papa. And
Yeah, I don't like to be called daddy or appa or papa or whatever these words are.
Just
Sire,
sire.
I prefer. Yeah, I prefer the sire.
That is a little
a
weird.
sign of respect. Sire's
It is
weird.
a little weird. No. Getting called daddy or whatever, unless it's like your kid's mama.
Yeah, it's like if
like
you
your
have
baby
actually
mama
legitimately have a
to you,
kid,
that's
but like,
right. But like some random
Another-
chick calling me daddy is a little weird.
Another super sticker for Toe Jim.
yes, Toe Jam, Mr. X, Jim invented blah 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 blah. Okay, I thought he did. I have the video. See, here's the thing, Toe Jam. People send me a message every other day I think this is what you're talking about. Maybe I'm just talking out of turn. I don't know. But here's what happens. This happened to me. She said this to me. And then it happens is, send me proof. Nothing. Oh, I got the video proof on my phone. Now, I'm not sure if it's the first, but it's definitely the first that I have proof of. So that's got to be worth something.
Yeah, I would say.
And, you know, it's like the Howard Stern king of all media or Michael Jackson king of pop. If you just say it enough, like, hey, I invented this. Like, I'm
Now
going to
you're
start
that
telling
guy.
people. Yeah, you'll just say, I'm the first person ever to fly an airplane. Well, that's probably not going to work.
Hey, you never know.
Hey, Tennessee Gambler said sometimes you have to hit the girl with the spit and shine.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Arkansas, you're probably into all that stuff.
I'm into
She
all
is.
kinds of stuff. Yeah.
I bet she is. I believe it.
Yep.
2 dudes, 2
Damn.
girls.
Yeah.
Sure, I guess
2
so.
girls, yeah. 2 dudes, no. Yeah.
2 dudes, a midget.
Ew. Now
And
you're
a
getting
pony.
into Equalizer.
And
Circus
a pony
clown.
and shit.
That's the shit you like, huh, Equalizer?
Toe Jam,
I'm a little weird, dude. I'll be
Toe
honest.
Jam, another $5 coming in. We need the truth.
You're getting the truth, Toe Jam, from Mr. X, from me. Now, listen, Arkansas, you're probably into amputee porn. I mean, you're into some crazy stuff.
Now you done went a little too far there.
I know
Yeah,
I'm
I
from
can't-
Utah, and it's probably a stereotype, but I accidentally dated my cousin once.
Really?
Yes, yeah, for
How
real
did you,
accident.
first cousin?
Second cousin, luckily. I mean, that wasn't that weird, but it was still weird
So how did you not know?
because her parents got divorced when she was 3, and I never met her.
So how did
Well,
it come up?
A family portrait on my wall with my mom and her sister being sisters, or my mom and her grandma were sisters.
Oh my God! So like, how do you get out of that situation? I mean, was there any kind of involvement or?
Well, I mean, it was probably a little too late to undo everything, and you can't unfuck a chick.
Oh, okay,
I mean,
so that already
they
had
weren't
happened.
dating. They weren't dating.
But you know, amazingly, we smelled the same. It was great.
Oh.
You didn't have
So
to have that awkward.
how
Oh,
does
you
that
smell
end?
weird.
Like, you go up to her and say, "Hey, listen, this is what I found out," or is it like you both kind of know and just part ways, or like, "Yeah, I don't care."
It was a little weird, but it was fine. And you know, in Utah, you can marry your second cousin, but I wasn't going to marry her. I didn't want to have any
Yeah,
six-fingered
I've got a
children.
story that would top all that and would be a great Jim Terry TV shocker show, but I would never tell it.
Why?
You should tell
Yeah, I
on
had
Jim.
no
Jim will get it
idea.
out
I
of
should
you.
not. I should not. Never.
Sure you should. Let's hear it.
It'd be one for the Jim Terry though, but no.
I'll give you a quick story, real quick. I dated a girl one time with a wooden leg. You hear about this? Have I told this
No.
story?
I've
Yeah, I
never heard
decided
it.
to break it off.
It's so stupid.
Old school joke. There you go for you guys that are newbies. It's, you know. I think I heard that in Dark Man. Anyway.
Johnny, you okay over there?
Sleep.
I think so.
Johnny's $50 super chat.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, he's waiting. Now, how many people are watching right now?
102.
102.
That's pretty good, dude. I mean, because you got to look at, I mean, Belle Aviv, she was going on like at the same time because I jumped out and was looking at YouTube. She had like 30. You know, I mean, that's fine. You know, I mean, but it's like, you know, people like you, and if they didn't like you for this long, I mean, you've been doing a lot of shows, they'd have left. You know what I mean?
True.
Like, people tried out Belle Aviv, they got sick of her Yenta voice, and they took off. That cackling.
That or
hen
she
voice.
ran him off. One of the two.
Let's just admit it that accent is the worst. I mean, I've said it before, but that is the worst accent. I know
I'm
people
with
make
you.
fun of the Southern accent and all that stuff. There's nothing worse than that New York, Long Island, Brooklyn accent. Ugh. I mean, she might be a nice lady. I'm not judging her. I'm just the voice.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, that a lot of people think New Yorkers' accents are horrible. A lot of people are like that. You know?
Oh, it's just fingernails on a chalkboard to me. And she's the only one that has it.
Good point.
Oh, Toe Jam says it's a good thing, Mr. X. Chill. I think it's hilarious. Toe Jam.
That's another $5 super sticker. It's a good thing that Mr. X is chill and think it's still hilarious. Well, there you go. Thank you, Toe Jam, for what you have done over here. I appreciate it so much.
I think it means this. It's a good thing, Mr. X. Chill. I think it's hilarious. I think that's what he's saying. Right?
I agree.
He's like telling me, like, hey, dude, shut up. I mean, it's what you're saying, whatever, This reading out loud stuff, dude, is just something you'll do it more and more and more.
You are not good at it sometimes. I'll say that.
Me? I think I'm the best at it. I'm better than Jim at it.
Yes, definitely that.
You're better than I am.
Well, it's just because I've done it more. See here, I'll do Leanne's. Cry face, cry face. Perfect.
Perfect. Excellent.
Aren't you an English major, Mr. X?
Yeah, that's right. I was. Here's what look at facts only. Now, I haven't read it. I'm going to read it just cold.
It's probably really dumb.
If I can help minimize your situation, that's exactly what I'm willing to do. And I'm learning more and more and found out that there's another disorder I might have, after all, which moving causes my migraine too. Ooh, that one was hard to read. Syntax.
I can read a good one right
close.
here, Mr. X. I can read a good one. Sea Org. Fuck you, Nance. You jinxed me. There you go.
Again.
I want to try one. Let me find
should have done, for the English majors out there.
Let me find one.
Fuck you, Nance, comma, you jinxed me again. Exclamation point.
Equalizer, you ready? You got one?
Nan says, Mr. X, where does the word capybara originate from?
No idea. Mexico?
Sea Org's ass?
Toe Jam said I build light bulbs. I don't know what that means, but
I don't know, Nance. I don't know what that is.
Capybara is from Sea Org's ass. It's a capybara is a little animal from Australia, I believe, or somewhere over there. Looks like a little muskrat type thing. I guess it's bigger.
for some reason I don't understand most of this chat. I feel like an outcast.
Who said that?
Read this, Mr. X. You never said you were a chef and tossed a salad?
I love tossing some salad.
See how I started reading it like a sentence, but then at the end I try to put in a question into it.
I got one. Read my fucking poems, you panel sluts. It's all in caps.
That's right.
Tennessee Gambler said y'all gotta put some theatrics into it.
When you have somebody who's got good writing like that, or the writing is done well, it's easy to read it. Like you know exactly like what they mean. Now these people, they're just speaking freely, so that's not really the case. But
Danielle's in the house.
What about like Tennessee Gambler at Ruben? That's an easy one to read.
Well, sometimes they don't have punctuation or commas, so it's hard to decipher what they're saying. That happens all the time.
Ruben said he was a chef and he's tossed a salad or two.
Hey, Mr. X, read what the Sea Org just wrote at the bottom of the screen.
Pay the slother, fuck off.
Best moderator ever.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's like now that is written correctly. That's like Tarantino style type. Sloth, let me ask you this. This is something that's I don't know. Switch the subject a little bit.
Largest rodents. That's what the capybaras are. Largest. I've never seen that lady before. Nanette. Who the hell is that?
Welcome to the show, Nanette.
Uncle Ben. Hey, have you guys ever saw Uncle Ben on YouTube?
Yeah, I watch him all the time. Big Ounces. Dies every other show.
He's the one that has a kangaroo. He's the one that has a kangaroo, and he has those two.
The baby. It's called the baby.
And he also has those two rodents that you guys are talking about, the capybaras. Those are capybaras on his show.
Yep. Yeah, I watch your show all the time, Johnny.
Yeah, Mr. X, what was you
His
going to say?
kangaroo's
What were
name
you going to
is
ask me?
his kangaroo name is called the baby.
The glory hole thing, right? Can you go the opposite way? Does anybody ever do that?
The
Wait,
opposite
what?
way?
You know, instead of putting the front side in, they go. You guys are talking about the back side.
Oh yeah, there's
Wait,
glory holes
what?
for the backside.
That would be the salad bowl.
Yeah, the
So
salad bowl. Does
confused.
anybody do that? Is that a thing?
I'm lost.
Stick your booty to the hole instead of the other thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that when I made that
Yeah,
little
you can put it up. Yeah,
4,000
you can
thing,
put it up there.
That's
You can
there
put
was
it up
salad
there.
definitely when you Google glory hole, there's definitely that kind there too.
Is that
Yeah,
is that a different
Don't Google
kind?
that,
Is it
whatever
called
you
something
do.
else?
I think it's still called that.
I'm going
Don't
to call
Google
it the
it.
salad bowl because that sounds better than glory hole.
I'm gonna call it a catcher
Hey,
mitt.
King, do you see the baby? There he goes right there, King.
Oh, yeah, there he is. The baby.
The baby. That's a little kangaroo from Uncle Ben's show.
Farm. Yep.
I
You
thought
ever
Uncle
seen
Ben was rice.
the NFL highlight guys where they take all the words for like their innuendos that are used in football, and they're like, "Look, he just ran through a gaping hole. He just tackled him from the backside." Like they'll just cut them all together from the week. Have you seen that guy?
Oh Lord.
No.
Yeah, they just take every term that is like an innuendo, and the guy just edits it together. And I'm like, they're like a Betty Hayward. They're like a perverted Betty Hayward, but in the NFL. Yeah, it's ridiculous. This is what people do with their time instead of working.
Right.
I mean, when I see people posting hate posts for Jim like throughout the day, it's like there's no way they have a job.
Well, a lot of people don't that are on here all the time.
There's no way they could be working for somebody. I mean, unless they have their own business. But even if they have their own business, what are they worried about Jim for?
Right.
I work a lot of hours. I could never find the time to spend that much time hating anyone.
Right. I've got enough bullshit in my life. I want to cause
All right,
bullshit.
speaking of that, I'm about to get out of here. I'm about to go to sleep.
All right, Mr. X.
So I can wake up and hate getting on a flight.
Right.
Yeah, it's only like 4.5 hours, right?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Where are you headed to now, Mr. X?
I might be heading back to the LA.
Maybe.
Yeah, might stay longer. I don't know. I'll see. If it's raining tomorrow, I might stay, and we'll see.
Yeah, there you go. Take your time, man. Enjoy your time off.
I do like Myrtle Beach, though. I didn't think I'd like it. I made fun of it. I like that there was nobody there. It reminds me of Clearwater Beach in the 1980s. If you mixed like Central Florida to it, and kind of like, I don't know, it's definitely like 80s Florida.
I like Clearwater Beach.
I grew up in Clearwater Beach.
That's the first time I saw a beach or an ocean. I went there.
Cho Jim coming in at $2 after show.
This is the after show. I got in a car accident one time coming from Clearwater Beach on Halloween. Just driving, coming down. I can't remember the name of it, but right near that Scientology place, the Fort Harrison place. And I had one of those, what they call it a stale green light, where it's like green for me, but it's been green for a while. And I just went through it. Somebody hit me on the side, T-boned me.
Were you in costume?
No, I mean, what cussing?
I said, were you in costume? You said it was Halloween.
No, I wasn't in the Mr. X costume. No, I was in the other guy costume. But I got T-boned, just totaled my car. It was a pizza driver, I think Pizza Hut or something like that. And I got out of it, not one scratch, nothing. Not sore, anything.
That's why I didn't get my pizza that day.
Yep, and I was like, yep. Absolutely nothing wrong with me. And I was like, man, if anybody was in that passenger seat, they'd be dead.
T-bones suck, man. That's the reason I big drive only big cars now, because of getting T-boned.
Yep. Well, I started telling people after that I'm invincible, and that I've started getting godlike qualities, and nobody could hurt me.
Yeah.
And then I blew out my knee like about 6 months later. Then I realized it wasn't true.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's what happens. I did it at church of all places too.
Wow.
How'd you blow your knee out at church?
They had a basketball court. We've talked about this a little bit. They had a basketball court there that was carpet. The floor wasn't hardwood; it was carpet, and they would have assemblies. But the great thing about it is you get a little bounce off it. So, like, we could dunk in there. You know what I mean? It was like a little weird. This is also the church that had the phone that we talked about with the 900 number. And I think the combination of me thinking that I was invincible for maybe about 6 months, us dinging up the 900 numbers, that was probably, my retribution. I mean, I didn't ding up the 900 numbers, but I certainly wasn't against it. So I jumped up, somebody passed the ball to me, and a guy just undercut me, and I landed wrong and blew out my knee. It was real painful. That's also the gym that I played at, Jason Williams with, who I think is the best player I've ever played in my life with. Who played, he played for Miami, played for Sacramento. He's the white guy, Chocolate Thunder. He's the best. I remember going underneath the hoop. We were playing probably usually the guys who came together were like the best team, and we beat them 11-0. Like, I was under the hoop, and all of a sudden I just had the ball in my hands, just laid it in. And I'm playing in college, but this guy's already NBA level. So you have a Division II level player, and almost a guy who's going to be in the NBA the next year versus whoever the best group. We just slaughtered them. Of course, Jim was on our team too. Jim's a bit of an athlete, but he's not as good as me. But
Everything
Jim's
about
good at
that story
basketball.
was weird. The carpet court and the 900 numbers at church. I mean, what the heck is wrong with y'all?
No, I didn't do it. And that's the church where this is the kind of the famous story where there was a father and son, and Jim was being all blasphemous. He's like, I'm going to take both of you. I'm going to take both of you to the hole. Father, son. He kept going back and forth and dribbling through his legs. This is the 90s where you talk trash. Father, son, Holy Ghost. First we would talk about the Trinity and then try to go. And then there was all these hard fouls. Nobody even plays like this anymore. In a church. Father, son, Holy Ghost. And then he goes, go to the rim and get tackled. I mean, even the guys, there was one guy who was a pastor who played there. We didn't realize he was a pastor. He had these sweatpants, and they were always way above his belly button. But he'd play real physical. He was also kind of hairy and stunk too. But a lot of fun days. Yeah, a lot of things.
Did he fondle you in the closet? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, no, I never had anything. Tennessee Gambler. There was we talked about this on another show, but not to rehash it too much. Everybody gets in trouble here on these shows. This person's got an arrest for this, got an arrest for that, and this and that. If I did anything that was bad when I was young, I don't even know what the crime is for this. If I had a crime that I did as a youth, a teenager, it was a sickness I had with 900 numbers. I've talked about this before. And I got to a point, Tennessee Gambler, where I was carrying a little flip phone with me, and I would look for jacks, like the phone jacks. And anytime I would oh, there's a phone jack on the side of that house, and I'd plug it in, and we'd go to parties. And we talked about the parties with that girl, and then calling 900 numbers that were $100. But yeah, I had a real sickness for that. The biggest one I think that ever happened, I don't think I told you guys this story. There was that guy that Jim and I were friends with named Steven, and his father was estranged. He's the father who was involved in that, murder that was happened. And Jim and I called the newspaper, and we tried to, get some press out of it saying that he, influenced us in our filmmaking and football careers, stuff like that. That didn't work. They caught on to us. But anyways, this father, obviously before the situation happened, he had we weren't involved in crack or anything, or it's not like we were getting blue meth. I mean, this is hijinks. So anyways, Tennessee Gambler, here's what happened. This part I don't think you ever heard. There was one of those offices, that everybody has an office, but they share a main room. Okay, a main break room. You all have an office building.
Yeah.
So our buddy Steven, who and his father's the one with the office, he said that his dad was living in it for a while. This is right by the Skyline Chili off US 19. There used to be an Olive Garden across the street. It's in Clearwater. So anyways, we went there one day on Christmas Eve, or maybe it was Christmas Day. It was probably Christmas Day. And this guy, Steven, this is the guy who was that autistic kid who was into math and all that stuff. He's like, I want to call the 900 numbers. I want to do the mathematics. I want to figure it out. I already opened all my gifts. So it must have been Christmas Day. So we went down there and we got into the office building, and we went into the area which was like the copy room. And back then, for those of you who are too young and may not remember, fax machines had phones on them. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, like you could pick up a phone and make a call, or you can fax something. But everybody who had an office space had a code, and it said, enter your 2-digit code. So I think we entered like 01 pound, and it worked. And we must have sat there and for 2 hours on Christmas Day made like 30 or 40 fucking 900 number calls. Well, the thing that we didn't know was, you know, it was a good weekend, Tennessee Gambler. You know, let's just say that. I mean, that's about it. But, you know, all you have to do is say, you know, 01 is my office. I didn't make that call on Christmas Day, and they you know, you wouldn't get charged for it. So, yes, Stephen was his name. That's right. So what ends up happening is Stephen, in his sickness, you know, and his, you know, autism or whatever it is, he ends up going back like 6 or 7 times because his dad worked there. Every time his dad was there, he'd go there, see him. Jim and I weren't there, and he'd call the 900 numbers again. I mean, he's like a 19-year-old kid. Who's going to think that he's calling, you know, $800 to $1,000 worth of calls? So he calls it again, and then eventually, and I wish I had this, about a month later, there's a memo that goes around to every office, and they're like, somebody's been coming in here and calling 900 numbers from the, you know, the copy room. $30,000 in calls or something like astronomical. Like it was like over 10,000, maybe 30 is probably too much, but it was like this guy went Rain Man on these phone calls. So we did it one time with him on it, and I know that's probably like, you guys are sick. You're waking up on Christmas Day, and instead of open presents, you're going down to the place because we knew it was closed.
Yeah, I always open presents on Christmas Day.
Yeah, you open instead of opening presents, you're calling 900 numbers. But yeah, there's a lot of 900 number stories out there. So that's
Those are the
one.
best.
Yeah, you guys never called 900 numbers?
All the time.
Yeah,
Never
And I'm
from our
assuming
own
it wasn't the psychics. I'm assuming it wasn't psychics.
No, if you could spell it, it was a number.
No, I was always the sports gambler. It's like you've heard that guy that's come on Jim's show. What's his name? Allentown.
Yeah.
It's a guy exactly like him. He's like, all right, guys, you know how they talk. Here's what you're going to do today. This is this game. This is this game. You're going to take this, and don't forget to take the Twins tonight. That's my play for you today on our, you know, Pinnacle Sports line. That's it. That's like it would be like 60 seconds or less, and that call would be $50 to $100.
Not us. We would call thanks for calling
Girls.
1-800-HOT-F. It
Yeah.
was just, we called the shit out of those from our church.
Oh, you call it
Why
from
is
your church?
everybody calling from church? What the hell is wrong
Because
with
there's
that?
just a fucking phone just sitting there.
Yeah.
There's something very wrong with y'all.
I had a phone. I've said this before, and I'm saying this again for Tennessee Gambler in case you didn't hear it. But I had a phone from the Phantom Menace, and it was like an open phone that like opens up like a V, and I just had the little jack, and I would just take it everywhere. I think I took it everywhere for till 2003. I think one time, Stu Feiner, yep. There was one time I did it at a Golden Corral.
What the hell?
You're like, hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, and then you go to a bathroom, and there'd be some like little office or like a wash closet, like with a janitor, and it had a jack. And you're like, whoop, one night, hey, welcome to Kevin Duffy. Hey, here's what I got for you guys. I'm like, and I like, you know, there's no cell phones back. Like, Jim, fucking got Duffy on the phone. You know, this is pretty tame stuff compared to people. You know, some of the salty crimes. You know, I mean, I don't even know if these are really crimes.
No, you're a hardcore criminal. You just have
I would call them
Yeah.
frowned upon.
That was like, you know, maybe it's white collar, but I think the statute of limitations have passed on that.
You know, the
Yeah.
weird thing about our church is the Mormon churches always had like the meeting room was kind of in the center, and there was a hall that went all the way around it. And
Yeah.
on the outside of the hall was all the classrooms. But right behind the chapel, there was always like a janitor closet, and it had like the audio board for the whole building. So if church wasn't going on, they could play whatever they wanted throughout the church on the speakers. And my brother would always bring a butter knife and get into that room.
Yeah.
And then while everybody was in the chapel, he would turn on whatever the hard rock station was and just kind of play that in the rest of the church, and then we'd always bounce. So people would get out of the church service, and they'd come out to the hall, and then that would be on, and then they'd panic to turn it off. It was usually Metallica or something. It was
Yes.
great.
So if this is what y'all were doing at church, then obviously it wasn't working or something.
Well,
I mean,
I was like 12 back then.
I
And
mean,
no,
that's
I didn't
pretty
care about
tame
church.
stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty tame stuff. I mean, it's not like anybody's, holding somebody down and beating them up while they're pregnant or anything like some
The
of these.
funny thing is, you can do that like 12 weeks in a row, and they never try to figure out who it is. They just panic every time they find out about it and try to turn it off. They don't
Yeah.
bother to try to figure out who the culprit is.
I'm trying to think of some of the degenerate places where I would have. I did it one time. You know, my knee surgery doctor. I did it at his office in the waiting room. They used to have a courtesy phone there. I'm going to admit this now because it's been over 20 years. I did it at Home Shopping Network.
Nice.
When I worked at Home Shopping Network. Yep, in '99. Remember that I've talked about this to Ted Williams where he came out in the All-Star game and he was like in a like a jumpsuit and everybody was like congratulating him and like touching him and all that. I remember I vividly remember this, Tennessee Gambler, that the 900 play was Tony Gwynn prop bet will have one hit, and he did. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's been a number of years. I mean, I'm obviously not. That was like Jim and I. We had like a dream to have a 900 number.
So you were into sports betting at a very young age, I see.
Oh
right?
yeah, I started doing it at 15. People are like, I had my first beer at 12. Yeah, I put my first 2-team teaser in at age 15.
So what got you started doing that?
I think that I think it's wanting to be right. It's not the juice of. I never really lost any money. It's like it's the only way to play a sport and not actually play it. So I feel like there's an investment in a team, an investment in my knowledge. Like I'm playing basketball or football, and I know enough about the teams, and like I know what it's like to be an athlete, and it's about being right. And then if we all win together. Like Tennessee Gambler coming in, if he says, "Oh, I had Cincinnati," I'm really like we all win together. So it's like a camaraderie thing. But there's people who go in there that the degenerate aspect is they want to feel something and feel a loss. So this would be like a thing that like was kind of a sassy thing where like, guys could drink beer together, but guys could also like, hey, we all bet on the Islanders tonight.
That was very deep.
I mean, it's the only way.
No, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, that's interesting. I didn't think that.
But I do think that people they said that in that movie too for the money that losing makes you feel more alive than winning. So it's not when you're raking the chips in; it's when they're taking them away. So you secretly want to lose. That's a cliche, but mine was I never felt that way. I always felt like I wanted to be right. Like Jim with the Dylan Rounds case. Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
He wants to be right. He wants to be proven right because so many people have told him the same thing. That's like, so if you bet
all the attacks,
after all the attacks, you really want to be proven right. And then when you prove right, like, I told you, it's the same thing as sports. So it's not like, oh, I won or lost $50 or I can't pay my rent. I've never had that situation. Never.
Right.
So that's how I look at it. I don't think everybody looks at gambling that way, but that's how I look at it. That's it.
Fair enough.
More women are starting to do it too. Anyway, all right, I'm peacing out of here on that. Me and Gina are out of here.
See you later, X.
See you guys.
Take Gina with you.
Gina's out of here.
Thank you, Mr. X.
I gave up on Nance.
Thank you, Mr. X, for showing everything you did for me. Thank you.
No, that's all right, dude. You don't have to say that every time. I mean, I appreciate you. We're going to get that thing cut for you, give you something different. I got a couple other ideas too.
Okay. You think you can probably have it done by Tuesday or no?
No.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to be back I'm not going to be fully back into LA at my place till Thursday.
No, I thought
you find yourself hard on time, send it my way. I'll do it.
Nance, you haven't been giving me the proper attention.
Yeah, Nance.
Toe Jam says, Mr. X, the man. Thank you.
Yeah,
$2
he is.
super sticker.
Yes, he is.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen Toe Jam before. I thought Toe Jam was from Australia.
You thought Toe Jam was a girl for like 30,000 shows.
I did for a while. Well, I mean, I was when most people are girls, 76, 77% are women. I mean,
Right.
Did you think he was a girl when he was drooling over your toe?
yeah, I was hoping.
Me too.
And then I did that. I did
A little
that
weird
foot
now.
show for him, and he didn't
That's
even
a little
care.
weird.
He didn't even care. I did the foot show where Jim took the shower. I'm gonna have to tell Jim about how you guys caught me taking out that scene where he was in the shower. I don't think he cares.
Yeah. Had his
We're
tits
just
all
on
soaked
edge
up.
about this strike thing. I mean, we saw the thing with Doug, and all the we want to follow
What
the
did-
rules, but trying to have
What did
fun
Doug get
too.
struck for?
What I ended up finding out was he got struck for playing a video clip of WFLA, which is actually a Florida news station in Tampa.
Really?
He played a clip for the Idaho 4, so that means he already had a warning, and now a strike bans him for a week. And if he does it again, he's gone, at least on that main channel.
I mean,
So
you
news
can't
footage is
play
out.
their stuff, but you can do they're not going to strike you for that shower stuff. I don't think.
I know. I think Jim said that and just wanted it off there because he's like, it's funny at the time, but if they didn't see it live, just take it off.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, it's only like 12 seconds. So you learn how to do it, Jim. Anyway, all right. Gay Sloth, Johnny Yarborough, TV. I'm out of here.
All right, Mr. X. Thank you.
See you later,
All right, God
Mr.
bless.
X.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been that time. I've been on here for 5 hours, and I'm getting kind of tired of myself. I got some things I have to do before I go lay it down. And
Does it have anything to do with your butthole?
No,
Oh.
no.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody coming in tonight. And Equalizer, thank you for showing up here tonight. Arkansas, you guys are another people that gets a seat up here on my table every time I come on. And I'm glad
Thank
you guys
Johnny.
are. I'm glad you guys are here with me. We'll stay here for another 4 minutes so we can get that even flat 5 hours. If anybody wants to say good night to anybody or anything, go ahead.
Good night, John Boy.
Arkansas, I sent you my address.
Yes, I sent you mine as well.
Okay, I got it.
I'm coming over.
Okay.
Creepy hell, come get me, Samoa.
All right, I'll be there next week.
Us Equalizer, I love that
murder cat.
That picture of yours of your kitty cat.
Yeah, it's not really mine. I just found it on Google. Probably should make my own.
Yeah, I want an avatar of Gay Sloth.
Sure now.
Told you
Yeah.
I'm coming in with the $20. Need the siren.
Super sticker.
That kind of went from siren to cats fighting.
Yeah, it did.
Super sticker, $20. Toe Jam. Later, man. Later, brother.
man.
You have a good one, Toe Jam. Thank
We
you
love
for all
you
your
long time for
support,
that.
brother. I appreciate you. And King Samoan, is there anything you want to add to the plate before we leave out here?
No, I'm good, brother.
Thank you, Sea Org, for rocking the moderating the chat.
Yeah, he did. He
Seal was
rocked
the
it.
best moderator ever.
Rock and Troll says, Nance, I love you, you cow. Flip a
It's no wonder that E.F. Hutton said he never knows what the hell they're talking about in chat because they're just
Rock and Troll 23. Yeah, computer
Going off.
was great position. Laughing my motherfucking ass off.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we got 1 minute till we say goodnight to everybody.
It's the final
minute, folks.
countdown.
It's the final what?
Countdown.
Oh my
Calm
gosh.
down.
Tomorrow I might come on, or tomorrow I might not come on. You guys might want to look out for me though. I might Tuesday for sure. I'll be back at 4. I'll be back at 4:00 on Tuesday.
Fufu time.
I probably won't be around tomorrow, but you know, I really am going to Vegas. Maybe I could make a special appearance from Fremont Street.
There you
All
go.
right, there you go.
Good idea.
Do that for you. Go on
Maybe
live.
some people watching. We could play the. I like to go to Vegas and play the hot game, where you just stand by a pillar somewhere, and as people walk by, I'll be like hot, 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 and you get some really funny reactions. You usually got to like not be alone. It's pretty creepy if you're alone, but I'll find someone to stand with me.
There you go.
But boy, if you want to piss off some hookers, dude, just go.
Everybody.
When they get to them.
Yeah.
Swipe left. No. The Sea Org said hit the like or he'll suck you off.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, you'll have that.
Nance, big tits.
All right, guys.
Selma. Yeah, that's right.
All right,
Big
good night,
old
brother.
Everybody have a good night. I'm out of here.
Good night.
All right, good night.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Hey, I was just checking in. I was just checking into it, King Samoan. All I have to do, all I'm waiting on is my to get my PIN number.
Right. Yeah, through the mail, right?
Yeah, through the mail.
That's right.
Well,
That's
sir,
good.
good night. I'll call you after I break down, okay?
Sounds good, buddy.
And God bless you, man. Thank you again for everything. I appreciate everything that you've done for me, and man, you're my brother. Oh, here another super sticker, Toe Jam.
Foo.
What is it? Foo.
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 F-U.
Good night, Toe Jam. Thank you so
got
much,
it.
guys.
Sign us off, Johnny.
Sign
us off.
Until next time, later dudes. This is Johnny Yarbrough, aka Gay Sloth, King Samoan, and we are out of here. Thank you so much.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace.